Prologue. England, 1564. Nicholas was trying to concentrate on the letter to his mother. A letter that was probably the most important document he would ever write. Everything depended upon this letter. His honor, his estates, his family's future, and his life. But as he wrote, he began to hear a woman weeping. Annoyed, he got up from the crude little table and looked out the tiny window to the courtyard below. There were 4 men walking about, but there was no woman. Besides, Nicholas was 3 stories up, so he could not have heard her. The room he was in had walls so thick he could hear nothing from outside, and the oak door was heavy and bound with iron. "She is not of this world," he told himself, then gave a shiver as he crossed himself. He sat back down at the table and again began to write. But the moment he sat down, he heard her again. Her weeping had been soft at first, but it was growing louder. For a moment, Nicholas cocked his head to one side and listened. Yes, she was weeping, but her tears were not from fear, or even from grief. No, he could feel that the source of her pain came from something deeper. "No," he said aloud. He did not have the time to try to understand this woman, whether she was of flesh or spirit. Right now, his need was as great as hers. He gave his attention back to the letter, but he could not concentrate. The woman's tears were pulling him to her. She needed something, but he could not tell what. Did she need comfort? Soothing? What did she want of him? Putting down his quill, he ran his hand over his eyes. The woman's tears were filling his head. No, he thought. What she needed was hope. The weeping was from a person who no longer had hope. Determined to turn his mind back to his own problems, Nicholas looked back at the letter. The woman's problems were not his. If he did not finish this letter and give it to the waiting messenger soon, his own life would be without hope. Nicholas wrote 2 more lines, but then he had to stop. The crying was increasing, growing louder. As it increased in volume, it seemed to grow inside until it filled every corner of the room and every nook inside his brain. "Lady," he whispered, his voice filled with desperation, "give me peace. I would give my life to help you, but I cannot. My life is pledged elsewhere." Again, he picked up the pen and tried to write, this time with his other hand over his ear, doing his best to block out the sounds from the woman. But Nicholas couldn't stop hearing her. He dropped the quill, ink running across the document, as he put both hands over his ears and closed his eyes tight. "What would you have of me?" he cried. "I would give you all that I can, but I have nothing left to give." But his pleas meant nothing, for the woman's weeping grew and grew until the inside of Nicholas's head began to go round and round. Slowly, he opened his eyes, but he saw nothing. Before him was only darkness. He could not see the walls of the room or the door. He could feel the chair beneath him, but he could no longer see the table or the letter that was so important to him. But as he sat there, a small bright light appeared in the far distance, and Nicholas felt himself drawn to the light. As he looked at that tiny speck so far away, it was as though nothing in his life had ever mattered but that light. "Yes," he whispered. Then he closed his eyes and gave himself over to the sound of the woman's tears. Slowly, his body relaxed, and he put his head down beside the letter he had been writing. "Yes," he whispered again, as he surrendered himself. 1. England, 1988. Dougless Montgomery sat in the back seat of the rental car. Robert and his pudgy 13-year-old daughter, Gloria, in the front. As usual, Gloria was eating. Douglas shifted her slim legs to try to make herself more comfortable around Gloria's luggage. There were 6 large pieces of matched leather luggage to hold Gloria's belongings, and since they wouldn't fit in the trunk of the little car, they were piled in the back with Douglas. There was a makeup case under her feet and a big wardrobe on the seat beside her. Every time she moved, she scraped against a buckle, a welt, or a handle. Right now, she had an itch under her left knee, but she couldn't reach it. "Daddy," Gloria whined, sounding like an invalid 4-year-old. "She's scratching the pretty suitcases you bought me." Douglas clenched her fists, closed her eyes, and counted to 10. She. Gloria never said Douglas's name, but just called her she. Robert glanced over his shoulder at Douglas. "Douglas, could you please be a bit more careful? That luggage is quite expensive." "I am aware of that," Douglas said, trying to keep the anger out of her voice. "It's just that I'm having a difficult time sitting back here. There isn't much room." Robert gave a great sigh of weariness. "Douglas, do you have to complain about everything? Can't you even allow a vacation to be pleasant? All I asked was that you make an effort." Douglas opened her mouth to reply, but closed it. She didn't want to start another argument. Besides, she knew that it would do no good. So, instead of replying, she swallowed her anger, then rubbed her stomach. It was hurting again. She wanted to ask Robert to stop to get something to drink so she could take one of the tranquilizers the doctor had prescribed for her nervous stomach. "Keep this up, and you'll give yourself an ulcer," the doctor had warned her. But Douglas wouldn't give Gloria the satisfaction of knowing that she'd, yet again, managed to upset Douglas and to, yet again, drive a wedge between Douglas and Robert. But when Douglas glanced up, she saw Gloria smirking at her in the makeup mirror on the sun visor. With determination, Douglas looked away and tried to concentrate on the beauty of the English countryside. Outside the car window, she saw green fields, old stone fences, cows and more cows, picturesque little houses, magnificent mansions, and Gloria, she thought. Douglas seemed to see Gloria everywhere. Robert kept saying, "She's just a child and her daddy has left her. It's only natural that she's going to have some hostility toward you. But please try to show some sympathy for her, will you? She's really a sweet kid when you get to know her." A sweet kid, Douglas thought as she looked out the window. At 13, Gloria wore more makeup than Douglas did at 26. And Gloria spent hours in the hotel bathroom applying it. Gloria sat in the front of the car. "She's just a kid and it's her first trip to England," Robert said. "And you've been to England before, so why not be generous?" That Douglas was supposed to read the road map when she could hardly see around Gloria's head didn't seem to count for much. Douglas tried to concentrate on the scenery. Robert said Douglas was jealous of his daughter. He said that she didn't want to share him with anyone else, but that if she'd just relax, they'd be a very happy threesome. "We could be a second family for a little girl who has lost so much," he said. Douglas had tried to like Gloria. She'd tried hard to be an adult and ignore and even understand Gloria's hostility, but it was more than Douglas could do. In the year she and Robert had been living together, Douglas had made every possible effort to find that sweet kid that Robert had told her of. Several times she'd taken Gloria shopping and spent more money on Gloria than Douglas's small elementary school teacher's salary allowed her to spend on herself. Several Saturday nights, Douglas had stayed at the house she shared with Robert, babysitting Gloria, while he went to professional functions, usually cocktail parties or dinners. When Douglas had said she'd like to attend with him, Robert had said, "But time alone is what you two need. You need to get to know each other. And remember, babe, I'm a package deal. Love me, love my kid." Sometimes Douglas had started to believe that it was beginning to work, because she and Gloria were cordial, even friendly to each other when they were alone. But the minute Robert appeared, Gloria changed into a whining, lying brat. She sat on Robert's lap, all 5'2", 140 pounds of her, and wailed that she had been awfully mean to her. At first, Douglas had laughed at what Gloria was saying. How absurd to think she would ever harm a child. Anyone could see that the girl was just trying to get her father's attention. But to Douglas's utter disbelief, Robert believed every word his daughter said. He didn't accuse Douglas. No. Instead, he just asked her to be a little kinder to the poor kid. Immediately, Douglas's defenses had gone up. "Is that supposed to mean you don't think I'm a kind person? You do think I would mistreat a child?" "I'm just asking you to be the adult and have a little patience and understanding. That's all." When Douglas asked what he meant by that, Robert had thrown up his hands and said that he couldn't talk to her. Then he'd walked out of the room. Douglas had taken 2 of her stomach tranquilizers. After the arguments, Douglas had wavered between guilt and rage. She had a classroom of children who adored her, yet Gloria seemed to hate her. Was Douglas jealous? Was she somehow unconsciously letting this child know she didn't want to share Robert with his own daughter? Every time Douglas thought of her possible jealousy, she vowed to try harder to make Gloria like her, which usually meant she bought Gloria another expensive gift. And she'd again agree to babysit on the weekends when Gloria stayed with them, while Gloria's mother had a life, Douglas thought with bitterness. At other times, all Douglas felt was rage. Couldn't Robert just once, one time, take Douglas's side? Couldn't he tell Gloria that Douglas's comfort was more important than the blasted suitcases? Or maybe he could tell Gloria that Douglas had a name and wasn't always to be referred to as she or her. But every time Douglas said something like that to Robert, she ended up apologizing. Robert said, "My God, Douglas, you're the adult. And I only see her on alternate weekends, so of course I'm going to favor her over you. You and I are together every day, so why can't you stand to play second fiddle now and then?" His words sounded right, but at the same time, Douglas fantasized about Robert telling his daughter to be more respectful toward the woman I love. But that didn't happen. So Douglas kept her mouth shut and enjoyed the time she and Robert had when Gloria wasn't around. When Gloria wasn't with them, she and Robert were perfectly suited, and she knew, through age-old intuition, that very soon she was going to receive what she wanted so much, a marriage proposal. Truthfully, marriage was what Douglas wanted most in life. She'd never been burning with ambition the way her older sisters were. Douglas just wanted a nice home and a husband and a few children. Maybe someday, after the kids were in school, she'd write children's books, something about talking animals, but she had no desire to fight her way up a corporate ladder. Already, she'd invested 18 months of her life in Robert, and he was perfect husband material. He was tall, handsome, well-dressed, and an excellent orthopedic surgeon. He always hung up his clothes, and he helped with the housework. He didn't chase after women, and he always came home when he said he would. He was reliable, dependable, faithful, but, most important, he needed her so very much. Not long after they met, Robert had told Douglas his life story. As a child, he hadn't been loved very much, and he told Douglas that her sweet, generous heart was what he'd been looking for all his life. His first wife, whom he'd divorced over 4 years ago, was a cold fish, a woman who Robert said was incapable of love. Just 3 months after he met Douglas, he told her he wanted a permanent relationship with her, which she took to mean marriage. But first he wanted to know how they related to each other. After all, he'd been hurt so badly the first time. In other words, he wanted them to live together. What he said made sense to her, and since Douglas had had a number of unfortunate previous relationships with men, she happily moved into Robert's big, beautiful, expensive house, then set about doing everything she could to prove to Robert that she was as warm and generous and loving as his mother and wife had been cold. With the exception of dealing with Gloria, living with Robert had been great. He was an energetic man, and they often went dancing, hiking, bicycle riding. They entertained a great deal and often went to parties. She'd never lived with a man before, but she had easily settled into a domestic routine, feeling as though it was what she was made for. They had problems other than Gloria, of course, but Robert was so much better than any of the other men Douglas had dated that she forgave him his little quirks, most of which revolved around money. True, it was annoying that when they went to the grocery together, he nearly always forgot his checkbook. And at the ticket window of theatres, and when the check was presented in restaurants, half the time Robert found he'd left his wallet at home. If Douglas complained, he'd talk to her about the new age of liberated women and how most women were fighting to pay half the expenses. Then he'd kiss her sweetly and take her somewhere expensive for dinner, and he'd pay. And Douglas forgave him. Douglas knew she could stand the small problems. Everyone had idiosyncrasies. But it was Gloria that sent her screaming. When Gloria was with them, their life turned into a battleground. According to Robert, his daughter was perfection on earth. And because Douglas didn't see her that way, Robert began to see Douglas as the enemy. When the three of them were together, it was Robert and Gloria on one team and Douglas on the other. Now, on this holiday in England, in the front seat, Gloria offered her father a piece of candy from the box on her lap. Neither of them seemed to think of offering any to Douglas. Still looking out the window, Douglas gritted her teeth. Perhaps it was the combination of Gloria and money that was making her so angry, because, with this trip, Robert's little money quirk, as Douglas had always thought of it, had turned into something more. When Douglas had first met Robert, they had talked for hours about their dreams, and they talked many times of taking a trip to England. As a child, she had often travelled to England with her family, but she hadn't been back in years. When she and Robert had moved in together, in September of last year, Robert had said, "Let's go to England 1 year from today. By then we'll know." He hadn't elaborated on what they would know, but Douglas was sure that he meant that, in a year, they'd know whether or not they were compatible for marriage. For a whole year, Douglas had worked on planning the trip, which she'd come to think of as their honeymoon. A pre-honeymoon, she called it in her mind. "The decision-maker," she said to herself, then smiled. She made reservations at the most romantic, most exclusive country house hotels England had to offer. When she had asked Robert's opinion of a hotel, he'd winked at her and said, "Spare no expense for this trip." She had ordered brochures, bought travel books, read and researched until she knew the names of half the villages in England. Robert's only stipulation had been that he wanted an educational trip as well as fun. So she'd compiled a list of many things to do that were close to their lovely hotels, which was easy to do, since Great Britain is like a Disneyland for history lovers. Then, 3 months before they were to leave, Robert said that he had a surprise for her on this trip. A very, very special surprise that was going to fill her with joy. His words had made Douglas work even harder on the plans, and she found their little game of secrecy exciting. As Douglas planned, she thought, will he propose here? Or maybe here? This place would be nice. 3 weeks before they left, she was balancing Robert's household accounts checkbook when she saw a cancelled check for $5,000 made out to a jewelry store. As she held the check, tears of happiness came to her eyes. An engagement ring, she'd whispered. That Robert had spent so much was proof that even though he was a tad stingy on small things, when something really counted, he was generous. For the next few weeks, Douglas had walked on clouds. She cooked wonderful meals for Robert and had been especially energetic in the bedroom, doing everything she could think of to please him. 2 days before they were to leave, Robert punctured her bubble a bit. Not enough to burst it, but it had certainly been deflated. He had asked to see the bills for the trip. Plane tickets, advance reservations, whatever she had. He had then added the amounts and handed her the calculator tape. "This is your half of the cost," he'd said. "Mine?" she'd asked stupidly, not understanding what he was saying. "I know how important it is to you women today to pay your own way, so I don't want to be accused of being a male chauvinist pig," he'd said with a smile. "You don't want to be a burden to a man, do you? You don't want to add to all my responsibilities at the hospital and to my ex-wife, do you?" No, of course not," Douglas had mumbled, feeling confused, as she often did when confronted with Robert's reasoning. "It's just that I don't have any money." "Douglas, baby, please tell me that you don't spend everything you make. Maybe you should take a course in accounting." He lowered his voice. "But then your family has money, doesn't it?" That was one of the times Douglas's stomach had begun to hurt, and she remembered the doctor's warning about giving herself an ulcer. She had explained to Robert about her family 100 times. Yes, her family had money, lots of it, but her father believed his daughters should know how to support themselves. So Douglas was on her own until she was 35. Then she'd inherit. She knew that if there was an emergency, her father would help her, but a pleasure trip to England hardly counted as an emergency. "Come on, Douglas," Robert had said with a smile when Douglas didn't reply to his question. "I keep hearing what a paragon of love and support that family of yours is, so why can't they help you now?" Before she could speak, Robert raised her hand to his lips and kissed it. "Oh, baby, please try to get the money. I so much want us to go on this trip because I have such a very, very special surprise for you." Part of Douglas had wanted to shout that he wasn't being fair. He should have made it clear that she was going to be required to pay for half of the trip before she'd made reservations at such expensive hotels. But another part of her asked why she'd expected him to pay for her share. They weren't married. They were, as Robert often called them, partners. "Sounds like John Wayne and a sidekick," Douglas had muttered the first time he'd said that, but Robert had just laughed. In the end, Douglas couldn't bear to ask her father for money. It would be like admitting defeat to him. Instead, she'd called a cousin in Colorado and asked him for a loan. The money had been given to her freely, no interest, but she'd had to endure her cousin's lecture. "He's a surgeon. You're an underpaid teacher. You've been living together for a year, but he expects you to pay for half of an expensive trip," her cousin had said. Douglas had wanted to explain about Robert's mother, who had used money to punish her son, and about his cold ex-wife, who had spent everything Robert earned. Douglas had wanted to explain that money was just a small part of their lives, and that she was pretty sure that Robert was going to propose marriage on this trip. But Douglas said none of that. "Just send the money, will you?" she'd snapped. But her cousin's words had upset her, so, during the few days remaining before they left, Douglas gave herself several little lectures. It was only fair that she pay her own way, wasn't it? And Robert was right. It was the day of the liberated woman. Her father, by not dropping millions in her lap before she could handle them, was teaching her to take care of herself, and, now, so was Robert. And most of all, she told herself that she had been an idiot for not realizing beforehand that she was supposed to pay her own way. After Douglas had contributed her half to the bills, for the most part, she recovered her good humor. And by the time she'd packed their suitcases, she was again looking forward to the trip. Happily, she filled her tote bag with necessary toiletries, travel books, and as many gadgets as she could cram into it. In the taxi on the way to the airport, Robert had been especially nice to her. He'd nuzzled her neck until she'd pushed him away in embarrassment when she saw the taxi driver watching. "Have you guessed the surprise yet?" he asked. "You won the lottery?" Douglas answered, still playing the game and pretending ignorance. "Better than that." "Let's see. You've bought a castle and will live in it forever as Lord and Lady." "Much better than that," Robert said seriously. "Do you have any idea what the upkeep on one of those places is? I'll bet you can't guess anything as good as this surprise." Douglas had looked at him with love. She knew just what her wedding dress would look like, and she imagined all her relatives smiling at her in approval. Would their children have Robert's blue eyes or her green? His brown hair or her auburn? "I have no idea what the surprise is," she said, lying. Leaning back against the seat, Robert smiled. "You'll soon find out," he'd said enigmatically. At the airport, Douglas dealt with checking the luggage, while Robert kept looking about the terminal as though he were searching for something. As Douglas tipped the porter, Robert threw up his hand to wave to someone. At first, Douglas was too busy to realize what was happening. She looked up at the cry, "Daddy!" and saw Gloria running across the terminal, a porter trailing behind her pushing a hand truck loaded with 6 new suitcases. What a coincidence, Douglas thought as she checked the tags the baggage handler gave her. Imagine meeting Gloria at the airport. Distractedly, Douglas watched as Gloria flung herself on her father. Moments later, they broke apart, Robert keeping his arm tightly around his precious daughter's plump shoulders. Once Douglas had finished with the bags, she gave her attention to Robert's daughter, and it was difficult to keep the frown off her face. Gloria was wearing a fringed jacket and cowboy boots, and a too-short leather skirt. She looked like an overweight stripper from the 60s. Where was her mother, and how could she allow the child to dress like that? Douglas thought as she glanced about the airport for Robert's ex-wife. "Hello, Gloria," Douglas said. "Are you and your mother going somewhere too?" Gloria and her father nearly collapsed with laughter at Douglas's words. "You haven't told her," Gloria squealed. It took Robert a moment to sober himself. "This is the surprise," he said, pushing Gloria forward as though she was some huge trophy Douglas had just won. "Isn't this the most wonderful surprise you could imagine?" Douglas still didn't understand. Or maybe she was too horrified to want to understand. All she could do was stand there and stare at the two of them, speechless. Robert put his other arm around Douglas and drew her close to him. "Both of my girls are going with me," he said with pride. "Both?" Douglas whispered, her throat closing down on her. "Yes," Robert said, his voice joyous. "Gloria is the surprise I've been hinting at for weeks. She's going with us to England. I knew you'd never guess. You didn't, did you?" No, Douglas had not come close to guessing, and now that she was finally understanding that the beautiful, romantic trip she'd dreamed of wasn't going to happen, she wanted to scream, to yell, and to refuse to go. But she did none of those things. "All the hotel rooms are just for 2 people," she'd managed to say at last. "So we'll have a roll-away bed brought in," Robert said in dismissal. "I'm sure we'll manage, because we have love going for us, and that's all we need." He dropped his arm from Douglas's shoulder. "Now for business. Douglas, you won't mind getting Gloria's luggage checked in while I catch up with Lambykins, will you?" Douglas could only shake her head. Numbly, she went off to the ticket counter, the porter and the suitcases following her. She had to pay $280 in overcharge for Gloria's 4 extra bags, and she had to tip the porter. They didn't have much time to spare before the plane took off, and Robert and his daughter were absorbed in each other, so, thankfully, Douglas wasn't asked to speak. If she had been asked anything, she wasn't sure she could have answered. With each passing minute, she saw one dream after another disappear. Champagne dinners gave way to fast food eaten in the car. Afternoons spent lazily strolling on wooded paths turned into visions of arguments about finding something Gloria can enjoy too, a request that Douglas had already heard too many times. And then there was the privacy issue. The 3 of them would share one room. When could she and Robert be alone? It was when they boarded the plane that Douglas saw that Robert had put quite a bit of work into Gloria's trip. Her boarding pass said she was in the same row as they were, in the aisle seat. But Robert set Gloria between them, so Douglas ended up on the aisle, which she hated because no matter where she put her arms or her legs, she was always told by the flight attendant that she was blocking the passage of the cart. It was during the long flight that Robert, smiling, had handed Douglas Gloria's ticket. "Add this to our list of expenses, will you? And I'll need a penny by penny, or should I say shilling by shilling," he added, winking at Gloria, "accounting of all the money spent. My accountant thinks I can deduct this whole trip." "But it's a pleasure trip, not business." Robert frowned. "Douglas, please don't start on me already. Would you please just keep track of the money we spend so that when we get home, you and I can split the expenses in half?" Douglas looked at Gloria's ticket she was holding. "You mean in thirds, don't you? Me 1/3, 2/3 for you and Gloria." Robert gave her a look of horror as he put his arm around Gloria protectively, as though Douglas had tried to hit the kid. "I meant in half. Gloria is for you to enjoy too. Money spent is nothing compared to the joy you'll receive from her company." Douglas turned away. She wasn't going to get into an argument now. They'd discuss this further later, when they were in private, and Gloria wasn't watching them with interest. For the rest of the long flight, she read while Gloria and Robert played cards and ignored her. Twice, Douglas took a tranquilizer to keep her stomach from eating itself. Now, in the car, Douglas rubbed her aching stomach. In the 4 days they'd been in England, she'd tried to enjoy herself. She'd tried not to complain when the first night in their beautiful hotel room, Gloria had moaned so much about the trundle bed the hotel had put in the room, after the owner had crossly lectured Douglas about not having expected Gloria, that Robert had asked Gloria to get into their 4-poster with them. After nearly being pushed out of bed twice, Douglas had ended up sleeping on the trundle bed. Nor had Douglas complained when Gloria ordered 3 entrees at the expensive restaurant. I just want my baby to have a taste of everything, Robert said. And Douglas, please stop being so stingy. I don't know what's come over you. I always thought you were a generous person, Robert said, then handed Douglas the enormous bill that Douglas was to pay half of. Douglas managed to keep her mouth shut by constantly reminding herself that she was the adult and Gloria was just a child, and Douglas consoled herself with the knowledge that somewhere in Robert's baggage was a $5,000 engagement ring. The thought of that ring made her remember that he did love her, and she reminded herself that all the things he did for Gloria were done out of love, too. But after last night, Douglas was finding it impossible to keep up her appearance of good humour. Last night, at yet another $150 dinner, Robert had presented Gloria with a long blue velvet box. As Douglas watched Gloria open the box, she had a sinking feeling. Gloria's eyes lit up when she saw what was inside. "But it's not my birthday, Daddy," she'd whispered. "I know, Muffin," Robert said softly. "It's just to say I love you." Slowly, Gloria withdrew from the box a wide bracelet made of twisted wires of gold and silver, from which dripped diamonds and emeralds. Douglas couldn't prevent the gasp that escaped her, for she knew that her engagement ring was being fastened about Gloria's chubby wrist. Gloria held her arm up triumphantly. "See?" "Yes, I see," Douglas said coolly. After dinner in the hall outside their room, Robert had been furious with her. "You didn't show much enthusiasm about the bracelet I gave my daughter. Gloria was trying to show it to you. She was trying to make overtures of friendship to you, but you snubbed her. You've hurt her deeply." "Is that what you paid $5,000 for? A diamond bracelet for a child?" "Gloria happens to be a young woman, a very beautiful young woman, and she deserves beautiful things. And besides, it's my money. It's not as though you and I were married and you had any legal rights to my money." It was the first time they'd been alone in days, and Douglas wanted to keep her pride, wanted to tell herself that it didn't matter that Robert bought his young daughter diamonds, but gave the woman he lived with half his bills. But Douglas had never been able to conceal her true feelings. With her eyes filling with unshed tears, Douglas put her hands on his arms. "Are we going to get married?" she whispered. "Is it ever going to happen?" Angrily, he jerked away from her touch. "Not if you don't start showing a little love and generosity to both my daughter and me." He gave her a cold look. "You know, I thought you were different, but now I'm beginning to think that you're as cold as my ex-wife. Now, if you'll please excuse me, I have to go comfort my daughter. She's probably crying her little eyes out after the way you treated her." After one last glare at Douglas, he turned and went into their room. Douglas slumped against the wall. "Emerald earrings should dry her tears," she whispered to no one. So now, in the car, she sat with her body twisted around Gloria's suitcases and knew that no marriage proposal, and certainly no engagement ring, was going to be given to her. Instead, she knew that she was going to spend the month-long trip acting as a secretary and navigator for Robert, and being taunted by his daughter. At the moment, Douglas wasn't sure what she was going to do, but the thought of taking the first plane home appealed to her. Even as she thought of leaving, she looked at the back of Robert's head and her heart lurched. If she got on a plane in a rage, she knew she'd have to return to the US and move out of Robert's house. She'd have to find an apartment. Then she'd... what? Start dating again? As a school teacher, she didn't meet too many men. She could go to her family and admit that she'd had yet another relationship fail. "Douglas?" Robert said. "I think maybe we're lost. Where is this church? I thought you were going to watch the road maps. I can't drive and navigate." There was an edge to his voice that hadn't been there yesterday, and Douglas knew he was still angry about her reaction to the bracelet. Quickly, Douglas fumbled with the map, then looked around Gloria's head to try to see the road signs. "Here," she said. "Take a right." Robert turned down one of the narrow English lanes, bushes on either side nearly covering the road, and drove toward the remote village of Ashburton, a place that looked as though it hadn't changed in hundreds of years. "There's a 13th-century church here containing the tomb of an Elizabethan earl." Douglas checked her notebook. "Lord Nicholas Stafford, died 1564. "Do we have to see another church?" Gloria wailed. "I'm sick of churches. Couldn't she find something better to look at?" "I was told to search out historic sites," Douglas snapped before she thought to modulate her tone. Robert stopped the car in front of the church and looked back at Douglas. "Gloria's statement was valid, and I see no call for your bad temper. Douglas, you are making me begin to regret bringing you with us," he said, then got out of the car and walked away. "Bringing me?" Douglas said, but he was already halfway to the church, his arm around Gloria. "But I'm paying my own way," she whispered. Douglas didn't go inside the church with Robert and Gloria. Instead, she stayed outside, walking around the lumpy graveyard, absently looking at the ancient grave markers. She had some serious decisions to make, and she wanted time to think. Should she stay and be miserable, or should she leave? If she left now, she knew Robert would never forgive her, and all the time and effort she'd invested in him would have been for nothing. "Hello." Douglas jumped at the voice, then turned to see Gloria just behind her. Maybe it was Douglas's imagination, but the girl's diamond bracelet seemed to flash in the sun. "What do you want?" Douglas asked suspiciously. Gloria stuck her lower lip out. "You hate me, don't you?" Douglas sighed. "No, I don't hate you. It's a grown-up thing." She took a deep breath. She wanted to be alone so she could think. "Why aren't you inside looking at the church?" "I got bored." "That's a pretty blouse," Gloria said, her eyelids lowered in a sly way that Douglas had seen too many times before. "It looks expensive. Did your rich family buy it for you?" Douglas wasn't about to take the bait and let the girl get to her. Instead, she gave her a quelling look, then turned and walked away. "Wait!" Gloria cried out, then yelled, "Ow!" Douglas turned back to see Gloria crumpled in a heap beside a rough-surfaced tombstone. Douglas doubted if the girl was actually hurt because Gloria loved drama. Sighing, Douglas went back to help her up, but as soon as she was upright, Gloria burst into tears. Douglas couldn't quite bring herself to hug Gloria, but she did manage to pat her shoulder. She even gave a little expression of sympathy because Gloria's arm was raw where she'd hit the stone. Gloria looked at her arm and began to cry louder. "It couldn't hurt that much," Douglas said, trying to soothe the girl. "I know. Why don't you put your new bracelet on that arm? I'll bet the pain'll stop instantly." "It's not that," Gloria said, sniffing. "I'm upset because you hate me. Daddy said you thought my bracelet was going to be an engagement ring." Douglas dropped her hand from Gloria's arm and stiffened. "What made him think such a ridiculous thing as that?" she asked, trying to sound convincing. Gloria looked at Douglas out of the corner of her eye. "Oh, my daddy knows everything about you," she said, her voice sly. He knows you thought his surprise was going to be a marriage proposal, and he knows that you thought the check to the jeweler was for an engagement ring." Gloria gave a little smile. "Daddy and I laugh all the time about you and how much you want to marry him. He says you'll do anything he tells you to if he makes you think he's going to ask you to marry him." Douglas was standing so rigid that her body began to tremble. Gloria's little smile turned malicious, and her voice lowered. "Daddy says that if you weren't going to inherit so much money, he'd get rid of you." At that remark, Douglas slapped Gloria's smug, fat face. Robert appeared from inside the church just in time to see the slap, and Gloria went screaming into her father's arms. "She hit me over and over," Gloria screamed. "And she scratched my arm. Look at it, Daddy. It's bleeding. She did this to me." "My God, Douglas," Robert said, his eyes wide in horror. "I can't believe this of you. To beat a child to—" "Child? I've had enough of that child. And I've had enough of the way you baby her. And I've had enough of the way you two treat me." Robert glared at her coldly. "We have been nothing but kind and thoughtful to you this entire trip, while you have been jealous and spiteful. We have gone out of our way to please you." "You haven't made any effort to please me. Everything has been for Gloria." Tears came to Douglas's eyes and filled her throat until she almost choked. She kept hearing Gloria's words ringing in her head. "You two have laughed at me behind my back." "Now you're fantasizing," Robert said, still glaring at her, still holding Gloria protectively under his arm as though Douglas might attack the girl at any moment. "But since we are so displeasing to you, perhaps you'd rather do without our company." Turning, Gloria huddled against his side. He started walking toward the car. "I agree," Douglas said. "I'm ready to go home." Bending, she reached for her handbag where she'd set it down by a gravestone. But her bag wasn't there. Quickly, she looked behind a few tombstones, but there was no sign of her bag. She looked up when she heard a car start. At first, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Robert was driving away and leaving her. Douglas ran toward the gate, but the car had already pulled onto the road. Then, to Douglas's horror, she saw Gloria stick her arm out the window, and, dangling from her fingertips, was Douglas's handbag. In a futile attempt to reach them, Douglas ran after the car, but it was soon out of sight. Dazed, numb, disbelieving, she walked back to the church. She was in a foreign country with no money, no credit cards, no passport. But worst of all, the man she loved had just walked out on her. The heavy oak door of the church was standing open, so Douglas went inside. It was cool and damp and dim inside the church, and the tall stone walls made the place feel calm and reverent. She had to think about her situation and make some plans about what she should do. But then, surely Robert would return for her. Maybe even now he was turning around and driving back to get her. Maybe any minute he'd come running into the church, pull Douglas into his arms, and tell her he was sorry and he hoped she could forgive him. But somehow, Douglas didn't believe any of that was going to happen. No, Robert had been too angry, and Gloria was too much of a liar. Douglas was sure the girl would elaborate on how Douglas had injured her arm, and Robert's anger would be refueled. No, it would be better if Douglas made some plans about how to get herself out of this mess. She'd have to call her father, collect, and have him send her money. And again, she would have to tell him that his youngest daughter had failed at something. She'd have to tell him that his daughter couldn't so much as go on a holiday without getting herself into trouble. Tears started in her eyes as she imagined hearing her older sister Elizabeth say, "What has our little scatterbrained Douglas done now?" Robert had been Douglas's attempt at making her family proud of her. Robert wasn't like the other stray cat men Douglas had fallen for. Robert was so respectable, so very suitable, but she'd lost him. Maybe if she'd just held her temper with Gloria, maybe... Tears blurred Douglas's eyes as she looked around the church. Sun was streaming through the old windows high above her head, and sharp, clear rays lit the white marble tomb in the archway to the left. Douglas walked forward. Lying on top of the tomb was a full-length, white marble sculpture of a man wearing the top half of a suit of armour and an odd-looking pair of shorts, his ankles crossed, a helmet tucked under his arm. "Nicholas Stafford," she read aloud, "Earl of Thornwick." Douglas was congratulating herself for holding up so well under her current circumstances when, suddenly, everything that had happened hit her, and her knees collapsed. She fell to the floor, her hands on the tomb, her forehead resting against the cold marble. She began to cry in earnest, to cry deeply from far down inside herself. She felt as though she were a failure, a complete and absolute failure. Her tears were not just for today, but it seemed that everything she'd ever touched in her life had failed. Since she'd reached puberty, her father had had to bail her out of what had to be hundreds of scrapes. There was the boy she'd fallen madly in love with when she was 16. She had defied her entire family because they hadn't liked him, but her sister, Elizabeth, wise, never made a mistake in her life Elizabeth, showed Douglas some papers. The boy she loved was 25 years old and had a prison record. Defiantly, Douglas declared that she loved him no matter what flaws he had. They broke up when he was arrested for grand theft. Then there was the minister she'd fallen for when she was 19. A minister had seemed a safe person for her to love. She ended their relationship when his picture appeared on the front page of the newspapers. He was already married to 3 other women. And then there was... Douglas was crying so hard that she couldn't remember all the others. But she knew that the list was endless. Robert had seemed so different, so ordinary, so respectable. But she hadn't been able to hold on to him. "What is wrong with me?" she cried. Through her tears, she looked at the marble face of the man on the tomb. In the Middle Ages, they had arranged marriages. When she was 22 and had just found out that her latest love, a stockbroker, had been arrested for insider trading, she'd crawled onto her father's lap and asked him if he'd choose a man for her. Adam Montgomery had laughed. "Your problem, sweetheart, is that you fall in love with men who need you too much. You ought to find a man who doesn't need you, but just wants you." Douglas had sniffed. "That's exactly what I want. A knight in shining armor to swoop down off his white horse and want me so much that he carries me back to his castle where we live happily ever after." "Something like that," her father had said, smiling. "Armor's okay, but Douglas, sweetheart, if he gets mysterious phone calls in the night, then jumps on his Harley and doesn't return for days at a time, get out, okay?" Douglas cried harder as she remembered the many times she'd had to go to her family for help. And now she was going to have to ask for their help again. Once again she was going to have to admit that she'd made a fool of herself over a man. But this time was worse, because this man had been someone who had her family's approval. But somehow Douglas had lost him. "Help me," she whispered, her hand on the marble hand of the sculpture. "Help me find my knight in shining armor. Help me find a man who wants me." Sitting back on her heels, with her hands covering her face, Douglas began to cry harder. After a long while, she slowly came to realize that someone was near her. When she turned her head, a stream of sunlight coming from a high window hit metal and so blinded her that she sat back on the stone floor with a thud. She put her hand up to shield her eyes. Standing before her was a man who appeared to be wearing armor. He was standing so still and glaring down at Douglas so fiercely that at first she thought he wasn't real. She couldn't help staring up at him in open-mouthed astonishment. He was an extraordinarily good-looking man, and he was wearing the most authentic-looking stage costume she'd ever seen. There was a small ruff about his neck, then armor to his waist. But what armor! The shiny metal looked almost as though it was silver. Down the front of the armor were many rows of etched flower designs, each design filled with a gold-colored metal. From his waist to mid-thigh he wore a type of shorts that ballooned out about his body. Below the shorts, his legs, his big, muscular legs, were clad in stockings that looked to be knitted of— There was only one fibre on earth that reflected light in just that way— silk. Tied above his left knee was a garter made of blue silk and beautifully embroidered. His feet sported odd, soft shoes that had little cutouts across the toes. "Well, witch," the man said in a deep baritone, "you have conjured me. So what now do you ask of me?" "Witch?" Douglas asked, sniffing and wiping away tears. From inside his ballooned shorts, the man pulled out a white linen handkerchief and handed it to her. Douglas blew her nose noisily. "Have my enemies hired you?" the man asked. "Do they plot against me more? Is not my head enough for them? Stand, madam, and explain yourself." Gorgeous, but off his rocker, Douglas thought.
"Listen, I don't know what you're talking about."
Slowly she stood up.
"Now, if you'll excuse me."
She didn't say any more because he drew a thin-bladed sword that had to be a yard long, then held the sharp point against her throat. "Reverse your spell, witch! I would return!" It was all too much for Douglas. First Robert and his lying daughter, and now this mad Hamlet. She burst into tears again and slumped against the cold stone wall. "Damnation!" the man muttered. And the next thing Douglas knew, he had picked her up and was carrying her to a church pew. He put her down to sit on the hard pew, then stood over her, still glaring. Douglas couldn't seem to stop crying.
"This has been the worst day of my life,"
she wailed. The man was scowling down at her like an actor out of an old Betty Davis movie.
"I'm sorry,"
she managed to say.
"I don't usually cry so much, but to be abandoned by the man I love and attacked, at sword point, no less, all in the same day, sets me off."
As she wiped her eyes, she glanced down at the handkerchief. It was a large linen square, and around the border was an 1.5-inch band of intricate silk embroidery of what looked to be flowers and dragons.
"How pretty,"
she choked out. "There is no time for trivialities. My soul is at stake, as is yours. I tell you again, reverse your spell." Douglas was recovering herself.
"I don't know what you're talking about. I was having a good cry all alone, and you, wearing that absurd outfit, came in here and started yelling at me. I've a good mind to call the police, or the bobbies, or whatever they have in rural England. Is it legal for you to carry a sword like that?"
"Legal?" the man asked. He was looking at her arm. "Is that a clock on your arm? And what manner of dress is it that you wear?"
"Of course it's a clock, and these are my travelling to England clothes. Conservative, No jeans or t-shirts. Nice blouse, nice skirt. You know, Miss Marple-type clothes."
He was frowning at her, but there seemed to be less anger about him. "You talk uncommonly strangely. What manner of witch are you?" Throwing up her hands in despair, Douglas stood up and faced him. He was quite a bit taller than she was, so she had to look up. His black curling hair just reached the stiff little ruff he wore, and he had a black moustache above a trim, pointed, short beard.
"I am not a witch, and I am not part of your Elizabethan drama," she said firmly. "And now I'm going to leave this church, and I can promise you that if you try anything fancy with that sword of yours, I'll scream the windows out. Here's your handkerchief. I'm sorry it's so wet, but I thank you for lending it to me. Goodbye, and I hope your play gets great reviews."
Turning sharply, she walked out of the church.
"At least nothing more horrible than what I've already been through can happen to me today,"
Douglas murmured as she left the churchyard. There was a telephone booth beyond the gate, within sight of the church door, and Douglas used it to make a collect call to her parents' home in the US. It was early in the morning in Maine, and a sleepy Elizabeth answered the phone.
"Anybody but her,"
Douglas thought, rolling her eyes skyward. She'd rather talk to anyone on earth than her perfect older sister.
"Douglas, is that you?"
Elizabeth asked, waking up.
"Are you all right? You're not in trouble again, are you?"
Douglas grit her teeth.
"Of course I'm not in trouble. Is Dad there? Or Mom? Or a stranger off the street?" she thought. "Anybody but Elizabeth."
Elizabeth yawned.
"No, they went up to the mountains. I'm here house-sitting, working on a paper." "Think it'll win a Nobel Prize?"
Douglas asked, trying to make a joke and sound carefree. Elizabeth wasn't fooled.
"All right, Douglas, what's wrong? Has that surgeon of yours stranded you somewhere?"
Douglas gave a little laugh.
"Elizabeth, you do say the funniest things. Robert and Gloria and I are having a wonderful time. There are so many fantastic things to see and do here. Why, just this morning we saw a medieval play. The actors were so good, and you wouldn't believe how good the costumes are."
Elizabeth paused.
"Douglas, you're lying. I can hear it over the phone. What's wrong? Do you need money?"
Try as she might, Douglas could not make her lips form the word yes. Her family loved to tell what they called Douglas stories. They loved the one about the time Douglas got locked out of her hotel room when she was wearing only a towel. Then there was the time Douglas went to the bank to deposit a check and walked into a bank robbery. What they especially loved about this story was that when the police arrived, they discovered that the robbers were carrying toy guns. Now she could imagine Elizabeth's laughter when she told all the Montgomery cousins how funny little Douglas had gone to England and been left at a church with no money, no passport, nothing.
"And, oh, yes,"
Elizabeth would say over the howls of laughter,
"she was attacked by a crazed Shakespearean actor." "No, I don't need money,"
Douglas said at last.
"I just wanted to say hello. I hope you get your paper done. See ya."
She heard Elizabeth say,
"Douglas,"
as she dropped the receiver into the cradle. For a moment, Douglas leaned back against the booth and closed her eyes. She could feel the tears starting again. She had the Montgomery pride, but she'd never done anything to be proud of. She had 3 older sisters who were paragons of success. Elizabeth was a research chemist, Catherine was a professor of physics, and Anne was a criminal attorney. Douglas, with her lowly elementary school teaching job, and her disastrous history with men, was the family jester. She was an endless source of material for laughter among the relatives. As she was leaning against the telephone booth, her eyes blurred with tears, she saw the man in the armour leave the church and walk down the path. He glanced quickly at the ancient gravestones, but didn't seem to have much interest in them as he headed past the gate. Coming down the lane was one of the little English buses, as usual, doing about 50 miles an hour on the narrow street. Suddenly, Douglas stood up straight. The bus was coming. The man was walking very fast, and somehow she instinctively knew he was going to walk in front of the bus. Without another thought, Douglas started to run. Just as she took flight, the vicar walked from behind the church in time to see the man and the fast-moving vehicle. He too started running. Douglas reached the man first. She made her best flying tackle, the one she'd learned from playing football with her Colorado cousins, and landed on top of him. The two of them skidded across the gravelled path on his armour as though it were a little rowboat as the bus flew past them. If Douglas had been only 1 second later, the man would have been hit by the bus. "Are you all right?" the vicar asked, offering his hand to help Douglas up.
I think so,"
she said as she stood up and dusted herself off.
"You okay?"
she asked the man on the ground. "What manner of chariot was that?" he asked, sitting up but not attempting to stand. He looked dazed. "I did not hear it coming." His voice lowered. "And there were no horses." Douglas exchanged looks with the vicar.
"I'll get him a glass of water,"
the vicar said, giving a little smile to Douglas as though to say, "You saved him, so he's yours." "Wait," the man said. "What year is this?"
1988.
the vicar answered, and when the man lay back on the ground as if exhausted, the vicar looked at Douglas.
"I'll get the water,"
he said, then went hurrying off, leaving them alone. Douglas offered her hand to the man on the ground, but he refused it and stood up on his own.
"I think you ought to sit down,"
she said kindly, as she motioned to an iron bench inside the low stone wall. He wouldn't go first, but followed her through the open gate, then wouldn't sit until she had. But Douglas pushed him to sit down. He looked too pale and too bewildered to pay attention to courtesy.
"You're dangerous, you know that. Listen, you sit right here, and I'm going to call a doctor. You are not well."
She turned away, but his words halted her.
"I think perhaps I am dead,"
he said softly. She looked back at him in speculation. If he was suicidal, then she couldn't leave him alone.
"Why don't you come with me?"
she said quietly.
"We'll go together to find you some help."
He didn't move from the bench. What manner of conveyance was it that nearly struck me down? Douglas moved to sit beside him. If he was suicidal, maybe what he needed most was someone to talk to.
"Where are you from? You sound English, but you have an accent I've never heard before."
"I am English. What was the chariot?"
"All right,"
she said with a sigh. She could play along with him.
"That was what the English call a coach. In America, it's called a minibus. It was going entirely too fast, but it's my opinion that the only thing of the 20th century the English have really accepted is the speed of the motor vehicle." She grimaced. "So, what else don't you know about? Airplanes? Trains?" It was one thing to offer help, but she had important things of her own to take care of. "Look, I really need to go. Let's go to the rectory and have the vicar call a doctor." She paused. "Or maybe we should call your mother." Surely the people of this village knew of this crazy man who ran about in armour and pretended he'd never seen a wristwatch or a bus. "My mother?" the man said, his lips forming a little smile. "I would imagine my mother is dead now." Maybe grief had made him lose his memory. Douglas softened. "I'm sorry. Did she die recently?" He looked up at the sky for a moment before answering. "About 400 years ago."
At that, Douglas started to rise. "I'm calling someone." But he caught her hand and wouldn't let her leave. "I was sitting in a room writing my mother a letter when I heard a woman weeping. The room darkened, my head swam, then I was standing over a woman. You." He looked up at her with pleading eyes. Douglas thought that leaving this man alone would be so much easier if he weren't so utterly divine-looking. "Maybe you blacked out and don't remember dressing up and going to the church. Why don't you tell me where you live so I can walk you home?" "When I was in the room, it was the year of our Lord, 1564. Delusional, Douglas thought. Beautiful but crazy. My luck. "Come with me," she said softly, as though speaking to a child about to step over a cliff. "We'll find someone to help you." The man came off the bench quickly, his blue eyes blazing. The size of him, the anger of him, not to mention that he was steel-covered and carried a sword that looked to be razor-sharp, made Douglas step back. "I am not yet ready for Bedlam, mistress. I know not why I am here or how I came to be here, but I know who I am and from whence I came." Suddenly, laughter began to rumble deep inside Douglas. "And you came from the 16th century, Queen Elizabeth's time, right? The first Elizabeth, of course. Oh, boy, this is going to be the best Douglas story ever. I'm jilted in the morning, and an hour later a ghost holds a sword to my throat." She stood up. "Thanks a lot, mister. You've cheered me up immensely. I am now going to call my sister and ask her to wire me £10. No more, no less. Then I'm catching a train to the hotel where Robert and I are staying. I'll get my plane ticket, then I'm going home. I'm sure that after today the rest of my life is going to be uneventful." She turned away from him, but he blocked her path. From inside his balloon shorts he withdrew a leather pouch, looked in it, took out a few coins, and pressed them into Douglas's hand, closing her fingers over them. "Take the £10, woman, and be gone. It is worth that and more to be rid of your spiteful tongue. I will beseech God to reverse your wickedness." She was tempted to throw the money at him, but her alternative was to call her sister again. "That's me, Wicked Witch Douglas. I don't know why I want a train when I have a perfectly good broomstick. I'll send your money back in care of the vicar. So long, and I hope we never meet again." She turned and left the churchyard, just as the vicar returned with the man's water. Let someone else deal with his fantasies, she thought. The man probably had a whole trunk full of costumes. Today he's an Elizabethan knight, tomorrow he's Abraham Lincoln, or Horatio Nelson, since he's English. It was easy to find the train station in the little village, and she went to the window to purchase her ticket. "That'll be £3.6, the man behind the window said. Douglas had never been able to figure out the English money. There seemed to be so many coins that had the same value. So she shoved the coins the man had given her under the cage window. "Is this enough?" The man looked at the 3 coins one by one, slowly turning them over, examining them carefully. After a moment, he looked back at Douglas, then excused himself. "I'll probably be arrested for passing counterfeit money," Douglas thought as she waited for the man to return. Being arrested would be a fitting end to a perfect day. After a few minutes, a man with an official-looking hat came to the window. "We can't take these, miss. I think you ought to take them to Oliver Samuelson. He's just around the corner to your right." "Will he give me train fare for the coins?" "I expect he will that," the man said, seeming to be amused at some private joke. "Thank you," Douglas murmured as she took the coins. Maybe she should call her sister and forget about the coins. She looked at them, but they looked as foreign as all foreign coins did. With a sigh, she turned right and came to a shop. Oliver Samuelson, coin dealer, the painted window said. Inside the shop, a bald-headed little man was sitting behind a desk, a jeweller's loop about his shiny forehead.
"Yes?"
he asked when Douglas entered.
"The man in the train station sent me to you. He said you might give me train fare for these."
The man took the coins and looked at them under the jeweller's loop. After a moment, he began to softly chuckle.
"Train fare, indeed."
He looked up.
"All right, miss," he said. "I will give you £500 each for these, and this one is worth about, say, £5,000, but I don't have that much money here. I'll have to call some people in London. Can you wait a few days for the money?"
Douglas couldn't speak for a moment.
£5,000? "All right, 6,000, but not a shilling more." I... Do you want to sell them or not? They're not ill-gotten, are they?" "No, at least I don't think so,"
Douglas whispered.
"But I have to talk to someone before I sell them. You're sure they're genuine?" "As a rule, medieval coins aren't so valuable, but these are rare and in mint condition. You don't by chance have more, do you?" "Actually, I believe there are a few more."
Maybe a whole bag full of them, she thought. The man smiled at her as though she were the light of his life.
"If you have a 15-shilling piece with a queen in a ship on it, let me see it. I can't afford it, but I'm sure I can find a buyer."
Douglas started backing toward the door.
"Or a double," he said. "I'd like to have an Edward VI double."
Nodding at him, Douglas left his shop. In a daze, she walked back to the church. The man wasn't in the churchyard, so she hoped he hadn't left. She went into the church, and there he was, on his knees before the white tomb of the Earl, his hands clasped, his head bowed in prayer. The vicar stepped from the shadows to stand beside her.
"He's been there since you left. I tried, but I couldn't get him to stand up. Something is deeply troubling that poor man."
He turned to her.
"He's your friend?" "No, actually I just met him this morning. I thought he was from here."
The vicar smiled.
"My parishioners seldom wear armour."
He looked at his watch.
"I must go, but you'll stay with him?" "For some reason, I hate to see him left alone."
Douglas said that she would stay by him. Then the vicar left the church, and she was alone with the praying man. Quietly, she walked to stand behind him.
"Who are you?"
she whispered. He didn't open his eyes, unclasp his hands, or even lift his head. "I am Nicholas Stafford, Earl of Thornwick." It took Douglas a moment to remember where she'd heard that name before. Then she looked at the marble tomb. Carved deeply in Gothic letters was the name Nicholas Stafford, Earl of Thornwick, and the full-length sculpture of the man on top of the tomb was wearing exactly what this man was wearing, and the face carved in the marble was this man's face. The idea that this man really was from the past, really was a living, breathing ghost, was more than Douglas could comprehend. She took a deep breath.
"You don't have any identification, do you?"
she asked, trying to lighten the moment. Lifting his head, the man opened his eyes and glared at her. "Do you doubt my word?" he asked angrily. "You, the witch who has done this to me, can doubt me? If I did not fear being accused of sorcery myself, I would denounce you and stay to watch you burn." Standing there, silent, her thoughts in turmoil, Douglas watched as the man turned away and began to pray again. 2. When at last Nicholas Stafford stood up, he stared at the young woman before him. Her manner, her dress, and her speech were so strange to him that he could hardly keep his thoughts together. She looked to be the witch he knew her to be. She was as beautiful as any woman he'd ever seen, her uncased hair flowing to her shoulders, her eyes as green as emeralds, and her skin was white, flawless. But she was wearing an indecently short skirt, as though she were daring the contempt of man and God alike. In spite of the fact that he felt dizzy and weak, he did not allow himself to waver from his firm stance. He returned her straightforward glare with one of his own. He still could not believe what had happened to him. At the lowest point in his life, when there seemed to be no hope in his life, his mother had written him that at last she had discovered something that would give them the hope they had nearly abandoned. He had been writing her, questioning her, and revealing some information when he'd heard a woman weeping. The sound of tears in a place of confinement was not so unusual, but something about this woman's weeping had made him put down his pen. When the woman's sobs had grown until they'd filled the little room, echoing off the stone walls and ceiling, Nicholas had put his hands over his ears to shut out the sound, but he had still heard her. Her weeping had grown louder, until he could no longer hear his own thoughts. Overwhelmed, he'd put his head down on the table and given himself over to the pull of the woman. Then it had been as though he were dreaming. He knew he was still sitting, his head still on the table, but at the same time he was trying to stand up. When he was at last on his feet, the floor seemed to fall away from under him. He felt light, as though he were floating. Then he held out his hand and saw, to his horror, that his hand seemed to have lost substance. He could see through his hand. Staggering toward the door, he tried to call out, but no sound came from his mouth. As he watched, the door seemed to fall away, and with it went the room. For a moment, Nicholas appeared to be standing on nothing. There was a void around him, his body naught but a shadow through which he could see the darkness of nothing. He had no idea how long he drifted in the nothingness, feeling neither hot nor cold, hearing nothing but the woman's deep weeping. One moment he was nowhere, was but a shadow, and the next moment he was standing in the sunlight in a church. He had on different clothes. Now he was wearing demi-armor, the armor he wore only for the most auspicious occasions, and he had on his emerald satin slops. Before him, weeping next to a tomb, was a girl or woman, he could not tell which, for her hair was hanging slovenly over her face. She was weeping so hard, so intent on her own misery, that she did not see him. Nicholas's eyes moved from her to look up at the tomb she was clutching, and it was the sight of the tomb that made him step backward. On top of it was a white marble sculpture of himself. Carved beneath was his name and today's date. "They have buried me before I am dead," he wondered in horror. Feeling sick from his experience and at seeing his own tomb, he looked about the church. There were burial plaques set in the walls. The dates read 1734, 1812, 1902. No, he thought, it could not be. But as he looked at the church, he could see that everything was different. The church was so very plain. The beams were bare wood, the stone corbels were unpainted. The altar cloth looked as though it had been embroidered by a clumsy child. He looked back down at the sobbing woman. A witch, he thought. She was the witch who had called him forth to another time and place. When she had at last stopped her sobbing long enough to become aware of his presence, he had immediately demanded that she return him. He had to return, he thought, for his honor and the future of his family depended upon his returning. But at his words, she had once again collapsed into helpless sobbing. It did not take him long to discover that she was as vile-tempered and sharp-tongued as she was evil. She had even been bold enough to say she had no knowledge of how he came to be in this place, and that she knew nothing of why he was there. At last she had left the church, and Nicholas had been relieved when she'd gone. He was feeling more steady, and he was beginning to believe that he had dreamed that flight through the void. Perhaps all that he was experiencing was merely a dream of remarkable reality. By the time he left the church, he was feeling much stronger, and he was glad to see that the churchyard looked the same as all churchyards. But he did not pause to examine the gravestone's dates. One of those in the church had been 1982, a date he could not fathom. He left through the church gate and walked into the silent road. Where were the people, he wondered, and the horses? Where were the carts carrying goods? What happened next had happened too quickly for him to remember clearly. There was a sound to his left, a loud, fast sound such as he'd never heard before. Then, to his right, came the witch, running faster than a woman should. Nicholas was unprepared when the woman leaped on him. He was weaker than he realized, because the frail weight of the woman knocked him to the ground. Seconds after they fell to the earth together, close by them roared an obscenely fast, horseless chariot. Afterward, Nicholas had asked the woman and the vicar, who was properly dressed in an unadorned long robe as befitted his station, questions, but they had seemed to believe that Nicholas was without sanity. He allowed the witch to lead him back inside the churchyard. Was this his fate? He wondered. Was he destined to die alone in a strange place, in a strange time? He had tried to explain to the witch that she must return him to his own time. He told her of his need, but she persisted in pretending that she knew nothing of how or why he was in this place. He'd had difficulty understanding her speech, and that, combined with the ordinariness of her dress, no jewels, no gold, no silver, told him she was of peasant stock. Because of the strangeness of her speech, it had taken him a while to understand that she was begging money from him. She was demanding of him the outrageous sum of £10, but he did not dare refuse her demand for fear of what other spells she might perform. The instant she had the money, she left, and Nicholas went back inside the church. Slowly he walked to the tomb, his tomb, and ran his fingers over the carving of the death date. Had he died when he travelled through the void? When the witch had conjured him forth to this time, the churchman had said it was now 1988, 424 years later. Did that mean she had killed him in 1564? How could he make her understand that he had to return? If he had died on 6 September 1564, that meant he had proven nothing. It would mean he had left too much undone. What horror had befallen the people he'd left behind? Nicholas had dropped to his knees on the cold stone floor and begun to pray. Perhaps if his prayers were as strong as the witch's magic, he could overrule her power and return himself. But as he prayed, his mind raced. Phrases ran through his head. The woman is the key. You need to know. These words were what he heard over and over. After a while, he stopped reciting prayers and opened his mind to his thoughts. Witch or no, the woman had brought him forward. Therefore, only she had the power to return him to his own time. Yet, for all that she had brought him forward, she did not seem to have a use for him. Perhaps, Nicholas thought, she had not meant to call him forth. Perhaps she had great power, but knew not how to use it. But again, perhaps he had been pulled across time for some reason neither of them knew. So why had he come forward, he wondered. Was he to learn something? Was this witch to teach him something? Could it be possible that she was as innocent as she claimed to be? Had she been weeping over some base lover's quarrel, and, for some reason neither of them knew, she had conjured him forward to this dangerous time when chariots drove at unimagined speeds? If he learned what he needed to know here, would he then return to his proper time? The witch was the key. The phrase kept running through his mind. Whether she had brought him forth through malicious intent or by unhappy accident, he was sure that she held the power to return him. And if that were true, then, through her, he was to learn what he must in this time. He must bind her to him, he thought, no matter what the cost to his peace, no matter if he had to lie, slander, blaspheme. He knew that he must bind the woman to him. He had to see to it that she did not leave him until he discovered what he needed to know from her. He remained on his knees, praying for God's guidance, asking advice, and pleading with God to stay with him as he did what he must do and learned what he needed to know. When the woman returned to the church, Nicholas was still praying, and while she was complaining about the money Nicholas had given her, he offered God his thanks for the woman's return. 3.
"Who are you?"
Douglas asked the man wearing the ridiculous costume.
"And where did you get these coins?"
She watched him get off his knees, and from the ease with which he moved in the heavy armor, she knew he must have been rehearsing with it for a long time.
"Are the coins stolen?"
When she saw his eyes ignite, she stepped back. She didn't want him to press a sword against her throat again, but she saw him calm himself. "Nay, madam, the coins are my own."
"I can't accept them,"
Douglas said firmly, holding out the coins.
"They're quite valuable."
"They are not enough for your needs?" he asked, softly, even giving a slight smile. Douglas gave him a suspicious look. A few minutes ago he was attacking her with a sword, but now he was smiling at her as though he meant to seduce her. The sooner she got away from this crazy man, the better off she would be, she thought. When the man made no effort to take the coins, she put them on the edge of the tomb.
"Thanks for offering them to me, but no thanks. I'll make do some other way."
She turned to leave the church. "Pause, madam," he said loudly. Douglas clenched her fists at her sides. This man's pseudo-Elizabethan grammar was getting on her nerves. She turned to face him.
"Look, I know you have problems. I mean, maybe you cracked your head and can't remember who you are. But that's not my problem. I have problems of my own. I don't have a penny to my name. I'm hungry. I don't know anyone in this country. And I don't even know how I'm going to get a bed tonight, even if I could afford one."
"Nor do I," the man said softly, looking at her with sad, hopeful eyes. Douglas sighed. Needy men, she thought, the bane of my life. But this time, she told herself, she wasn't going to fall for it. This time, she wasn't going to help an insane man who, when angry, pulled a sword on her.
"Go outside the church, take a right, be sure and watch out for cars, walk 2 blocks, then take a left. 3 blocks past the train station is a coin dealer. He'll give you lots of modern money for your old coins. Then take the money, buy yourself some proper clothes, and check into a good hotel. Miss Marple says there are few problems in life that can't be solved by a week in a good hotel. If you take a long, hot bath, I'll bet your memory will return in no time."
Nicholas could only stare at her. Did this woman speak English? What was a block? Who was Miss Marple? At his blank look, Douglas sighed again. She could no more leave him alone than she could leave an injured puppy in the middle of the highway.
"All right," she said at last. "Come with me to the telephone and I'll point you on your way. But that's it. That's all I'm doing. You're on your own after that."
Quietly, Nicholas followed her out of the church, but he stopped in his tracks when they stepped outside the gate. What he was seeing was too horrifying to believe. After only a few steps, Douglas realized the man wasn't behind her. Turning, she saw him gaping at a young girl on the opposite side of the road. She was dressed in the current English idea of chic, all in black. She wore tall black high heels, black hose, a tiny black leather skirt, and a huge black sweater that reached to the top of her thighs. Her short hair was sprayed purple and red and stuck up like a porcupine's quills. Douglas smiled. The punk rocker-influenced fashions were a shock to anyone, much less to a crazy man under the illusion that he was from the 16th century.
"Come on,"
she said good-naturedly.
"She's ordinary. You should see the people attending a rock concert."
They walked to the phone booth, and Douglas again gave him directions, but, to her annoyance, he didn't leave, but stood outside the booth.
"Please go away,"
she said, but he didn't move. I'll ignore him, she thought as she picked up the telephone, but she put it down quickly and turned to him.
"I think we need to get some things straight between us. If this is an English pickup, I'm not interested. I already have a guy, or did have one."
Douglas took a breath.
"I do have a man in my life. In fact, I'm going to call him right now, and I'm sure he'll come and get me."
The man didn't reply to her little speech, but just stood there looking at her. With a sigh, Douglas called the operator to place a collect call to Robert at their hotel. After a moment's hesitation, the hotel clerk informed her that Robert and his daughter had checked out an hour ago. Douglas hung up, then slumped against the telephone cubicle. "Now what do I do?" she thought. "What is this?" the man asked, looking at the telephone with great interest. "You talked to this?"
"Give me a break, will you?"
she half yelled, taking her anger out on him. Turning back, she jerked the phone up, called the operator, and got information for the number of the hotel that was next on the itinerary she'd made for Robert and her. The clerk at the second hotel informed her that Robert Whitley had cancelled his reservation only moments before. Douglas leaned against the phone cubicle, and, in spite of herself, tears came to her eyes.
"So where's my knight in shining armor?"
she whispered. As she said the words, she looked at the man standing before her. A fading ray of sunlight struck his armor, a shadow fell across his blue-black hair, and a jewel in his sword hilt twinkled. This man had appeared the last time she'd cried and begged for a knight in shining armor. "You have had bad news?" he asked. She straightened.
"It looks as though I've been abandoned,"
she said softly, looking at him. No, it couldn't be, and she wasn't going to even consider it. It was a 1-in-a-million chance that this actor, who was so involved in his role that he believed it, should appear exactly at the moment she'd asked for a knight in shining armor. The truth was that Douglas was a magnet for strange men. Men who had problems seemed to have radar for finding her.
"I, too, seem to have lost all,"
he said so softly she hardly heard him. Oh no, she thought. She was not going to fall for that line.
"Someone around here must know who you are. Maybe if you ask at the post office, someone can tell you how to get home."
"Post office?" He looked so genuinely lost that she could feel herself softening toward him. No, Douglas, no, she told herself. But the next moment she heard herself say,
"Come on, I'll take you to the coin dealer so you can exchange your coins."
They walked together, and his erect, perfect carriage made Douglas straighten her shoulders. None of the English people they passed stared at them, as far as Douglas could tell. The English stared only at people wearing sunglasses. But then she and Nicholas passed a couple of American tourists with their 2 adolescent children. The man had 2 cameras about his neck. "Look at that, Mert," the man said, the adults rudely gaping at Nicholas in his armour, and the children laughing and pointing. "Ill-mannered louts," Nicholas said under his breath. "Someone should teach them how to behave in the presence of their betters." Things happened very quickly after that. A bus stopped just a few feet from them, and out stepped 50 Japanese tourists, their cameras clicking as they photographed every inch of the quaint little English village. When they saw Nicholas, they advanced on him, cameras covering their faces. At the sight of the approaching tourists, Nicholas drew his sword and stepped forward. Watching from the sidelines, the American woman tourist yelled in fear, but the Japanese kept moving closer, their cameras clicking like cicadas on a hot summer night. To prevent the coming clash, Douglas did the only thing she knew worked. She flung herself against the armour-clad man and yelled, "No!" Unfortunately, when she hit him, the edge of his sword slashed the upper sleeve of her blouse and cut her arm. Startled by the pain, Douglas tripped and nearly fell, but the knight caught her, lifted her into his arms for the second time, and carried her back to the sidewalk. Behind them, the Japanese cameras were still clicking, and the Americans applauded.
"Gee, Daddy, this is better than Warwick Castle," an American kid said. "It's not in the guidebook, George," the woman said. "I think they should put things like this in the guidebook, or otherwise a body could think it was real."
Nicholas set the woman down. Somehow, he did not know how, but he had made a fool of himself. Did this century allow a nobleman to be defamed? And what manner of weapon were the small black machines these people held before their faces? For that matter, what manner of little people were they who held the machines? He did not ask his questions, as questions seemed to annoy the witch woman. "Madam, you are injured," he said. And Douglas could tell by the way he stiffened that he was mortified that he'd injured her. Her arm was bleeding, and the wound hurt, but she decided to let him off the hook. "It's only a flesh wound," she said, parodying the TV westerns. But the man didn't smile at her joke. Instead, he continued to look embarrassed. "It's not anything," she said, looking at the bloody place on her arm. She took a tissue from her skirt pocket and pressed it over the cut. "The coin shop is down there. Let's go." When Douglas entered the little shop, the dealer smiled at her in welcome.
"I hoped to see you again.
He broke off when he saw Nicholas. Slowly, without a word, the man came forward and began to walk around Nicholas, examining his clothing. After one circuit, he dropped the jeweller's loop down over his eye and looked at the armour, murmuring, over and over, while Nicholas stood stiffly erect, looking at the man in distaste, but also looking as though he didn't want to commit another faux pas. The coin dealer examined the jewels on Nicholas's sword hilt, the jewels of the ring on the hand that rested on the sword, and the jewels on the dagger in his belt, a weapon Douglas hadn't noticed before. Flipping up his loop, the man went to his knees and examined the embroidery on the garter about Nicholas's knee, then looked at the knitting of his hose, and, last of all, at his soft slippers. Finally, the coin dealer straightened and peered at Nicholas's face, examining his beard and hair. Throughout this, Nicholas had been enduring the tradesman's scrutiny with ill-concealed distaste. At last, the coin dealer stepped back.
"Remarkable," he said. "I have never seen anything like it. I must get the jeweller from next door to see this."
"You will do no such thing," Nicholas snapped. "Do you think I wait all day here to be inspected like a hog at a fair? Will you do business, or do I go elsewhere?"
"Yes, sir," the coin dealer muttered, scurrying back behind his counter.
Nicholas dropped a sack full of coins onto the counter. "What do you trade me for these? And remember, man, I take care of those who cheat me." At Nicholas's tone of voice, Douglas found herself cowering to one side. This armoured man had a way of giving orders that could frighten one into doing his bidding. After he dropped the coins, Nicholas went to stand before the window while the dealer, with trembling hands, opened the bag. Douglas moved to the counter.
"Well," she whispered, "what did you see when you examined him?"
The dealer glanced nervously at Nicholas's back, then leaned toward Douglas to whisper,
"His armour is silver, remarkably pure, and it's etched with gold. Those emeralds on his sword are worth a fortune, as are the rubies and diamonds on his fingers."
He glanced at her.
"Whoever made his costume spent a great deal." "Oh, my," he said, holding up a coin. "Here it is." "A queen and a ship." "Just so," he said, holding the coin in a caressing way. "I can find a buyer, but it will take a few days."
His voice was like that of a lover. Douglas took the coin out of his hand and slipped it and all but one of the others back into the bag. Before these were sold, she wanted to do a little research and compare prices.
"You said you'd give me £500 for that one." "And the others?" the dealer asked, his voice almost begging. We will think about it."
Sighing, the man went to the back of the store, then returned a few moments later and counted out £500 worth of the large, pretty English money.
"I'll be here if you should change your mind,"
the dealer called as Nicholas and Douglas left the shop. On the street, Douglas handed Nicholas the bag of coins plus the modern bills.
"I sold one coin for £500, but the rest of them were worth a fortune. In fact, it seems that everything you're wearing is worth a king's ransom."
"I am an earl, not a king," Nicholas said, puzzled as he looked at the paper money with interest. She peered closely at his armour.
"Is that really silver? And is the yellow metal actually gold?"
"I am not a pauper, madam."
"It wouldn't seem so."
She stepped back from him.
"I guess I better go now."
Suddenly, she realized that she had wasted most of the day with this man, yet she still had no money, nor any place to go, and there was no one in England she could call to get the immediate help she needed. Robert and his daughter had checked out of one hotel and had cancelled the next one. Douglas grimaced. No doubt dear little Gloria had balked at staying at another historic hotel and spending the day looking at castles and other educational sites. "You will help me choose," the man said at the end of what she realized had been a rather long speech.
"I'm sorry, I didn't hear you."
The man seemed to be trying to say something that was very difficult for him. He swallowed as though his own words were poison. "You will help me choose clothes and find lodging for the night? I will pay you for your services." It took Douglas a moment to understand what he meant.
"Are you offering me a job?"
"Employment, yes."
"I don't need a job. I just need—"
Trailing off, she turned away and blinked back tears. Her tear ducts seemed to be attached to Niagara Falls. "Money?" he offered. She sniffed.
"No. Yes. I guess I do need money, but I also need to find Robert and explain."
"He thinks I hit his daughter," she thought. "No wonder he's furious. But how does someone say your daughter is a liar in a nice way?" "I will pay you money if you will help me," the man said. Douglas turned to look at him. There was something in his eyes, something lost and lonely that made her sway a little toward him. "No," she told herself.
You cannot hook up with a man who you are dead certain is crazy. There's absolutely no doubt with this one. He's undoubtedly rich, but he is insane. He's probably a rich eccentric who had his costume made by some medieval historian, and he now wears it as he goes from village to village hitting on lone females. But then there were his eyes. What if he had lost his memory? And besides, what were her alternatives? She could almost hear her sister Elizabeth's derisive laughter if Douglas called and asked for money. Elizabeth would certainly never consider taking a job from a man wearing armor. No doubt Elizabeth would know exactly what to do, and how to do it in this situation, because Elizabeth was perfect, as were her other two sisters, Catherine and Anne. In fact, all the Montgomerys seemed to be perfect, except for Douglas. She'd often wondered if she'd been put in the wrong crib in the hospital. "All right," Douglas said abruptly. "I might as well lose the rest of the day. I'll help you get some clothes and find a place to stay, but that's it. And I'll do it for, say, $50. That should be enough to get her a bed and breakfast for the night, she thought, and tomorrow she'd screw up her courage and call Elizabeth again. Swallowing his rising anger, Nicholas gave the woman a curt nod. He understood her meaning, if not her words, but at least he had made her agree to stay with him for a few more hours. Later, he would have to find something else to keep her by his side until he discovered how to get back to his own time, and when he found what he needed to know, he would rejoice to leave this woman. "Clothes," she was saying. "We'll get you clothes, then it'll be tea time." "Tea? What is tea?" Douglas stopped walking. An Englishman who pretended he didn't know about tea. This man was more than she could bear. She'd help him until she got him checked into a hotel, then she'd be glad to get rid of him. 4. They walked together down the wide sidewalk in silence, the man looking in shop windows at the people and at the cars on the street. His handsome face wore such an expression of astonishment that Douglas could almost believe he had never seen the modern world before. He asked her no questions, but often halted for a moment to stare at a car or at a group of young girls in short skirts. It was only a block to a small clothing store for men. "Here's where we can buy you something less conspicuous to wear," she said. "Yes, I would see a tailor," he said, looking up over the door and frowning as though something were missing. "It's not a tailor, just ready-made clothes." When they were inside the little shop, Nicholas stood still, gaping at the shirts and trousers hanging from the racks. "These clothes have been made," he said, his eyes wide. Douglas started to reply, but instead turned to the clerk who'd come forward to greet them. The man was small, thin, and had to be at least 90 years old. "We need clothing for him from the skin out, and he'll have to be measured for size." Even if the man did remember his sizes, he'd no doubt pretend he didn't, she thought. "Certainly," the clerk said, then looked at Nicholas. "If you'll step over here, sir, we can begin measuring." When she saw that the man was leading the way to a semi-private area at the back of the store, Douglas stood where she was, but Nicholas insisted that she go with him into the curtained-off area. Douglas sat on a chair off to one side, picked up a magazine, and pretended to read while the clerk began to undress Nicholas. The way he raised his arms for the clerk to unlatch his armor made it look as though he was used to other people undressing him. Carefully, almost reverently, the little man set Nicholas's armor on a cushioned bench. Douglas saw the man run a caressing hand down one side of the armor before turning back. Under the armor,
Nicholas wore a big armed linen shirt that was plastered to his body with sweat. And what a body he had, Douglas thought as she almost dropped her magazine. She'd seen armor in museums and had laughed at the way the metal had been molded into the shape of a muscular torso. She'd always thought that it had been done to hide a man's paunch, but this man, this Nicholas Stafford, was indeed as broad-shouldered and as muscled as the shape of the armor. Douglas tried her best to keep her attention on the magazine she was holding, some treatise on the joys of salmon fishing, but she kept glancing up at the bare-chested Nicholas. The clerk brought one shirt after another for him to try on, but the Earl liked none of them. After about the 15th shirt, the clerk looked with pleading eyes to Douglas. She put down the magazine and walked to stand before him, her eyes determinedly on his face. "What's wrong?" she asked Nicholas. He moved to one side, away from the clerk, who busied himself with folding clothes. "There is no beauty in this raiment," he said, frowning. "There is no colour, no jewels, no needlework. Perhaps a woman could ply her needle to one of these and—" Douglas smiled. "Women don't sew today, at least not like this," she said as she touched the cuff of his linen shirt that had been thrown across a clothing rack. The cuff was embroidered in black silk in a design of birds and flowers, with a lovely hand-done trim of black cutwork on the edge. Douglas caught herself. Of course some women, somewhere, still sewed like that because someone in this century had sewn that shirt, hadn't she? Douglas picked up a beautiful cotton shirt from the discarded heap. The English weren't like Americans in always wanting something new every 5 minutes, so the clothing in English stores tended to be of the best quality, made to last for years. If one could afford the outrageous prices, the quality was worth the cost. "Here, try this one on again," she said, finding herself coaxing him. She wondered if there was a woman alive who hadn't experienced shopping with a man and trying to persuade him to like something. "Look at this fabric. Feel how soft it is." As Douglas held the shirt for him, his reluctance evident, Nicholas slipped his arms into the sleeves, while she did her best to keep her eyes off the way his muscles played under his skin. The shirt was beautiful. "Now," she said, "step over to the mirror and have a look." She'd seen the 3 full-length mirrors when they'd entered the curtained area, so it had not occurred to her that Nicholas hadn't noticed them. She wasn't prepared for his reaction to the 3 mirrors. At first, he just stared at them. Then, cautiously, he reached out to touch one. "They are glass," he whispered. "Of course. What else are mirrors made of?" From inside his balloon shorts, he withdrew a little round wooden object and handed it to her. On the other side of the wood was a metal mirror, and when Douglas looked into it, her image was distorted. Glancing up at the man, she saw the way he was studying his reflection. Was it truly the first time he'd ever seen a clear, full-length view of himself? Had he only seen his own reflection in distorted metal mirrors, such as the one she was holding? Of course not, she told herself. He just didn't remember the last time he'd seen a mirror. Or maybe he did remember, and was pretending he didn't. Looking up, she caught sight of her own reflection in the mirror. What a mess she was. As a result of all her crying, her eye makeup was under her eyes instead of above them. Her blouse was hanging out of her belt, and there was a long cut on the sleeve dotted with blood. Her navy blue tights were bagging at the ankle, and her hair, tangled and droopy, was too awful to contemplate. Turning away from the unpleasant vision, she mumbled, "Trousers." This time, Douglas left the curtained area as the clerk measured Nicholas. When the door to the shop opened and more customers entered, the clerk ushered Nicholas to a dressing room, then handed him several pairs of trousers through the door. All was quiet for a moment until Douglas saw the dressing-room door open a crack and the man peep out, looking at Douglas for help. She went to him. "I cannot manage," he said softly, then opened the door wider so she could enter. "What manner of fastening is this?" Douglas tried not to think of this situation. She was squashed into a dressing-room with a strange man who couldn't figure out how to work the zipper on the front of his trousers. "Here, like—" She started to show him on the trousers he had on, but she thought better of that. Taking a pair hanging from a hook, she showed him the zipper, then the snaps. Then she took a step back to watch while, childlike, he zipped and unzipped, snapped and unsnapped. When she was sure he'd caught on, she started to open the door. "Wait! What is this wondrous substance?" He held up a pair of boxer shorts, stretching the waistband in and out. "It's elastic," she said. "Elastic," he said, mispronouncing the word as illistic. But his face was so alight with discovery that she couldn't help feeling good also. "That's nothing," she said, smiling. "Wait until you see Velcro." She backed out of the dressing-room. "You need any more help, let me know." She was still smiling as she closed the door behind her. Standing with her back to the dressing-room door, she looked at the clothes around her. How plain they must look to a man who was used to wearing silver armour, she thought. While they had been inside the dressing-room, the clerk had placed the armour, the sword, and the dagger in 2 large, doubled shopping bags and had set them to the left of the dressing-room door. When Douglas went to pick up the bags, they were so heavy she almost dropped them. After a while, Nicholas came out of the dressing-room. He was wearing a soft white cotton shirt and slim grey cotton trousers. The shirt was of the current voluminous style, while the trousers were snug. He looked utterly divine. As Douglas watched him, he walked to the mirror, then glowered at his image. These, he said, tugging at the ease of the trousers at the back of his leg. "Trousers, pants," she supplied, blinking at him. It was taking her a while to adjust to his good looks. "They do not fit me. They do not show my legs, and I have a fine pair of legs." Douglas laughed, and her trance was broken. "Men don't wear stockings now, but really, you look great." "I am not sure," he said, frowning. "Perhaps a chain." "No chain," she said firmly. "Trust me on this. No chain." She chose a leather belt for him, then socks. "We'll have to go to another store for shoes." Feeling as though she'd done her good deed for the year, Douglas wasn't prepared for Nicholas's actions at the cash register. The little clerk totaled the tags he'd cut from the clothes, then told them the cost. Douglas was shocked, speechless, when Nicholas shouted, "I will have your head, thief!" Then reached for his sword, which, thankfully, was in the shopping bags by Douglas's feet. "He means to rob me!" Nicholas bellowed. "I can hire 12 men for less than he asks for these unadorned clothes." Douglas nearly leaped as she put herself between Nicholas and the counter, while the poor little clerk huddled against the opposite wall. "Give me the money," she said firmly. "Everything costs more now than it used to. I mean," she said as she clenched her teeth, "you'll remember soon enough about how much things cost. Now give me the money." Still angry, he handed Douglas the leather bag full of coins. "No," she said, "the modern money." When Nicholas just stood there, not seeming to understand what she was talking about, she searched through the shopping bags until she found the English pounds. "He will take paper for clothes," the Earl whispered as Douglas counted out the money. Then he smiled. "I will give him all the paper he wants. He is a fool."
"It's paper money," she said as they left the shop, "and you can exchange the paper for gold."
"Someone will give me gold for paper?" he asked, incredulous.
"Yes, there are gold dealers and some banks sell gold."
"Then why do you not use gold to buy goods with?"
"Too heavy, I guess," she sighed. "You put your money in a bank, money you aren't using, that is, and use the paper as a substitute for the gold. Where do you put your money?" she asked.
"In my houses," he answered, frowning as he considered what she'd told him.
"Oh, I see," she said, smiling. "I guess you dig a hole and hide it. Well, today money is put in a bank where it earns interest."
"What is interest?" Douglas groaned.
Enough was enough. "Here's a tea shop. Are you hungry?"
"Yes," he answered, as he opened the door for her. The English custom of afternoon tea was a tradition Douglas had taken to readily. It was heaven to sit down at 4 o'clock and sip delicious hot tea and eat a scone, or 5 scones, as Gloria did, she thought with a grimace. At the thought of Gloria, her fists clenched. Did Robert know his daughter had taken Douglas's handbag? Did he know he'd left Douglas completely stranded, alone at the mercy of crazy men? And how had Gloria known that Douglas had been expecting an engagement ring? For the life of her, Douglas couldn't believe that Robert had told Gloria such a thing. Had Douglas said something and Gloria had guessed from that? Douglas couldn't believe that Robert had done what Gloria said and laughed about her. Robert wasn't a bad person. If he were, he wouldn't love his daughter so much. He wasn't one of those men who went off and left their children without a backward glance. No, Robert felt bad because he'd left his child when he'd divorced, and he desperately wanted to make it up to his daughter, so he took her with him when he went on vacation. And it was natural for Gloria to fight for her father's love, wasn't it? And wasn't it natural for the child to be jealous of the woman her father loved? Douglas knew that if Robert walked into the tea shop at that moment, she would fall to her knees and beg his forgiveness.
"May I help you?"
the woman behind the counter asked.
"Tea for 2, Douglas said, "and 2 scones, please." "We have clotted cream and strawberries also," the woman said.
Absently, Douglas nodded, and in moments the woman passed a tray holding a pot of strong tea, cups, and plates of food across the counter to her. She paid, then picked up the tray and looked at Nicholas.
"Shall we eat outside?"
He followed her outside to a little garden that had vines growing over the old brick walls that enclosed it. Fat, old-fashioned roses ran along the border and filled the area with their fragrance. Silently, Douglas set the tray down and began to pour the tea into 2 cups. On her previous trips to England, her mother had considered her too young to drink tea, but she tried the English custom of adding milk to tea the first day of this trip and had found it delicious. The milk made the tea the correct temperature and took the sharp tannin flavour out of the tea. Nicholas was walking about the little garden, studying the walls and the plants. She called him to the picnic table and handed him his cup of tea and a scone. He gave the tea a tentative look, then sipped cautiously. After 2 sips, he looked at Douglas with such naked joy on his face that she laughed as he drained the cup. She poured him another cup while he picked up the scone and looked at it. It was very much like a Southern American biscuit, but it had sugar in the dough, and these were fruit scones, so they had raisins in them. She took the scone from him, broke it in half, and slathered it with the thick, clotted cream. He bit into it, and as he chewed, he looked like a man who had fallen in love. In minutes, he had drunk all the tea and eaten all the scones. After a couple of remarks about his gluttony, Douglas went back into the shop and bought more of everything. When she returned, she ate while he leaned back in his chair, sipped tea, and studied her. "What made you to weep in the church?" he asked.
I really don't believe that's any of your business."
"If I am to return, and I must return, I need to know what brought me forth." Douglas put her half-eaten scone down.
"You aren't going to start that again, are you? You know what I think. I think you're a graduate student in Elizabethan history, probably PhD level, and you got carried away with your research. My father said it used to happen to him, that he'd read so much medieval script that after a while he couldn't read modern handwriting."
Nicholas looked at her with distaste. "For all your wonders of horseless chariots, your marvellous glass, and the riches of goods to purchase, you have no faith in the mystery and magic of the world," he said softly. "But I do not doubt what has happened to me, and I know from whence I came," he said evenly. "And you, witch—" At that, Douglas got up and left the table, but he caught her before she reached the door to the shop, his hand cutting into her arm. "Why were you weeping when first I saw you? What could cause a woman to weep such as I heard?" he demanded. She jerked out of his grip.
"Because I'd just been left behind," she said angrily.
Then, to her shame, tears began again. Gently, he slipped her arm in his and led her back to the table. This time, he sat beside her, poured her another cup of tea, added milk, and handed her the pretty porcelain cup. "Now, madam, you must tell me what plagues you so that tears pour forth from your eyes as from a waterfall." Douglas didn't want to tell anyone what had happened to her, but her need to share was greater than her pride, and within minutes she was pouring out her story to him. "This man left you alone, unattended?" Nicholas asked, aghast. "He left you at the mercy of ruffians and thieves?" Nodding, Douglas blew her nose on a paper napkin.
"And at the mercy of men who believe they're from the 16th century, too. Oh, sorry," she added. But Nicholas didn't seem to hear her. He got up and began pacing the garden. There were 4 other tables, but no other customers. "You but knelt by the tomb, my tomb, and asked for a—" He looked at her. "A knight in shining armor. It's an American saying. All women want a gorgeous— a man to rescue her."
Smiling a bit, his lips hidden in his beard and moustache, he said, "I was not wearing armor when you called me forth."
"I didn't call you," she said fiercely. "It's customary to cry when you get left in a church, especially when a fat brat of a girl steals your handbag. I don't even have a passport. Even if my family wired me money for a ticket home, I couldn't leave immediately. I'd have to apply for another passport."
"Nor can I get home," he said, beginning to pace again. "That we have in common. But if you brought me forth, you can send me back."
"I am not a witch!"
she practically shouted at him.
"I do not practice black magic, and I certainly don't know how to send people back and forth in time. You've imagined all of this."
He raised an eyebrow at her. "No doubt your lover was justified in leaving you. With your vile temper, he would not want to remain with you."
"I was never vile-tempered, as you call it, with Robert. Maybe a little short-tempered now and then, but only normally so because I loved him. Love him. And I shouldn't have complained so much about Gloria. It was just that her lying was beginning to get on my nerves."
"And you love this man who abandoned you? This man who allowed his daughter to steal from you?"
"I doubt if Robert knows Gloria took my bag, and besides, Gloria is just a kid. She probably doesn't even realize what she did. I just wish I could find them and get my passport back so I could go home."
"It seems we have kindred goals," he said, his eyes boring into hers. Suddenly, she knew where he was leading. He wanted her to help him on a permanent basis, but she was not going to saddle herself with a man with amnesia. She set her empty cup down.
"Our goals aren't alike enough that we should spend the next few months together until you remember that you live in New Jersey with your wife and 3 kids, and that every summer you come to England, put on fancy armor, and play some little sex game with an unsuspecting tourist. No, thank you. Now, if you don't mind, I believe we have an agreement. I'll find you a hotel room, then I'm free to leave."
When she finished speaking, she could see the flush of anger through his beard. "Are all the women of this century as you are?"
"No, just the ones who have been hurt over and over again," she shot back at him. "If you really have lost your memory, you should go to a doctor, not pick up a woman in a church. And if this is all an act, then you should definitely go to a doctor. Either way, you don't need me."
She put the tea things on the tray to carry them back into the shop, but he stood between her and the door. "What recourse have I if I tell the truth? Have you no belief that your tears could have called me from another time, another place?"
"Of course I don't believe that," she said. "There are 1,000 explanations as to why you think you're from the 16th century, but not one of them has to do with my being a witch. Now, will you excuse me? I need to put these down so I can find you a hotel room."
He stepped aside so she could enter the tea room, then followed her to the street. All the while he kept his head down as though he were considering some great problem. Douglas had asked the woman in the tea shop where the nearest bed and breakfast was, and as she and Nicholas walked quietly along the street, it bothered her that he didn't speak, nor did he look about him with the intense interest he'd shown earlier.
"Do you like your clothes?"
she asked, trying to make conversation. He was carrying the shopping bags full of armor and his old clothes. He didn't answer, but kept walking, his brow furrowed. There was only one room available at the bed and breakfast, and Douglas started to sign the register.
"Do you still insist that you're Nicholas Stafford?"
she asked him. The woman behind the little desk smiled.
"Oh, like in the church."
She took a postcard of the tomb in the church from a rack and looked at it.
"You do look like him, only a bit more alive," she said,
then laughed at her own joke.
"First door on the right, baths down the hall."
Smiling, she left them alone in the entrance hall. When Douglas turned to look at the man, she suddenly felt as though she were a mother abandoning her child.
"You'll remember soon," she said soothingly, "and this lady can tell you where to get dinner."
"Lady?" he asked. "And dinner at this hour?"
"All right," she said, frustrated. "She's a woman, and a meal this late is supper. I'll bet that after a good night's sleep you'll remember everything."
"I have forgotten naught, madam," he said stiffly, then seemed to relent. "And you cannot leave. Only you know how to return me to my own time."
"Cut me some slack, will you?" she snapped at him.
Didn't he understand that she, too, had needs? She couldn't give up all that she needed to help this stranger, could she?
"If you'll just give me the $50 we agreed on, I'll leave. In pounds, that's—"
To her horror, she realized that it was only about £30. A room in this bed and breakfast had cost £40, but a deal was a deal.
"If you'll give me £30, I'll be on my way."
When he just stood there, she rummaged in the shopping bags until she found his paper money. She removed £30 and gave him the rest of it.
"Tomorrow you can take your coins to the dealer, and he'll give you more modern money," she said as she turned to go. "Good luck."
With one last look at his blue eyes that looked so sorrowful, she turned and left. But once she left the house, she didn't feel jubilant at finally having rid herself of the man. Instead, she felt as though she were missing something. But Douglas forced herself to put her shoulders back and her head up. It was getting late, and she had to find a place to spend the night, a cheap place, and she had to decide where to go from here. 5. When Nicholas found the upstairs room where he was to spend the night, he was appalled. The room was small, with 2 tiny, hard-looking beds with no cloth hangings enclosing them, and the walls were very bare. But upon closer examination, he saw that the walls were painted with thousands of tiny blue flowers. On second thought, he decided that with a few borders and some order to the paintings, they might look all right. There was a window with that marvellous glass in it, and it had fabric side hangings of painted cloth. There were framed pictures on the walls, and when he touched one, he felt the glass, so clear he could hardly see it. One of the pictures was quite lewd, showing 2 naked women sitting on a cloth near 2 fully dressed men. It was not that Nicholas didn't like the picture, but he couldn't bear to see such a shameful thing displayed so openly. He turned it to face the wall. There was a door that led to a press, but there were no shelves in it. There was only a round stick going from one side to the other, with the same steel shapes that he had seen in the clothes shop hanging from the stick. There was a cabinet in the room, but such as he'd never seen before. It was entirely full of drawers. He tried, but the top of the cabinet did not lift up. He pulled the drawers out one by one, and they worked marvellously well. After a while, Nicholas began to look for a chamber pot, but one was not to be found anywhere in the room. Finally, he went downstairs and out to the back garden to find a privy, but there was none. Have things changed that much in 400 years? He mumbled, as he relieved himself in the rose bushes. He fumbled with the zipper and snaps, but managed rather well, he thought. I will do well without the witch, he said to himself, as he went back into the house. Perhaps tomorrow he would wake and find this all to be a dream, a long, bad dream. No one was about downstairs, so Nicholas looked into a room with an open door. There was furniture in the room that was fully covered with fine, woven fabric. There was a chair with not 1 inch of wood showing. When he sat on the chair, the softness enveloped him. For a moment he closed his eyes and thought of his mother and her old, frail bones. How she'd like a chair like this, covered in softness and fabric, he thought. Against one wall was a tall wooden desk with a stool beneath it. Here was something that looked somewhat familiar. When he examined the cabinet, he saw the hinge and lifted the top. It was not a desk, but a type of harpsichord, and when he touched the keys, the sound was different. There was written music in front of him, and for once something looked familiar. Nicholas sat down on the stool, ran his fingers over the keys to hear the tone of them, then, awkwardly at first, began to play the music before him. That was beautiful! Turning, he saw the landlady standing behind him. Moon River always was one of my favourites. How do you do with ragtime? She searched inside a drawer in a little table that had an odd-looking plant on top of it, and withdrew another piece of music. They're all American tunes, she said. My husband was an American. The most extraordinary piece of music, called The Sting, was put before Nicholas. It took him some time before he played it to the woman's satisfaction, but once he understood the rhythm of the music, he played it with enjoyment. Oh, my, you are good, she said. You could get a job in any pub. Ah, yes, a public house. I will consider the possibility. Nicholas said, smiling as he stood up. The need of employment might yet arise. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and reached out to catch himself on a chair.
"Are you all right?"
"Merely tired," Nicholas murmured.
"Travelling always wears me out. Been far today?"
"Hundreds of years." The woman smiled.
"I feel that way too when I travel. You should go up to your room and have a bit of a lie down before supper."
"Yes," Nicholas said softly as he started for the stairs. Perhaps tomorrow he would be able to think more clearly about how to get himself back to his own time. Or perhaps tomorrow he'd wake up in his own bed and find that all of it was over, not just this 20th century nightmare, but also the nightmare he'd been in when last he was home. In his room he undressed slowly and hung his clothes up as he had seen done in the clothes shop. Where was the witch now? He wondered. Was she back in the arms of her lover? She was powerful enough to have called him forward over 400 years, so he had no doubt that she could conjure an errant lover back across mere miles. Nude, Nicholas climbed into bed. The sheets were smooth beyond believing, and they smelled clean and fresh. Over him, instead of multiple heavy coverlets, was a fat, soft, light blanket. Tomorrow, he thought as he closed his eyes in weariness. Tomorrow he would be home. Instantly, he fell into a sleep that was deeper than any he'd ever experienced before, and he heard nothing when the sky opened and it began to rain. Hours after he went to bed, reluctantly, he was awakened by his own thrashing about. Groggily, Nicholas sat up. The room was so dark that at first he didn't know where he was. As he listened to the rain pounding on the roof, his memory gradually returned. He fumbled at the table beside the bed for flint and candle so he could make a light, but there were none. "What manner of place is this?" he exclaimed. "There are no chamber pots, no privies, and no lights." As he was grumbling, his head turned sharply as he listened. Someone was calling him. The voice was not in words. He couldn't hear the actual sound of his name, but he could feel the urgency and the desperate need of a voice that was reaching out to him. No doubt it was the witch woman, he thought with a grimace. Was she bent over a cauldron of snakes' eyes, stirring and cackling and whispering his name? As Nicholas felt the pull of the call, he knew there was no use fighting her. As he lived and breathed, he knew he had to go to her. With great reluctance, he left the warm bed, then began the arduous task of trying to dress himself in the strange modern clothes. It was when he pulled up the zipper that he discovered the parts of his body that were most susceptible to being caught in the tiny metal teeth. Cursing, he put on the flimsy shirt and felt his way out of the dark room. He was glad to see that there was light in the hall. On the wall was a glass-enclosed torch, but the flame was not fire, and whatever it was encased in a round glass sphere. He wanted to examine this miracle further, but through a window came a flash of lightning, and a crack of thunder rattled the house, and the call came to him more forcefully. He went down the stairs, across lush carpets, and out into the pouring rain. Shielding his face with his hands, Nicholas looked up to see that high above his head were more flames set on top of poles, yet the blowing rain did not extinguish their fire. Shivering, already wet through, Nicholas put his head down into his collar. These modern clothes had no substance. The modern people must be strong, he thought. How did they survive with no capes or jerkins to protect them from the driving rain? Struggling against the force of the rain, he went down streets that were unfamiliar to him. Several times he heard strange noises and reached for his sword, then cursed when he found that the weapon was not there. Tomorrow, he thought, he would sell more coins and hire guards to accompany him. and tomorrow he would force the woman to tell him the truth of what she had done to bring him to this strange land. He struggled down street after street, making several wrong turns, but then he'd stop and listen until the call came again. After a while of following what he was hearing inside his mind, he left the streets that had the torches on poles and entered the darkness of the countryside. For several minutes he walked along a road, then stopped and listened as he wiped rain from his face. Finally, he turned right and started across a field, and when he reached a fence, he climbed over it, then kept walking. At long last, he reached a small shed, and he knew that, at last, he had found her. As he flung open the door, a flash of lightning showed her inside the shed. She was drenched and shivering, and curled into a ball on some dirty straw, trying her best to get warm, and, once again, she was weeping. "Well, madam," he said, his teeth clenched in anger, "you have called me from a warm bed. What is it you want of me now?"
"Go away," she sobbed. "Leave me alone." As he looked down at her, he had to admire her fortitude as well as her pride. Her teeth were chattering so hard he could hear them over the rain. She was obviously freezing. With a sigh, he released his anger. If she was such a powerful witch, why had she not conjured herself a dry place for the night? Nicholas stepped into the leaking shed, bent, and lifted her into his arms. "I do not know who is the more helpless," he said, "you or I." "Let me go," she said, as he picked her up, but she made no real struggle to get away from him. Instead, she put her head against his shoulder and began to sob harder. "I couldn't find any place to stay. Everything in England costs so much, and I don't know where Robert is, and I'll have to call Elizabeth, and she'll laugh at me," she said, all in one almost unintelligible sentence. Nicholas had to adjust her in his arms as he swung over the fence, but he kept walking, and Douglas continued crying as her arms slipped around his neck. "I don't belong anywhere," she said. "My family is perfect, but I'm not. All the women in my family marry wonderful men, but I can't even meet any wonderful men. Robert was a great catch, but I couldn't hold on to him. Oh, Nick, what am I going to do?" They were out of the fields and back onto a paved road. "First, madam," he said, "you may not call me Nick. Nicholas, yes. Colin, perhaps, but not Nick. Now, since we seem destined to know one another, what is your name?" "Douglas," she said, clinging to him. "It's Dougless Montgomery." "Ah, a good, sensible name." Douglas sniffed, her tears slowing down. "My father teaches medieval history, so he named me after Douglas Sheffield. You know, the woman who bore the Earl of Leicester's illegitimate child." Nicholas halted. "She what?" Douglas pulled away to look up at him in surprise. The rain was now just a soft drizzle, and there was enough moonlight so she could see his expression. "She bore the Earl of Leicester's child," she said in surprise. Immediately, Nicholas set her on the ground and glared at her. The rain was dripping off both their faces. "And pray tell, who is the Earl of Leicester?" "His disguise is slipping," Douglas thought as she smiled up at him. "Shouldn't you pretend to know that?" When Nicholas didn't answer, Douglas said, "The Earl of Leicester was Robert Dudley, the man who loved Queen Elizabeth so much." At that, rage filled Nicholas's face. Then he turned and stomped away. "The Dudleys are traitors, executed every one of them,"
he said over his shoulder. "And Queen Elizabeth is to marry the King of Spain. She will not marry a Dudley, I can assure you of that."
"You're right. She won't marry a Dudley, but she won't marry the King of Spain either,"
Douglas shouted as she ran after him. But she let out a yelp of pain when she twisted her ankle and fell onto the asphalt, scraping her hands and knees. Angrily, Nicholas turned back to her. "Woman, you are a bloody great trouble," he said as he again lifted her into his arms. Douglas started to speak, but when he told her to be quiet, she put her head back against his shoulder and said nothing. He carried her all the way back to the B&B where he was staying, and when he pushed open the door, he found the landlady sitting on a chair and waiting for him.
"There you are,"
the landlady said, relief in her voice.
"I heard you leave, and I knew in my heart that something was wrong. Oh, you poor dears. You both look done in. Why don't you take her upstairs, and while she's having a nice hot soak, I'll make you both some tea and sandwiches."
She looked at Nicholas.
"I took your dinner up earlier, but you didn't answer my knock. You must have been asleep."
Nicholas nodded at the woman, then followed her up the stairs, still carrying Douglas, but also managing to ignore her. The landlady led them to a room Nicholas had not seen before. It had strange, large pottery vessels in it, one of which he recognized as a bathtub, but he saw no buckets of water, and he'd seen no maids about. Who filled this large tub? He nearly dropped the woman he was holding when the landlady turned a knob above the tub and out poured water. A fountain inside the house, Nicholas thought, his eyes wide in disbelief.
"It'll be hot in a minute," the landlady said. "You should get her undressed and put her in the tub while I get fresh towels. And you look like you could use a soak too," she said as she left the room.
Nicholas had understood enough of what the landlady said to consider the idea. He looked down at Douglas with interest.
"Don't even think about it," Douglas warned. "You're to leave this room while I take a bath."
Smiling, he set her down and looked about. What manner of room is this? It's the bathroom. I see the bathing pot, but what is this object? And this? Douglas stood there in her cold, wet clothes and looked at him. She'd thought he'd made a major slip-up in his disguise when he'd pretended to know so little about Robert Dudley. But, as he'd said more, Douglas knew he'd been right. She'd have to call her father for the dates, but she knew without asking that in 1564, the year this man said he'd last been in, Robert Dudley had not yet been made the Earl of Leicester. So now this man was standing there in wet clothes that clung to his beautiful body, and he was asking her what a toilet and sink were. She had to restrain herself from asking what he'd been using if he didn't know what a toilet was. But of course he knew, she told herself. However, he must have been studying very, very hard to have forgotten something so basic. She demonstrated the basin, then, with a face red with embarrassment, she explained the toilet. She demonstrated seat up and seat down. "And you never leave the seat up," she said, feeling as though she were doing her part for womankind in teaching one man this simple thing. They were interrupted when the landlady returned with more towels and a flowered cotton robe. "I noticed you didn't have much luggage," she said, her tone hinting that she wanted to know why. "Usually Americans show up with so much luggage." "The airlines lost it all," Douglas said quickly, and wondered if she thought Nicholas was also American. Was his accent odd to an English person? "I thought it was something like that," the landlady said. "I'll get your tea and leave it on the table in the hall, if that's all right with you. So, good night."
"Yes, thank you,"
Douglas said as the door closed. leaving her alone with Nicholas, whom she dismissed quickly.
"You can go now. I won't be long."
Smiling as though he was enjoying Douglas's nervousness, he left the bathroom. When she was alone, Douglas slipped into the hot water, lay back, and closed her eyes. The water stung her scraped knees and elbows, but already the hot water was beginning to warm her. How had he found her? She wondered. After she'd left him at the B&B, she'd wandered all over the village, trying to find a place to stay for £30, but there was nothing. All the less expensive places were full. She'd spent £6 on a meal in a pub, then started walking. She thought perhaps she could make it to another village before night and find shelter there. But the rain had started. It had grown dark, and all Douglas could find was a leaky shed set in the middle of a field. At first she'd curled up on some dirty straw and gone to sleep, but she awoke sometime during the night to find herself crying. But then, crying seemed to be her normal state over the last 24 hours. While she'd been crying, he had appeared, and, the truth was, she hadn't been surprised to see him. In fact, it had seemed perfectly natural that he'd known where to find her and that he'd come out into the rain for her. It had also seemed natural when he'd picked her up in his strong arms. When the water grew cold, Douglas got out of the tub, dried herself off, then put on the flowered robe. A glance in the mirror showed her to have on no makeup and her hair. The less thought about that, the better. There was nothing she could do about her appearance, as she didn't have so much as a comb. Shyly, she knocked on the half-open bedroom door. Nicholas, wearing only his still wet trousers, flung it open.
"The bathroom is yours,"
she said, trying to smile and trying to act as though the situation was normal. But now there was no softness in his face. "Get into that bed and stay there," he ordered. "I do not intend to go bat-fouling again." She only nodded at him as he passed her on the way to the bathroom. On the table was a tray of food and a pot of tea.
"Bet he didn't leave me any,"
she muttered. At the same time, she was thinking that she didn't deserve any more kindness from him. She had been a pest to him. But he'd left enough in the pot for her to have a cup of tea, and he'd left a chicken sandwich for her. Gratefully, Douglas ate and drank it all. Then, wearing the thin robe, she slipped under the comforter of the second bed. When he returned, they would talk, she thought. She would ask him how he found out where she was. How had he found her in the dark, in the pouring rain? She meant to talk to him when he returned, but she closed her eyes for a moment, and the next thing she knew it was morning. Warm sunlight was hitting her full in the face, and slowly, groggily, she opened her eyes. There was a man standing before the window, his back to her, and he was wearing only a small white towel fastened about his hips. As though in a dream, Douglas noticed that he had a muscular back that tapered down to a small, slim waist, and his legs were heavy with muscle. Slowly, Douglas came awake enough to remember who this man was. She remembered everything, their first meeting in the church where he'd drawn a sword on her, to last night when he'd found her and carried her through the rain. When she sat up, he turned to look at her. "You are awake," he said flatly. "Come, get up, as there is much we must do." As she got out of bed, she saw that he, too, meant to get dressed. In front of her. Grabbing her own wrinkled clothing, she went to the bathroom to dress. When she had her clothes on, she looked into the mirror and nearly started crying again. She looked awful. Her eyes were still red, and her hair was a tangled, frizzy mess, and she knew she had no way to repair the damage. As she looked into the mirror, she thought that if all women had to confront the world with the face God gave them, there would be a great increase in female suicides. Putting her shoulders back, she left the bathroom, where she almost ran into Nicholas as he was waiting for her in the hall. "First we eat, then, madam, we talk," he said, as though his words were a dare. Douglas merely nodded as she went ahead of him down the stairs to the little dining room. Douglas smiled when they entered the room, and she remembered something she'd read in a guidebook. It had stated that there are 2 meals that should be eaten in England: breakfast and tea. When she and Nicholas were seated at a small table, the landlady began bringing in platters full of food. There were fluffy scrambled eggs, 3 types of bread, bacon that was like the best American ham, grilled tomatoes, fried potatoes, golden kippers, cream, butter, and marmalade. And in the middle of the table was a large, pretty porcelain pot of brewed tea that the landlady kept filled throughout the meal. Ravenous, Douglas ate until she could hold no more, but she couldn't come close to competing with Nicholas. He ate nearly all the food that was set on the table. When Douglas finished eating, she caught the landlady watching Nicholas curiously. He ate everything with his spoon or his fingers. He used his knife to cut the bacon while holding it in place with his fingers, but he never once touched his fork. When he had finally finished eating, he thanked the landlady, then took Douglas's arm in his and ushered her outside. "Where are we going?" she asked as she ran her tongue over her teeth. She hadn't brushed them in 24 hours, and they felt fuzzy. Also, her scalp itched. "To the church," he said. "There we will conceive of a plan." They walked quickly to the church, with Nicholas stopping only once to gawk at a small pickup truck. Douglas started to tell him about 18-wheelers and cattle trucks, but thought better of participating in his game. The old church was open and empty, and Nicholas led her to sit on a pew that was at a right angle to the tomb. In silence, she watched him as he looked at the marble sculpture for a while, then ran his hands over the date and name. At last he turned away, clasped his hands behind his back, and began to pace. "As I see it, Mistress Montgomery," he said, "we need each the other. It is my belief that God has put us together for a reason." "I thought I did it with a spell," she said, meaning it as a joke, but actually she was glad that he at last seemed to realize that she was not a witch. "It is true that I believed that at first, but I have not slept since you called me into the rain, and I have now had time to consider more thoroughly." "I called you?" she said in disbelief. "I never even thought about you, much less called you, and I can assure you that there weren't any telephones in that field, and I certainly couldn't shout loud enough for you to hear me." "Nonetheless, you did call me. You woke me with your need." "Oh, I see," she said, starting to get angry. "We're going back to your belief that I somehow, through some sort of hocus-pocus, brought you here from your grave. I can't take this anymore. I'm leaving," she said as she started to stand up. But before she could move, he was in front of her, one hand on the high arm of the pew, the other on the back, his big body pinning her to her seat. "It matters not to me whether you believe or not," he said, his face near hers, his eyebrows drawn together. "Yesterday morn when I woke, it was the year of our Lord 1564, and this morn it was
1988,
she whispered up at him. "Aye," he said, "over 400 years later, and you, witch, are the key to my being here and to my returning."
"Believe me, I'd send you back if I could,"
she said, her mouth a hard line.
"I have enough problems of my own without having to take care of—"
He leaned so close to her face that his nose nearly touched hers, and she could feel the heat of his anger. You could not dare to say that you must care for me. It is I who must pull you from fields in the dead of night.
It was just the one time only, Douglas said weakly, then sat back against the pew. Okay, she said with a sigh. How did you hear my need, as you call it? He dropped his arms from the pew, then went back to look down at the tomb. There is a bond between us, he said quietly. Mayhap it is an unholy bond, but it is there. I was awakened during the night with your calling of me. I did not hear words, but nonetheless I heard you calling me. The feel of the call woke me. So I followed it to find you. Douglas was silent for a moment. She knew that what he said had to be true, because there was no other explanation for how he'd found her. Are you saying that you think there's some kind of mental telepathy between us? Turning back to her, he gave her a puzzled look. Mental telepathy is thought transference. People can read each other's thoughts. Perhaps, he said, looking back at the tomb. I'm not sure it is thoughts as much as it is... He trailed off for a moment. Need. I seem to hear your need of me. I don't need anyone, Douglas said stubbornly. Turning back, he glared at her. I do not understand why you are not still in your father's house. I have yet to see a woman who needs care more than you. Again, Douglas started to stand up, but a look from Nicholas made her sit back down. All right. You heard me call, as you say. So what do you think that means? Again, Nicholas put his hands behind his back and began to pace. I have come to this time and this vast, strange place for a reason, and I believe you are to help me find the answer as to why I'm here. I can't, Douglas said quickly. I have to find Robert and get my passport so I can go home. The truth is that I've had all the vacation I can stand. Another 24 hours like the last ones, and somebody better start carving my tombstone. My life and death are a jest to you, but they are not so to me, Nicholas said quietly. Douglas lifted her hands in frustration. You want me to feel sorry for you because you're dead? But you aren't dead. You're here. You're alive. No, madam. There am I, he said, pointing at the tomb. For a moment, Douglas put her head back against the pew and closed her eyes. Right now, she should leave. Actually, she should probably ask someone for help. But the truth was, she couldn't do either of those things. Whatever this man's real story was, even if she didn't believe he was from another time period, he certainly seemed to believe it. And after he'd rescued her last night, she owed him. She looked at him. What do you plan? She asked softly. I will help you find your lover, but in return, you must help me find the reason I am here. How can you help me find Robert? She asked. I can feed, clothe, and shelter you until he is found. He shot back instantly. Ah, yes, those things. How about eyeshadow, too? Okay, only kidding. So, supposing we do find Robert, what do you want me to do to help you find your, way back? Last night you talked to me of Robert Dudley and Queen Elizabeth. You seemed to know who our young queen will marry. Elizabeth doesn't marry anyone, and she becomes known as the Virgin Queen. In America, there are a couple of states named for her, Virginia and West Virginia. Nay, this cannot be true. No woman can rule alone. She not only rules alone, but does a damn fine job of it. Did a great job of it. She made England the ruling power of all Europe.
This is so.
You don't have to believe me. It's history.
For a moment, Nicholas was thoughtful. History, yes. All that has happened to me, to my family, is now history. So perhaps all of it is recorded somewhere?
I see, Douglas said, smiling. Do you think maybe you were sent forward to find out something? How intriguing, she said, then frowned. I mean, if it were possible for a person to have been sent forward, it would be intriguing. But since it isn't possible, it's not. His look of puzzlement was beginning to become familiar to her. When he couldn't seem to figure out what she'd just said, he continued, Perhaps there is something you know that I must find from you. He moved to stand over her. What do people of your time know of the Queen's decree against me? Who has told her I raise an army to overthrow her? This would be recorded? Oh, yes. My father used to get angry whenever he read something that said Elizabeth I had an illegitimate child. My father said that every day of her life is documented, so it wasn't possible that she could have sneaked away and had a baby in secret.
As she was saying this, Nicholas was looking at her with such intensity that she smiled.
I have an idea. Why don't you stay here in this time period? Why go back at all? I'm sure you could get a job. You'd be great as an Elizabethan teacher. Or you could research and write. I'm sure you'd have enough to live on after the sale of your coins. If you invested carefully, that is. My father could help you invest, or my Uncle J.T. could. Both of them know a lot about money.
No, Nicholas said fiercely, his right fist clasped in his left hand. I must return to my own time. My honor is at risk. The future of the Staffords is at stake. If I do not go back, all will be forfeit.
Forfeit?
Douglas asked, and a little shiver went up her spine. She knew enough about medieval history to have some idea what he was talking about. Her voice lowered.
Usually a nobleman forfeited his estates to the king or queen when he was accused of...
For a moment she just looked up at him.
Treason,
she whispered.
In medieval times, people forfeited estates due to treason, and treason was paid for in other ways.
She took a deep breath.
How did you die?
I assume I was executed. 6. Douglas forgot about the question of whether he was or was not from the 16th century.
Tell me what happened,
she whispered. He paced a moment longer. Then, after another look at the tomb, he went to sit by her. I have lands in Wales, he said softly. When I learned my lands were under attack, I raised an army. But in my haste to protect what was mine, I did not petition the Queen for permission to raise this army. She was... For a moment he looked into the distance, his eyes angry and hard. The Queen was told by someone. Pausing, he took a breath. She was told that the army I was gathering was to join forces with the young Scots Queen.
Mary, Queen of Scots,
Douglas said, and he nodded. I was given a hasty trial and condemned to be beheaded. I had but 3 days left before I was to be executed when you called me here.
Then you're lucky,
Douglas said. Beheading, disgusting. We don't do that now. You have no treason that you do not need to behead people? Nicholas asked. Or perhaps you punish the nobility in another way? He put up his hand when she started to answer. Nay, We will discuss this later. My mother is a powerful woman, and she has friends. From the moment I was taken, she has worked without rest to prove my innocence, and she has made progress. She believes she is close to finding who betrayed me. I must return and prove that I am not guilty. If I do not, she will lose all. She will be a pauper.
The Queen would take everything you own.
All. It would be as though I truly were a traitor. Douglas thought about what he'd told her. Of course, none of what he was saying was real, but if it were, perhaps there was something to be learned today from the history books.
Do you have any idea who told the Queen your army was going to be used to take her throne?
I am not sure, but when I came forward, I was writing a letter to my mother. At last I had remembered a man from some 10 years ago who may have had a grudge against me. I had been told that he was now at court. Perhaps he... Trailing off, Nicholas put his head in his hands in despair. Douglas almost reached out to him to touch his hair, perhaps to rub his neck, but she withdrew. She reminded herself that this man's problems were not her own, and there was no reason on earth she should spend her time trying to help him find out why he, or maybe one of his ancestors, had been unjustly accused of treason. On the other hand, the idea of injustice made Douglas's skin crawl. Maybe it was in her blood. Her grandfather, Hank Montgomery, had been a union organizer before he returned home to Maine to run the family business, Warbrook Shipping. To this day, her grandfather hated any type of injustice and would risk his life to stop it.
As I told you, my father is a professor of medieval history, Douglas said softly, and I've helped him do some research. Maybe I could help you find what you're looking for. And besides, how many people are you going to find who are in such a situation that they'd even consider helping a man wearing a sword and balloon shorts?
Nicholas stood up. You refer to my slops? You jest at my clothing? These...
trousers.
Aye, these trousers. They bind a man's legs so that I cannot bend. And these, he said as he put his hands in his pockets, they are so small that I can carry nothing. And last night I was cold in the rain and...
But you're cool today, she said, smiling.
And this, he pulled back the fly to show the zipper. This can hurt a man. Douglas began to laugh.
If you wore your underwear instead of leaving it on the bed, maybe the zipper wouldn't hurt.
Underwear? What is that?
Elastic, remember?
Ah, yes, he said, and began to smile.
Douglas suddenly thought, what else do I have to do? Cry some more?
6 of her women friends had taken her out to dinner before she left for England to wish her bon voyage. There had been a lot of laughter about her romantic holiday, yet here she was wanting to go home after just 5 days. Looking up at this smiling man, Douglas wondered, if she were honest with herself, would she rather spend 4.5 weeks with Robert and Gloria, or would she rather help this man research what may or may not be his previous life? Smiling back at Nicholas, she thought that the whole thing reminded her of a ghost story, where the heroine goes to the library and reads about the curse on the house she's rented for the summer.
Yes,
she heard herself say,
I will help you.
Nicholas sat down by her, took her hand in his, and fervently kissed the back of it. You are a lady at heart. She was smiling at the top of his head, but his words made her smile disappear.
At heart? Are you saying that I'm not a lady elsewhere?
He gave a little shrug. Who can fathom why God has joined me with a commoner?
Why, she began. It was on the tip of her tongue to tell him that her uncle was the King of Lanconia, and she often spent summers playing with her 6 cousins, the princes and princesses. But something stopped her. Let him think what he wanted. "Should I address you as your lordship?" she asked archly.
Nicholas frowned thoughtfully. "I have considered that question. Now, when no one knows of my titles, I can move about unharmed, and these clothes, they are the clothes of all the people. I cannot understand your sumptuary laws. I'm sure I should hire retainers. Yet in this time a shirt costs a man's yearly wage. Try as I might, I cannot understand your ways. Often He looked away. Often I make a fool of myself."
"Oh, well, I do that, and I've grown up in this century,"
Douglas said lightly. "But you are a woman," he said, looking back at her.
"First of all, let's get one thing straight. In this century, women aren't men's slaves. We women today say what we want to say and do what we want to do. We know we weren't put on this earth only to entertain men."
Nicholas's mouth dropped open in astonishment. "Is this what is believed today of women of my time? You believe that our women were for pleasure only?"
Obedient, docile, locked away in a castle somewhere, kept pregnant, and never allowed to go to school.
Emotions ran across Nicholas's face. Astonishment, anger, disbelief. At last his face relaxed, and he smiled, his eyes full of merriment. "When I return, I will tell my mother what is believed about her. My mother has buried 3 husbands." Laughter made his lips twitch. "King Henry said my mother's husbands wished themselves into the grave because they weren't half the man she is. Docile? Nay, lady, not docile. No schooling. My mother speaks 4 languages and argues philosophy."
"Then your mother is an exception. I'm sure most women were downtrodden and brutalized. They had to be. They were the property of the men. Chattel."
He gave her a piercing stare. "And in your day men are noble? They do not abandon women? They do not leave them to the mercy of the elements, with no means of support, no protection, no funds to so much as find a night's lodging?" Douglas turned away, blushing. So maybe she wasn't in a good position to argue about this.
"Okay, you've made your point."
She looked back at him.
"All right, let's get down to business. First we go to a drugstore, or chemist, as it's called here in England, and we buy toiletries." She sighed. "I need eyeshadow, base, blush, and I'd kill for a tube of lipstick right now. And we need toothbrushes, toothpaste, and floss."
Halting, she looked at him.
"Let me see your teeth."
"Madam!"
"Let me see your teeth," she repeated in a no-nonsense voice.
If he were an overworked graduate student, he'd have fillings. But if he were from the 16th century, no dentist would have touched his mouth. After a moment, Nicholas obediently opened his mouth, and Douglas moved his head this way and that to look inside. He had 3 molars missing, and there looked to be a cavity in another tooth, but there was no sign of modern dental work.
"We need to get you to a dentist and take care of that cavity."
Instantly, Nicholas pulled away from her. "The tooth does not pain me enough to have it pulled," he said stiffly.
"Is that why you have 3 teeth missing? They were pulled."
He seemed to think this was obvious, so Douglas opened her mouth, showed him her fillings, and tried to explain what a dentist was.
"Ah, there you are."
said the vicar from the back of the church.
"So you two have become friends?"
His eyes were twinkling.
"We haven't—"
Douglas began, intending to explain that they hadn't become the friends that the vicar's tone was implying, but she stopped. The truth would take too much explanation. She stood up.
"We have to go, as we have a great deal to do. Nicholas, are you ready?"
Smiling at her, Nicholas offered her his arm, and they left the church together. Outside, Douglas paused for a moment and looked at the enclosed graveyard. It had been just yesterday that Robert had left her here. "What shines there?" Nicholas asked, looking at one of the grave markers. It was the gravestone Gloria had fallen against, then lied to Robert about her scrapes, saying Douglas had hurt her. Curious, Douglas went to the stone. At the bottom, hidden by grass and dirt, was Gloria's $5,000 diamond and emerald bracelet. Picking it up, Douglas held it up to the sunlight. "The quality of the diamonds is good, not excellent," Nicholas said as he peered over her shoulder. "The emeralds are but cheap." Smiling, Douglas clasped the bracelet tightly in her hand.
"I'll find him now," she said. "Now he'll come back for sure."
Quickly she went into the church and told the vicar that should Robert Whitley call and ask about a lost bracelet, he was to say that Douglas had it. Then she gave him the name of the bed and breakfast where she and Nicholas were staying. As Douglas left the church, she felt jubilant. Everything was going to work out now. Robert would be so grateful that she'd found the bracelet that... Her mind flooded with visions of Robert's protestations of undying love and endless apologies. "I didn't know I could miss anyone as much as I missed you," ran through her head in Robert's tearful voice. "How can you forgive me?" And, "I wanted to teach you a lesson, but I was the one who learned from you. Oh, Douglas, can you—"
"What?"
she asked, looking up at Nicholas blankly. He was frowning. "You said we must see an alchemist. Do you prepare new spells?" She didn't bother to defend herself. She was too happy to allow anything he said to bother her.
"Not alchemist, a chemist's," she said happily. "Let's go shopping."
As they walked, she made a mental list of the things she'd need to be looking her best when she saw Robert again. She needed products for her face and hair, and she'd need a new blouse that didn't have a cut sleeve. First, they went to the coin dealer and sold another coin, this one for £1,500. There, Douglas called the B&B to reserve their room for 3 more nights, because the dealer had said he needed time to find a buyer for Nicholas's rarer coins.
And to give Robert time to find me,
Douglas thought. Then they went to a chemist's shop. As the doors to a magnificent English drugstore, a Boots, opened, even Douglas looked about in awe. The English didn't fill their shelves with gaudily packaged over-the-counter medicines. Even cough syrup was kept behind the counter. But instead, the shelves were full of products that smelled good. Within minutes, Douglas, a canvas shopping basket at her feet, was trying to decide between mango shampoo or jasmine. And should she get the aloe face pack or the cucumber? She wondered as she tossed a bottle of lavender-scented conditioner into the basket.
"What is this?"
Nicholas whispered, looking at the many rows of gaily wrapped packages.
"Shampoo, deodorant, toothpaste, all the usual stuff,"
Douglas said distractedly. She had lemon verbena body lotion in one hand and evening primrose in the other. Which? "I know not those words." Douglas's head was full of the decisions she was trying to make, but then she looked at the products as an Elizabethan man must see them. If Nicholas were from the past, which of course he wasn't, she reminded herself. Her father had said that until recently, people had made all their toiletries at home. "This is shampoo to wash your hair," she said, as she opened a bottle of papaya-scented shampoo. "Smell." At first whiff, Nicholas smiled at her in delight. Then he nodded toward the other bottles, and Douglas began opening them. With each product, Nicholas's face showed his wonder. "This is marvelous. These are heaven. How I'd like to send one of these to my queen." She recapped a bottle of hyacinth-scented conditioner. "Is this the same queen who cut off your head?" "She had been lied to," Nicholas said stiffly, making Douglas shake her head. An American had a difficult time understanding such loyalty to the monarchy. "I have heard that she is especially fond of what smells good," Nicholas said, picking up a bottle of men's aftershave. "Mayhap they have washed gloves here," he said, looking about. "Washed? You mean clean gloves?" "Scented." "Scented skin, but no scented gloves," Douglas said, smiling. "Ah, well," he said slowly, then looked at her in a way that threatened to make her blush. "I needs must make do with scented skin." Quickly, Douglas looked down at the rows of shaving products. "You wouldn't consider shaving that beard of yours, would you?" Nicholas ran his hand over his beard, seeming to consider her words. "I have seen no man with a beard now." "Some men still wear beards, but on the whole, they're not fashionable." "Then I will find a barber and shave it," he said finally, then paused. "You have barbers now?" "We still have barbers." "And this barber is the one you will have put silver in my sore tooth?" Douglas laughed. "Not quite. Barbers and dentists are separate professions now. Why don't you pick out a shaving lotion while I get foam and razors?" Picking up the portable shopping basket, she saw that she had nearly filled it with shampoo, cream rinse, combs, toothbrushes, toothpaste, floss, and a small electric travel set of hair rollers. Minutes later, she was happily looking over the makeup when she heard a noise from the other side of the shelves. Nicholas was trying to get her attention. When she went around the corner, she saw that he'd opened a tube of toothpaste and the white cream had squirted down the front of the racks. "I but meant to smell it," he said rigidly. And Douglas could feel his deep embarrassment. Grabbing a box of tissues from a shelf, she opened it, took out a handful, and began to clean the counter. At the wonder of the tissues, Nicholas lost his embarrassment. "This is paper," he said, feeling the soft tissues, wonder in his voice. "Here, stop that," he said. "You cannot waste paper. It is too valuable, and this paper has not been used before." Douglas didn't understand what he was talking about. "You use a tissue once, then throw it away." "Is your century so rich as this?" he asked, then ran his hand over his face as though to clear his mind. "I do not understand this. Paper is so valuable it is used in place of gold, yet paper is so worthless it can be used for cleaning, then thrown away." Smiling, Douglas thought of how all paper in the 16th century was handmade. "I guess we are rich in goods," she said. "Maybe richer than we should be." She put the opened tissue box in her basket and continued choosing items they needed. She bought shaving cream, razors, and deodorant, washcloths for both of them, because the English hotels didn't supply them, and a full set of cosmetics for herself. When she went to the checkout, she once again took charge of Nicholas's modern money, and once again he was nearly sick when he heard the total. "I can buy a horse for what this bottle costs," he mumbled when she read a price to him. After she paid, she lugged the 2 shopping bags full of goods out of the store. Nicholas did not offer to take the bags from her, so she guessed that only bags full of armor were masculine enough for him to carry.
"Let's take these back to the hotel," she said. "Then we can—" She broke off because Nicholas had stopped in front of a shop window. Yesterday he'd had eyes only for the street, for gaping at cars, for feeling the surface of the pavement, and for staring at the people. Today he was more interested in the other side of the street, as he kept noticing the shops, marvelling at the plate glass windows, and frequently touching the lettering of the signs. He had halted in front of a bookstore window. On prominent display was a big, beautiful coffee-table edition of a book on medieval armour. Beside it were books on Henry VIII and Elizabeth I. Nicholas's eyes were as wide as dinner plates. Turning, he pointed at the books, then opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out.
"Come on," she said, smiling, as she pulled him inside. Whatever troubles of her own that Douglas had, she soon forgot them when she saw the wonder and joy on Nicholas's face as he reverently touched the books. After dropping off the shopping bags at the counter, she walked about the store with Nicholas. Some big, expensive books were lying face up on a table just inside the door, and he ran his fingertips slowly over the glossy photos. "They are magnificent," he whispered. "I have never imagined such as these could exist."
"Here's your Queen Elizabeth,"
Douglas said, lifting a large colour volume. As though he were almost afraid to touch it, Nicholas gingerly took the book from Douglas. Watching him, Douglas could almost believe that he'd never seen a modern colour photo before. She knew that in Elizabethan times books were precious and rare, prized possessions owned by only the richest of people. If the books had pictures, they were woodcuts or hand-coloured illuminations. She watched as Nicholas reverently opened the book he held and ran his hand over the glossy photos.
"Who has painted these? Do you have so many painters now?" "All the books were printed by a machine."
Nicholas looked at a picture of Queen Elizabeth I.
"What is it she wears?
Is the shape of this sleeve the new fashion? My mother would know of this." Douglas looked at the date, 1582. She took the book from him.
"I'm not sure you should look at the future."
What was she saying? 1582, the future?
"Why don't you look at this book?"
she said as she handed him Birds of the World. Her reaction was, of course, absurd, because any moment now this man was going to regain his memory. However, just to be safe, she didn't want to tamper with changing history because a medieval man had seen the future, except, of course, what history they changed if they saved his life. But that... Douglas's attention was taken from her thoughts when Nicholas almost dropped the book because the music system, which had been silent until then, suddenly began to play. Twisting about, Nicholas looked around the store. "I see no musicians. And what is that music? Is it ragtime?" Douglas laughed.
"Where do you hear of ragtime?"
"No," she corrected herself.
"I mean, your memory must be returning if you're remembering ragtime."
"Mrs. Beasley," he said, referring to the woman who ran the bed and breakfast. "I played for her from her music, but it was not like this music."
"Played for her on what?"
"It is like a large harpsichord, but it sounded most different."
"Probably a piano."
"You have not told me what is the source of the music."
"It's classical music. Beethoven, I think, and it comes from a cassette in a machine."
"Machines," he whispered. Again machines. As Douglas watched him, she had an idea. Perhaps she could use music to help bring his memory back. Along one wall of the store was a selection of cassette tapes. She chose Beethoven, excerpts from La Traviata, and some Irish folk music. She started to choose the Rolling Stones, but then thought she ought to get something more modern, but her thought made her laugh at herself. Mozart is new to him, she said as she took the Stones tape off the shelf. Maybe. On the bottom shelf were some inexpensive cassette players for sale, so she bought one that included earphones. When she went back to Nicholas, he had moved to the stationery section of the store and was gingerly touching the wide selection of papers. Douglas picked up a spiral notebook and began demonstrating felt-tip pens, ballpoints, and mechanical pencils. Nicholas made a few squiggles on the testing paper, but she noticed that he didn't write words. For all that, according to him, his mother was a scholar of great magnitude. Douglas wondered if he could read and write, but she didn't ask him. They left the store with another shopping bag, this one full of spiral notebooks, felt tips of every colour imaginable, cassettes and a player, plus 6 travel books. 3 of the travel books were on England, 1 about America, and 2 about the world. On impulse, she'd also purchased a set of Winsor and Newton watercolours and a block of watercolour paper for Nicholas. She somehow felt that he might like to paint. She also tucked in an Agatha Christie. "Could we take these bags back to the hotel now?" Douglas asked. Her arms felt as if they were lengthening from carrying the heavy bags. But Nicholas had stopped again, this time in front of a women's clothing store. "You will purchase yourself new clothing," he said, and it was an order. Douglas didn't like his tone. "I have my own clothes, and when I get them, I will—" "I will travel with no beldam," he said stiffly. Douglas wasn't sure what the word meant, but she could guess. She looked at her reflection in the glass. If she thought she had looked bad yesterday, she had surpassed herself today. There was a time for pride and a time for being sensible. Without another word, she handed him the bag with the books. "Wait for me over there," she said, in the same tone of command that he had used on her, as she pointed to a wooden bench under a tree. After taking the bag with the cosmetics, Douglas straightened her shoulders and entered the shop. It took over an hour, but when Douglas returned to him, she didn't look like the same person. Her auburn hair, wildly unkempt from days without care, was now pulled back off her face and, neatly combed, it fell back in soft waves to the silk scarf she'd used to tie it at the nape of her neck. Softly applied cosmetics brought out the beauty of her face. She was not a beauty of the type that looked fragile and overbred, but Douglas was healthy and wholesome-looking, as though she'd grown up on a horse ranch in Kentucky or on a sailboat in Maine, which she had. She'd chosen clothes that were simple, but exquisitely made. A teal Austrian jacket, a paisley skirt of teal, plum, and navy, a plum silk blouse, and boots of soft navy leather. On impulse, she'd also purchased navy kid gloves and a navy leather handbag, as well as a full set of lingerie and a nightgown. Carrying her shopping bags, she crossed the road toward Nicholas, and when he saw her, she was pleased by his incredulous expression. "Well?" she asked. "Beauty knows no time," he said softly, rising and kissing her hand. There were advantages to Elizabethan men, she thought. "Is it time for tea yet?" he asked. Douglas groaned. Men were timeless, she thought. It was always, "You look great. What's for dinner?" "We are now going to experience one of the worst aspects of England, and that is lunch. Breakfast is great. Tea is great. Dinner is great if you like butter and cream, but lunch is indescribable. He was listening to her with concentration, as one does when hearing a foreign language. What is this lunch? You'll see, Douglas said as she led the way to a nearby pub. Pubs were one of the things Douglas liked best about England, as they were family-oriented, but you could still have a drink. After they'd settled into a booth, Douglas ordered 2 cheese salad sandwiches, a pint of beer for him, a lemonade for her. Then she proceeded to tell Nicholas the difference between a bar in America and a pub in England. "There are more unescorted women?" he asked in amazement. "More than just me?" she asked, smiling. "There are lots of independent women today. We have our own jobs, our own credit cards. We don't have or need men to take care of us." "But what of cousins and uncles? Do these women have no sons to look after them?" "It's not like that now. It's—" She stopped talking when the waitress put their sandwiches before them. But they were not sandwiches as Americans know them. An English cheese sandwich was a piece of cheese on 2 pieces of buttered white bread. A cheese salad sandwich had a small piece of lettuce on it. The sandwich was small, dry, tasteless. Nicholas watched her as she picked up the strange-looking food and began to eat it. Then he followed her lead. "Do you like it?" she asked. "It has no flavour," he said, as he took a drink of his beer. "Nor does the beer." Douglas looked about the pub and asked if it was anything like the public houses in the 16th century. Not that she believed he was. The heck with it, she thought. "Nay," he answered. "There's gloom and quiet here. There is no danger here." "But that's good. Peace and safety are good." Nicholas shrugged as he ate the rest of the sandwich in 2 bites. "I prefer flavour in my food and flavour in my public houses." She smiled as she started to stand up. "Are you ready to go? We still have lots to do." "Leave? But where is dinner?" "You just ate it." He raised one eyebrow at her. "Where is the landlord?" "The man behind the bar seems to be in charge, and I saw a woman behind the counter. Maybe she cooks. Wait a minute. Nicholas, don't make a fuss. The English don't like for people to cause problems. If you'll wait a minute, I'll go and—" But Nicholas was already halfway to the counter. "Food is food, no matter what the year. No, madam, stay where you are, and I will procure us a proper dinner." As Douglas watched, Nicholas talked earnestly to the bartender for a few moments. Then the woman was called over, and she, too, listened to Nicholas. When Douglas saw the man and woman scurrying away to do whatever they'd been told, it occurred to her that if Nicholas learned his way around the 20th century, he might be a bit of a problem. Moments later, he returned to the booth, and minutes afterward, dishes of food began to be placed on the table. There was chicken, beef, a big pork pie, bowls of vegetables, one of salad, and a nasty-looking dark beer was set before Nicholas. "Now, Mistress Montgomery," he said when the table was loaded with food, "how do you propose to find my way home?" When she looked up at him, his eyes were twinkling, and she knew that, for once, she had been the one wearing the incredulous expression. It was his turn to be the one who knew how to do something she didn't. "Chalk one up for you," she said, laughing as she speared a chicken leg. "Why don't you ask the cook if she knows any good witches' spells?" "Perhaps if we mix all those bottles you bought," Nicholas said, his mouth full of English beef. "Ow!" he said, when he nearly pierced his tongue with the fork he was trying to learn to use. "Forget the witchcraft," she said, as she withdrew a spiral notebook and a pen from a bag. "I have to know all about you before we can start research." Perhaps now, with dates and places, she'd trip him up. But nothing she asked him even slowed him down as he ate plateful after plateful of food. He was born the 6th of June, 1537. And what's your full name? Or, I guess, in your case, what's your title? She was eating mashed parsnips with her left hand, writing with her right. Nicholas Stafford, Earl of Thornwick, Berkshire, and South Eton, Lord of Farlane. Douglas blinked. Anything else? A few baronetcies, but none of great importance. So much for barons, she said as she had him repeat what he'd said so she could write it down. Next, she began to list the properties he owned. There were estates from East Yorkshire to South Wales, plus more land in France and Ireland. When her head was beginning to whirl with all the names, she closed her notebook. I think with all that, we should be able to find something about you. Him, she said, her tone showing her understatement. After lunch, they stopped in a barber shop so Nicholas could be shaved. When he sat up in the chair, clean-shaven at last, Douglas took a moment to catch her breath. Hidden under the beard and moustache had been a full-lipped mouth of great sensitivity. I will do, madam, he asked, softly chuckling at her expression. Passable, she said, trying to sound as though she'd seen better. But as she walked ahead of him, his laugh filled her ears. Vain, she thought. He was much too vain. When they returned to the bed and breakfast, the landlady said a room with a private bath had come vacant. A sane, sensible part of Douglas knew she should ask for a room of her own, but she didn't open her mouth when the landlady looked at her in question. Besides, Douglas told herself, when Robert came for her, it might be good for him to see her with this divine-looking man. After she and Nicholas had moved what little they had into the new room, they went to the church and spoke to the vicar, but there was no word from Robert for her, nor any inquiries about the bracelet. They went to a grocery and bought cheese and fruit, to a butcher for meat pies, to a baker for bread, scones, and pastries, then to a winery, where they purchased 2 bottles of wine. By tea-time, Douglas was exhausted. My purse-bearer looks sinking ripe, Nicholas said, smiling at her. Douglas felt exactly like sinking ripe sounded. Together they walked back to their little hotel, where they took the bag containing the new books to the garden. Mrs. Beasley served them tea and scones and gave them a blanket to spread on the grass. Nicholas and Douglas sat on the blanket, drank tea, ate the scones, and looked at the books. It was heavenly English weather. Cool yet warm, sunny but not brilliant. The garden was green and lush, the roses fragrant. Douglas was sitting up. Nicholas stretched before her on his stomach as he ate scones with one hand and carefully turned pages with the other. The cotton shirt he wore was stretched across his back muscles, and the trousers clung to his thighs. Black curls brushed his collar. Douglas found herself looking at him more than at the travel book she was thumbing through. It is here, Nicholas said, rolling over and sitting up so abruptly Douglas's tea splashed out. My newest house is here. He shoved the book at her as she put down her cup. Thornwick Castle, she read beside the full-page photo. Begun in 1563 by Nicholas Stafford, Earl of Thornwick. She glanced at him. He was lying on his back, his hands behind his head, and smiling angelically, as though he'd at last found some proof of his existence. Was confiscated by Queen Elizabeth I in 1564 when... She trailed off. Go on, Nicholas said softly, but he was no longer smiling. When the Earl was found guilty of treason and sentenced to be beheaded, there was some doubt of Stafford's guilt, but all investigation stopped when... Douglas's voice lowered.
When 3 days before his execution, the Earl was found dead in his cell. He had been writing a letter to his mother when he apparently died of a heart attack. He was found with his head face down on a table. The letter to his mother. She looked up and whispered, "Unfinished." Nicholas watched the clouds overhead and was silent for a while.
"Does it say what became of my mother?" he asked at last.
"No. The rest of the article describes the castle and says it was never finished. What had been completed fell into disrepair after the Civil War. Your Civil War, not mine. Then was renovated in 1824 for the James family. And—" She stopped. "And now it's an exclusive hotel with a 2-star restaurant."
"My house is a public house?" Nicholas asked, obviously appalled. "My house was to be a center of learning and intelligence. It was—"
"Nicholas, that was hundreds of years ago. I mean, maybe it was. Don't you see? Maybe we can get reservations to stay at this hotel. We can possibly stay at your house."
"I am to pay to stay in my own house?" he asked, his upper lip curled in disgust. She threw up her hands in despair.
"Okay, don't go. We'll just stay here and go shopping for the next 20 years, and you can spend all your time badgering pub owners into serving you medieval banquets every day."
"You have a sharp tongue on you."
"I can see the truth, if that's what you mean."
"Except about men who abandon you." She started to get up, but he caught her hand. "I will pay," he said, looking up at her. But he began caressing the fingers of the hand he held. "You will remain with me?" She pulled her hand out of his grasp.
"A bargain's a bargain. I'll help you find out what you need to know, so maybe you can clear your ancestor's name."
Nicholas smiled. "So now I am my own ancestor?" With a look at him that said she could do without his sarcasm, she went into the house to call Thornwick Castle. At first, the reservations clerk haughtily told her that reservations needed to be made a year in advance. But there was a commotion, and a moment later the clerk returned to say that, unexpectedly, their best suite would be available in a few days. Douglas said, "Yes," without asking the price. As she hung up, Douglas realized she wasn't surprised by the coincidence of a room becoming available. It was beginning to seem as though a kind of wish therapy was at work. Every time she wished for something, she got it. She'd wished for a knight in shining armor, and he had appeared. Maybe her wish had been more of a metaphor than a desire for a man who believed he was from the 16th century and wore silver armor, but, still, she had received her wish. She'd wished for money, and a bag of coins worth hundreds of thousands of pounds had shown up. She'd needed a place to spend the night, and that had appeared too. Now she needed a reservation to an exclusive hotel, and of course the hotel had, unexpectedly, had a vacancy. Douglas took Gloria's bracelet from her pocket and looked at it. It looked like something some rich, fat old man would give his 20 years younger mistress. What could Douglas wish for with Robert? That he'd come to realize that his own daughter was a lying thief? She didn't want any parent to despise his own child. So where did that leave her? She wanted Robert, but his daughter and his love for his daughter came with him. How was she going to deal with that? Was she destined to be cast as the proverbial wicked stepmother, no matter what she did? Before Douglas went back to the garden, she called the vicarage, and was again told that no one had called about the bracelet. She asked the vicar for a recommendation for a dentist, and when she was able to make an appointment, again due to a cancellation, for the next morning, Douglas almost laughed aloud. As she started back outside, she saw several American magazines on a table. There was Vogue, Harper's Bazaar, and Gentleman's Quarterly. Scooping them up, she took them outside and handed them to Nicholas. Right away, there were some exclamations on his part when she explained that these beautiful books were actually disposable goods. Once he conquered his amazement, he started looking through the magazines, studying the ads and the clothes on the models with the intensity of a general studying battle campaigns. At first, he hated the clothes, but by the end of the first magazine, he was nodding his head as though he were beginning to understand. Douglas picked up her Agatha Christie and began to read. "You will read aloud to me?" he asked. From the way he merely looked at the pictures of the books and magazines, she again thought that perhaps he didn't know how to read. So she read aloud as he looked at the photos in Gentleman's Quarterly. At 7, they opened a bottle of wine and ate cheese and bread and fruit. Nicholas insisted she read more of the mystery while they ate. When it grew dark, they went upstairs to their room, and the reality of the intimacy of sharing a room began to dawn on Douglas. But as the hours passed, it seemed more and more natural to spend all her time with this gentle man. Watching him look at the world through wonder-filled eyes was becoming a joy to her, and with each passing hour, her memory of Robert was becoming less distinct. When they were alone in the room, Nicholas didn't allow her to feel awkward. After examining their private bathroom, he demanded to know where the tub was. To Douglas's American delight, there was a shower stall in the bathroom. But before she could explain how to use the shower, Nicholas had turned on the taps and sprayed himself with cold water. Then, both of them laughing, he bent over while she toweled his hair dry. She showed him how to use shampoo and cream rinse, then how to brush his teeth. "Tomorrow I'll show you how to shave," she said, smiling at him with his mouth full of toothpaste lather. After she'd showered and washed her hair, she put on the plain white nightgown she'd bought and slipped into one of the twin beds. She and Nicholas had had a somewhat heated discussion about his bathing every day. The idea seemed to appall him. He'd argued against chills and talked of how body oils protected a person. Douglas had countered by showing him a jar of cold cream. Nicholas said that washing off oils, then buying oil to replace what came for free, was absurd. Douglas had replied that if he didn't take a bath every day, people on the street and in the restaurants would start talking about how bad he smelled. At that horrible prospect, Nicholas went into the bathroom, shut the door, and she soon heard the water running. He must have enjoyed himself, because he stayed in the shower so long that steam came rolling out from under the door. When he finally emerged, he was wearing only a towel about his hips and rubbing his wet hair with another towel. There was an awkward moment when he looked up at her as she sat in bed, fresh-faced, wet hair slicked back, and Douglas's heart jumped into her throat. But then Nicholas saw the table lamp beside her, and Douglas spent the next 15 minutes answering questions about electric lights. Nicholas nearly drove her crazy with turning every switch in the room on and off until, to make him go to bed, she promised to read more to him. She looked away as he dropped his towel and climbed into his own bed, wearing absolutely nothing. "Pajamas," she murmured. "Tomorrow we buy pajamas." She read for only about 30 minutes before she realized that he was asleep, and, turning off the light, she snuggled down under the covers. She was just dozing off when Nicholas's thrashing made her sit up in alarm. The room was just light enough that she could see him flailing at the covers, rolling back and forth as he moaned in the grips of a nightmare. Reaching across to his bed, she put her hand on his shoulder. "Nicholas," she whispered. But he didn't respond, and his thrashing increased. She shook his shoulder, but he still didn't wake. Throwing back the covers, she sat on the edge of the bed and leaned over him.
"Nicholas, wake up," she said. "You're having a nightmare."
Immediately, his strong arms reached out and he pulled her to him.
"Let me go,"
she said, struggling against his grip, but he didn't release her. Instead, he calmed his thrashing and seemed to be perfectly content to hold her to him, as though she were a life-size stuffed toy. Using all her strength, Douglas pried his arms from around her, then went back to her own bed. But she was no more under the covers than he began moving about and moaning again. Getting out of bed, she went back to stand over his bed.
"Nicholas, you have to wake up,"
she said loudly, but her voice had no effect on him. He was kicking at the covers, his arms were flailing about, and judging from the expression on his face, he was reliving some truly horrible experience. Sighing in resignation, Douglas pulled back the covers and slipped in beside him. Immediately, he clasped her to him as though he were a scared child and she his doll, and, instantly, he settled back into a peaceful sleep. Douglas told herself she was a true martyr and that she was doing this for him. But somewhere inside herself, she knew she was as lonely and as scared as he probably was. Putting her cheek in the hollow of his warm shoulder, she went to sleep in his arms. She awoke before dawn, smiling even before she was fully aware that it was Nicholas's warm, big body next to hers that was making her feel so good. Her impulse was to turn in his arms and kiss that warm skin. But as soon as she was fully aware of where she was, she opened her eyes, then eased out of bed and went to her own bed. For a while, she lay there alone, looking across the beds at him. He was sleeping so quietly, his black curls such a contrast to the white of the pillowcase. Was he her own knight in shining armour? She wondered. Or would he eventually get his memory back and realize that he had a home somewhere in England? Feeling a bit devilish, Douglas tiptoed out of bed, quietly pulled the new tape player from where she'd hidden it on the windowsill. She had been waiting for the right moment to show it to him, then put in the Stones tape. Putting the player by Nicholas's head, she turned the volume up, then pressed play. When "I Can't Get No Satisfaction" blasted out, Nicholas came bolt upright in bed. Laughing at the expression of shock on his face, Douglas turned the music off before she woke the other guests. Nicholas sat up in bed with a dazed look on his face. "What chaos was that?"
"Music,"
Douglas said, laughing, but as he continued to look shocked, she said,
"It was a joke. It's time to get up, so I thought—"
Douglas quit smiling when he didn't smile back. She guessed Elizabethan men didn't like practical jokes. Correction. Modern men who thought they were Elizabethan men didn't like practical jokes. It was 20 minutes later when Douglas came sputtering out of the bathroom.
"You put shampoo on my toothbrush,"
she said, wiping her tongue on a towel. "I, madam?" Nicholas asked, an exaggerated look of innocence on his face.
"Why, you—"
she said as she grabbed a pillow and tossed it at him.
"I'll get you for this."
"More of your music at dawn, mayhap?" he said, fending off the pillow. Douglas laughed.
"All right, I guess I deserved it. Are you ready for breakfast?"
At breakfast, Douglas told him of his dental appointment. She saw his grimace, but paid no attention to it. Everyone grimaced at the thought of going to the dentist. While he was eating, she got him to give her the names of some of his other estates besides Thornwick, so, while he was at the dentist, she could go to the local library and see what she could find out. Nicholas was quiet as they walked to the dentist. And in the waiting room, he didn't examine the plastic-covered chairs. Douglas knew he was really worried when he wouldn't even look at the plastic plant she pointed out to him. When the receptionist called him, Douglas squeezed his hand.
"You'll be all right. Afterward, I'll take you out and buy you ice cream. That's something to look forward to."
But she knew he had no idea what ice cream was. Didn't remember what ice cream was, she corrected herself. Since she'd booked him for a checkup, at least one filling and a cleaning, she knew he'd be in the chair for a while. So she asked the receptionist to call her at the library when he was nearly finished. As she walked to the library, she felt as a mother must feel at having left her child behind. "It's only the dentist," she told herself. The Ashburton Library was very small, oriented toward children's books and novels for adults. Douglas sat on a stool in the British travel section and began searching for any mention of the 11 estates Nicholas said he'd owned. 4 were now ruins. 2 had been torn down in the 1950s. It made her sick to think they'd survived so long and been torn down so recently. 1 was Thornwick Castle. 1 she couldn't find. 2 were private residences, and 1 was open to the public. She copied down the pertinent information about the estate open to the public, hours, days open, then looked at her watch. Nicholas had been in the dentist's an hour and a half now. She searched through the card catalogue, but could find nothing on the Stafford family. Another 45 minutes went by. When the telephone on the checkout desk rang, she jumped. The librarian told Douglas it was the dentist calling, and that Nicholas was nearly finished. Douglas practically ran back to the dentist's office. The dentist came out to greet her and asked her to come to his office. "Mr. Stafford puzzles me," the doctor said, as he put Nicholas's X-rays on a wall-lit machine. "I usually make it a policy to never give an opinion about another doctor's work, but as you can see here," he said, pointing at the X-ray, "Mr. Stafford's previous dental work has been, well, I can only describe it as brutal. The 3 teeth that have been extracted look as though they were literally torn from his mouth. See, here and here the bone was cracked and grew back crooked. The extractions must have been extremely painful afterward as the bone healed. And, too, I know it's impossible, but I don't believe Mr. Stafford has ever seen a hypodermic before. Perhaps he was put under when he had those teeth removed." The doctor turned off the light. Of course, he had to have been put under. In this day and age, we can't imagine the pain that extractions such as these must have caused him.
"This day and age," Douglas said softly. "But 400 years ago, teeth were, as you said, torn from a person's mouth."
The doctor smiled. 400 years ago, I imagine that everyone had extractions like his, but without anesthetic or painkillers afterward. And yes, I imagine a lot of people went away with cracked jawbones. Douglas took a deep breath.
"How were his teeth otherwise? How was he as a patient?"
"Excellent on both counts. He was very relaxed in the chair, and laughed when the hygienist asked if she'd hurt him when she'd cleaned his teeth. I filled one cavity and checked his other teeth." The doctor looked puzzled for a moment. "He has some slight ridging on his teeth. I've only seen that in school textbooks, and it usually means hunger for a year or so as a child. I wonder what could have caused such ridging in him. He doesn't strike me as a man whose family couldn't afford food."
"Drought," Douglas almost said, "or flooding. Something to make the crops fail in a time of no refrigeration or frozen food or fresh food flown in from around the world."
"I didn't mean to keep you," the doctor said when Douglas said nothing. "It was just that I was concerned about his previous dental work. The doctor chuckled. He certainly asked a lot of questions. He isn't by chance thinking of going to dental school?
Douglas smiled. He's just curious. Thank you so much for your time and your concern.
I'm glad I had the cancellations. He has a most interesting set of teeth.
Douglas thanked him again, then went into the reception room to see Nicholas leaning across the counter, flirting with the pretty receptionist. "Come on," she snapped at him after she'd paid the bill. She hadn't meant to be so short-tempered, but it seemed that circumstances were trying to force her to believe that this man actually was from the 16th century.
"That is not the barber I have been to," Nicholas said, smiling, rubbing his still numb lip. "I should like to take that man and his machines back with me."
"All the machines are electric," Douglas said gloomily. "I doubt that Elizabethan houses were wired for the 220 they have in this country."
Catching her arm, Nicholas turned her to face him. "What ails you?"
"Who are you?" she cried, looking up at him. "Why do you have ridges on your teeth? How did your jawbone get cracked when your other teeth were pulled?"
Nicholas smiled at her because he could see that, at last, she was truly beginning to believe him. "I am Nicholas Stafford, Earl of Thornwick, Berkshire and South Eton. 2 days ago I was in a cell awaiting my execution, and the year was 1564.
"I cannot believe it," Douglas said, looking away from his face. "I will not believe it. Time travel cannot happen."
"What would make you believe?" he asked softly. 7. As Douglas walked with him toward the ice cream shop, she pondered the question. What would make her believe? She asked herself. But she could think of nothing. There seemed to be explanations for everything. He could be a fabulous actor and merely pretending that everything was new to him. His teeth could have been wrenched out while playing rugby in school. Since she could verify nearly everything he told her, that meant he could have found the information previously, then used it in his charade. Was there anything he could do to prove to her that he was from the past? In the ice cream parlour, she absently ordered herself a single cone of mocha ice cream, but for Nicholas, she ordered a double cone of French vanilla and chocolate fudge. She was considering her question so hard that she didn't see his face when he took his first licks, so she was startled when he leaned over and kissed her quickly, but firmly on the mouth. Blinking, she looked up at him and saw the sublime happiness on his face as he ate his ice cream. Douglas couldn't help laughing.
"Buried treasure,"
she said, and startled herself with the words. Nicholas asked, his attention 100% on his ice cream.
"To prove to me that you're from the past, you have to know something no one else does. You have to show me something that isn't in a book."
"Such as who the father of Lady Arabella Sidney's last child was?" He was down to the chocolate scoop and looked as though he might melt from happiness. Placing her hand under his elbow, she ushered him to a table. Sitting across from him, looking at those blue eyes and thick lashes as he licked his cone, she wondered if he looked at a woman like that when he made love to her. "You gaze at me most hard," he said, then looked at her through his lashes. Turning away, Douglas cleared her throat.
"I do not want to know who fathered Lady Arabella's kid."
She didn't look back when she heard Nicholas's laugh. "Buried treasure," he said as he crunched the cone. "Some valuable trinket that was hidden, but is still there after 424 years. He can add and subtract, Douglas thought as she looked back at him.
"Forget about it. It was just an idea."
She opened her notebook.
Let me tell you what I found out at the library," she said as she began to read her notes about the houses. When she looked up, Nicholas was wiping his hands on a paper napkin and frowning. "A man builds so that something of himself lives on. It pleases me not to hear that what was mine is gone." "I thought children were supposed to carry on a person's name." "I left no children," he said. "I had a son, but he died in a fall the week after my brother drowned. First his mother, then the child." Douglas watched pain shoot across his face and suddenly felt how easy and safe the 20th century was. Sure, America had rapists and mass murderers and drunk drivers, but Elizabethans had plague and leprosy and smallpox. "I'm sorry," she said. "Sorry both for you and for them." She paused a moment. "Have you had smallpox?" she asked softly. "Neither small nor large," he said with some pride. "Large pox?" He glanced about the room, then whispered, "The French disease." "Oh," she said, understanding, venereal disease. For some reason, she was glad to hear that he'd never had large pox. Not that it mattered, but they did share a bathroom. "What is this open to the public?" he asked. "Usually the owners couldn't afford the houses, so they gave them to the National Trust. So now you pay money and a guide takes you through the house. They're great tours. This particular house has a tea shop and a gift shop and—" Nicholas suddenly sat up straight. "It is Bellwood that is open?" She checked her notes. "Yes, Bellwood, just south of Bath." Nicholas seemed to be calculating. "With fast horses, we can be to Bath in about 7 hours. With a good English train, we could make it in 2 hours. Would you like to see your house again?" "See my house sold to a company with tallow-faced apron men marching through it?" Douglas smiled. "If you put it like that." "Can we go on this "Train?"
train to Bellwood now?" Douglas looked at her watch.
"Sure. If we leave right now, we can have tea there and see Bellwood. But if you don't want to see the tallow-faced—"
"Apron men," he said, smiling.
"Marching through the house, then why go?"
"There is a chance, a small chance, that I could, mayhap, find your buried treasure. When my estates were confiscated by your—" he looked at her mockingly, "your virgin queen," he let Douglas know what he thought of the absurdity of that idea, "I do not know if my family was given permission to clear the estates. Perhaps there is a chance." The idea of an afternoon spent looking for buried treasure excited Douglas. "What are we waiting for?" she asked, as she picked up her new handbag. This time, she'd packed it full of travel-size toiletries, and she wasn't going anywhere without it. The train system was another thing Douglas loved about England. Nearly every village had a station, and, unlike American trains, they were clean, with no graffiti, and well kept. When Douglas bought their tickets, she was told that a connecting train to Bath was just about to leave the station, which was not an unusual occurrence, since the English trains were wonderfully frequent. Once seated on the train and it started to move, Nicholas's eyes bulged at the speed. But, after a few nervous moments, like a true Englishman, he adjusted to the speed and began to walk around. He studied the ads high up on the walls, smiling in delight at one for Colgate, recognizing the toothpaste she'd purchased. If he could recognize words, perhaps it wouldn't be so difficult to teach him to read, she thought. In Bristol they changed trains. Nicholas was aghast at the number of hurrying people in the station, and he was fascinated with the ornate Victorian ironwork. She purchased a fat guidebook to the great houses of southern England at the newsstand, and on the ride to Bath, she started to read to Nicholas about his houses that were now in ruins. But when she saw that hearing of such waste and destruction made him sad, she stopped reading. He looked out the big windows and now and then would say, "There's William's house," or "Robin lives there," when he saw one of the enormous houses that dotted the English countryside almost as frequently as did the cows and sheep. Bath, beautiful, beautiful Bath, was a wonder to Nicholas. To Douglas it was old, since the architecture was all 18th century, but to him it was very modern. Douglas thought that New York or Dallas, with its steel and glass buildings, would look like outer space to him. He would act as though they looked weird, she corrected herself, then noticed that she was correcting herself less often with each hour she spent with him. They had lunch at an American-type sandwich shop, and Douglas ordered club sandwiches, potato salad, and iced tea for both of them. He thought the meal was tasty, but lacking in quantity. It took some fast talking, but Douglas managed to drag him out of the restaurant before he started demanding a boar's head or whatever. He was so fascinated with the crescent-shaped rows of houses in Bath that Douglas hated to get a taxi and take him out of town. But getting into an automobile took Nicholas's mind off the buildings. The taxi drivers in England are a different breed from those in America. English drivers don't yell when someone takes too long to get into a car, so Nicholas was given time to look at the vehicle. He examined the door and the door lock, opening and closing it 3 times before getting in, and once in, after examining the back seat, he leaned forward and watched the driver steer and shift gears. When they arrived at Bellwood, the next tour didn't start for half an hour, so they had time to walk around the gardens. Douglas thought they were beautiful, but Nicholas curled his lip and barely looked at the flowering plants and the ancient shade trees. When he walked around the big, sprawling house, he told her what had been added to the house and what had been changed. He thought the additions were architecturally dreadful, and minced no words in telling her so.
"Is the treasure buried in the garden?"
she asked, annoyed at herself for asking. She sounded like an excited child. "Ruin a garden by putting gold at the roots of my plants?" he asked in mock horror.
"By the way, where did you put your money? Where did they put their money, I mean?"
Nicholas clearly didn't understand her question, or didn't want to, so she dropped it. Since the garden seemed to be making him angry, she led him to the gift shop, and, for a while, he was happy in the shop. He played with the pens and some plastic change purses, and he laughed aloud when he first saw a tiny flashlight with Bellwood stamped on it. But he didn't like the postcards, and Douglas couldn't figure out what had so upset him about them. He removed a tote bag with a silk-screened photo of Bellwood on the front from a rack. "You will need one of these," he said, smiling. Then he leaned forward and whispered, "For the treasure." Douglas did her best not to look thrilled at his words. As calmly as she could, she carried the tote bag and the flashlight to the register, where she paid for them and tickets for the next tour. She tried again to look at the postcards, but Nicholas would not let her. Every time she got near the rack, he forcibly clamped his strong fingers on her arm and pulled her away. When the next tour was called, Douglas and Nicholas followed a dozen other tourists into the house. To Douglas's eyes, the interior of the house looked like a set for a play about Elizabeth I. The walls were panelled in dark oak. There were Jacobean chairs scattered about, as well as carved chests, and armour was hanging on the wall.
"Is this more like what you're used to?"
Douglas whispered up to Nicholas. There was an expression of disgust on his handsome face. His upper lip curled upward. "This is not my house," he said in distaste. "That what I did should come to this is most unpleasing." Douglas thought the place was beautiful, but didn't say so because the guide had started her lecture. It was her experience that English tour guides were excellent and knew their subject thoroughly. The woman was telling the history of the house, built as a castle in 1302 by the first Stafford. Nicholas was quiet as she spoke, until she came to Henry VIII's time. "A medieval woman was the chattel of her husband," their guide said, "to be used as her husband saw fit. Women had no power." Nicholas snorted loudly. "My father told my mother she was his property. Once." "Shh," Douglas hissed, not wanting to be embarrassed by him. They moved to a small oak-panelled room where the darkness was oppressive. "Candles were very expensive," the guide was saying. "So medieval man lived his life in gloom." Nicholas again started to speak, but Douglas frowned at him to be quiet. "Stop complaining, and, by the way, where's your treasure?" she asked. "I cannot seek treasure now. I must hear how your world thinks of mine," he said. "Pray tell me why your people think we had no mirth." "With all the plague and big pox and small, plus trips to the barber to have your teeth torn out, we think you didn't have time for fun." "We made use of the time we had," he said as the group moved into another room. As soon as they entered, Nicholas opened a door concealed in the panelling, and as soon as he did, a loud buzzer went off. Douglas slammed the door shut, then gave a weak smile of apology to the tour guide, whose quelling look made her feel like a child caught with her hand in a cookie jar. "Behave," Douglas hissed at him. "If you want to leave, I'm ready." His actions were embarrassing, and she feared that he just might start telling the guide that he had built this house and he had lived here. But Nicholas didn't want to leave. He followed the guide through room after room, snorting now and then in derision, but saying nothing. "We now come to our most popular room," the guide said, and by the little smile she gave, her audience knew something amusing was coming up. Nicholas, being taller, saw into the room before Douglas did. "We will leave now," he said stiffly, but he said it in a way that made Douglas very much want to see what was in the room. The guide began to speak. "This was Lord Nicholas Stafford's private chamber, and, to put it politely, Lord Nicholas was what is known as a rake. As you can see, he was a very handsome man." When she heard that, Douglas pushed her way through the group to the front. There, hanging over the mantel, was a portrait of Lord Nicholas Stafford. Her Nicholas. He was dressed just as she'd first seen him, wearing the beard and moustache she'd first seen, and he was just as handsome then as he was now. Of course he wasn't the same man, Douglas told herself, but she was willing to admit that the man she knew had to be a descendant. The guide, smiling at what she felt was an amusing story, began to tell of Lord Nicholas's exploits with various ladies. It was said that no woman could withstand his charm once he set his mind to have her, so his enemies were concerned that if he went to court, he might seduce the young and beautiful Queen Elizabeth. Douglas felt Nicholas's fingers biting into her shoulder. "I will take you to the treasure now," he whispered into her ear. She put her fingers to her lips for him to be quiet. "In 1560, the guide said, there was a great scandal concerning Lady Arabella Sidney." The guide paused. "I wish to go now," Nicholas said, emphatically into her ear. Douglas waved him away. The guide continued. It was said at the time that Lady Sidney's fourth child was fathered by Lord Nicholas, who was some years younger than she. It was also said, the guide's voice lowered conspiratorially, that the child was fathered on that table. There was a combined intake of breath as everyone looked at an oak trestle table standing against the wall. Furthermore, the guide said, Lord Nicholas. From the back of the room came a very loud buzzer. It went on, then off, making it impossible for the guide to continue speaking. Would you mind? The guide said, but the buzzer kept going, on and off. Douglas didn't have to look to see who was opening and closing the alarmed door, or why he was doing it. Quickly, she began to make her way to the back of the group. I'm going to have to ask you to leave, the guide said sternly, looking over the heads of the tourists to the back of the group. You may go out the way you came. Grabbing Nicholas's arm, Douglas pulled him away from the buzzing door and back through 2 rooms. What trivial knowledge is remembered through these hundreds of years, Nicholas said in anger. She looked up at him with interest. Is it true? She asked. About Lady Arabella? About the table? He frowned at her. Nay, madam, such did not happen on that table. Turning, he walked away. Smiling, Douglas was relieved that the story wasn't true. Not that it mattered, but still. I gave the true table to Arabella, he said over his shoulder. Douglas gasped as she watched him walk away, but she hurriedly followed him. You impregnated, she began, but when he halted and looked down his nose at her, she stopped speaking. He had a way of looking at a person that could make you believe he was an aristocrat. We will see if these Scottish people have violated my cabinet, he said, again turning away from her. Douglas had to run to cover the distance his long legs were eating up. You can't go in there, she said as he put his hand on a door that had a no admittance sign on it. Ignoring her, Nicholas pulled on the latch. For a moment, Douglas closed her eyes and held her breath, waiting for a buzzer to go off. When there was no sound, she tentatively opened her eyes and saw that Nicholas had disappeared behind the door. With a quick look around to see if anyone was watching, she followed him, expecting to walk into a room full of secretaries. But there were no secretaries in the room, nor any people at all. There were just boxes stacked to the ceiling, and from what was printed on the sides, they looked to be full of paper napkins and other items for the tea room. Behind the boxes was beautiful panelling that Douglas thought was a shame to hide. She caught sight of Nicholas as he opened another door, so she ran after him. She followed him through 3 more rooms and got to see the difference between restored and unrestored. The rooms not open to the public had broken fireplaces, missing panelling, and painted ceilings spoiled by a leaky roof. In one room, some Victorian had put wallpaper over the carved oak panels, and Douglas could see where workmen were painstakingly removing it. At last, Nicholas led her to a small room off a larger one. Here, the ceiling had leaked until the plaster was a dirty brown, and the wide floorboards looked to be dangerously rotten. Standing in the doorway, she saw Nicholas looking about the room, sadness in his eyes. This was my brother's chamber, and I was here but a fortnight ago, he said softly, then shrugged as though to block the regret from his mind. He walked across the rotten boards, went to a section of the panelling, and pushed at it. Nothing happened. The lock has rusted, he said, or someone has sealed it shut. Suddenly, he seemed to become enraged and began hammering on the panelling with both fists. Mindless of the disintegrating floor, Douglas ran to him, and not knowing what else to do, she put her arms around him, pulled his head to her shoulder, and stroked his hair. "Shh," she whispered as she would to a child. "Quiet." He clung to her, held her so tightly she could barely breathe. "It was my intent to be remembered for my learning," he said against her neck, and there were tears in his voice. "I commissioned monks to copy hundreds of books. I began building Thornwick. I have had... It is done now." "Shh," Douglas soothed, holding his broad shoulders. He pushed away from her and turned his back, but Douglas saw him wipe away tears. "They remember a moment on a table with Arabella," he said. When he looked back at her, his face was fierce. "If I had lived," he said, "if I had but lived, I would have changed all. I must find out what my mother knew. She believed she had knowledge that would clear my name and save me from execution. And once I know this, I must return. I must change what is now said about me and about my family." As Douglas looked at him, it was at that moment that she knew he was telling the truth. It was the way she, too, felt about her family. She didn't want to be remembered for all the idiot things she'd done. She wanted to be remembered for her good deeds. Last summer, she'd volunteered to help children who couldn't read. For 4 summers in a row, she'd spent 3 days a week at a shelter where she worked with children who, for the most part, had had very little kindness in their lives. "We'll find out," she said softly. "If the information still exists today, we'll find it. And when we have the information, I'm sure you'll be sent back." "You know how to do this?" he asked. "No, I don't. But maybe it'll just happen once you know what you were sent here to find out." He was frowning, but slowly his frown changed to a smile. "You have changed. You are looking at me in a different way. Do you not tell me I am lying?" "No," she said slowly. "No one could act this well." She didn't want to think about what she was saying. A 16th-century man could not come forward in time, but it had happened. "Look at this," she said, as she touched the section of paneling he had been pounding. A little door stood open about 1 inch. Nicholas pulled the door open. "My father told only my brother of this hidden cabinet, and Kit showed me but a week before he died. I told no one. The secret of its existence died with me." As she watched, he stuck his hand in the hole and pulled out a roll of yellowed, brittle papers. Nicholas looked at the papers in disbelief. "I but put these in here a few days ago. They were new made then." Taking the papers from him, she unrolled them a bit. They were covered top to bottom, side to side, no margins, with writing that was incomprehensible to her. "Ah, here is your treasure." He showed Douglas a small yellow-white box, beautifully carved with figures of people and animals. "This is ivory?" she asked in wonder, as she handed him the papers, then took the box. She had seen boxes like this one in museums, but she'd never touched one. "It's beautiful, and it's a wonderful treasure." Nicholas laughed. "The box is not the treasure. That lies inside. But wait," he said as Douglas began to open the lid. "I find I am greatly in need of sustenance." He shoved the papers back into the cabinet as though he never wanted to see them again. Then he took the box from her, opened the tote bag she'd purchased, and slipped the box inside. You're going to make me wait until after you've eaten before I can see what's inside that box. She was incredulous. Nicholas laughed. It pleases me to see that the nature of woman has not changed these 400 years. She gave him a smug look. Don't get too smart. Or did you forget that I have your return train ticket? She thought she had bested him, but as she watched, his face changed to softness, and he looked at her through his lashes in a way that made Douglas's heart beat a little faster. He stepped forward. She stepped back. You have heard, he said, his voice low, that no woman can withstand me. Douglas was backed against the wall, her heart pounding in her ears as he looked down at her. Putting his fingertips under her chin, he gently lifted her face upward. Was he going to kiss her? She wondered, half in outrage and half in anticipation. Anticipation won out. She closed her eyes. I shall seduce my way back to the hotel, he said, in a different tone that made Douglas know he'd been teasing her, and he'd known exactly how his warm looks would affect her. When her eyes flew open and she straightened up, he chucked her under the chin as a father might do, or as the gorgeous private eye might do to his soppy secretary. Ah, but mayhap I could not seduce a woman of today. You have told me that women now are not as they were in my day, he said, shutting the little secret door. Alas, this is the day of women's... Lib, she answered. Liberation. She was thinking about Lady Arabella on the table. He looked back at her. I am sure I would not be able to charm a woman such as you. You have told me that you love... Robert. Yes, I do, Douglas said firmly. Maybe when I get back to the States, he and I can work things out. Or maybe when he gets my message about the bracelet, he'll come for me. She wanted to remember Robert. Compared to this man, Robert seemed safe. Ah, Nicholas said, starting for the door, Douglas inches behind him. Just what is that supposed to mean? No more, no less. She blocked him from leaving the room. If you want to say something, say it. This Robert will come for Jules, but not for the woman he loves. Of course he's coming for me, she snapped. The bracelet is... It's just that Gloria is a brat and she lied, but she's his daughter, so of course Robert believed her. And stop looking at me like that. Robert is a fine man. At least he'll be remembered for what he did on an operating table instead of on a... She stopped at the look on Nicholas's face. Turning, he strode ahead of her. Nicholas, I'm sorry, she said, running after him. I didn't mean it. I was just angry, that's all. It's not your fault you're remembered for Arabella. It's our fault. We see too much TV, read too much National Enquirer. Our lives are filled with too much sensationalism. Colin, please. She stopped where she was. Was he going to walk away and leave her too? Her head was down, so she wasn't aware that he'd walked back to her. Companionably, he put his arm around her shoulders. Do they sell ice cream in this place? When she smiled at that, he tipped her chin up and wiped away a single tear. Are you onion-eyed again? He asked softly. She shook her head, afraid to trust her voice. Then come, he said. If I remember rightly, there is a pearl in that box as big as my thumb. Really? She asked. She had forgotten all about the box. Anything else? Tea first, he said. Tea and scones and ice cream. Then I shall show you the box. They walked together out of the unrestored rooms, past the next door, and out the inn, which the guides did not like at all. In the tea shop, this time, Nicholas took over. Douglas sat at a table and waited for him as he talked to a woman behind the counter. The woman was shaking her head about something Nicholas was asking, but Douglas had an idea that he'd get whatever it was that he wanted. Minutes later, he motioned for her to come with him. He led her outside, then down stone stairs, across an acre of garden, to at last stop under the dappled shade of a yew tree with bright red berries. When Douglas turned around, she saw a woman and a man carrying 2 large trays filled with tea, pastries, little sandwiches with no crusts, and Nicholas's beloved scones. Nicholas ignored the 2 people as they spread a cloth on the ground and set out the tea things. "There was my knot garden," he said, pointing, his voice heavy with sadness. "And there was a mound." After the people left, Nicholas held out his hand to help her sit on the cloth. She poured his tea, added milk, filled a plate full of food for him, then said, "Now?" He smiled. "Now." Douglas dove into the tote bag and pulled out the old, fragile ivory box, then slowly, with breath held, opened it. Inside were 2 rings of exquisite loveliness, one an emerald, one a ruby, the gold mountings cast into intricate forms of dragons and snakes. Nicholas took the rings and, smiling at her, slipped them onto his fingers, where, she wasn't surprised to see, they fit perfectly. On the bottom of the box was a bit of old, cracked velvet, and she could see that it was wrapped around something. Gingerly, Douglas removed the velvet and slowly opened it. In her hand lay a brooch, oval, with little gold figures of. She looked up at Nicholas. "What are they doing?" "It's the martyrdom of Saint Barbara," he said, his tone implying that she knew nothing. Douglas had guessed it was a martyrdom because it looked as if the gold man was about to cut off the head of the tiny gold woman. Encircling the figures was an abstract enamel design, and around the edges were tiny pearls and diamonds. Hanging from a loop below the brooch was indeed a pearl as large as a man's thumb. It was a Baroque pearl, indented, even lumpy, but with a lustre that no years could dim. "It's lovely," she whispered. "It is yours," Nicholas said. A wave of avarice shot through Douglas. "I cannot," she said, even as her hand closed over the jewel. Nicholas laughed. "It is a woman's bauble. You may keep it." "I can't. It's too valuable. This pin is worth too much, and it's too old. It should be in a museum. It should—" Taking the jewel from her hand, he pinned it between the collar points of her blouse. Douglas took her compact from her purse, opened the mirror, and looked at the brooch. She also looked at her face. "I have to go to the restroom," she said, making Nicholas laugh as she rose. Alone in the restroom, she had some time to really look at the pin, and only left when someone else entered. On her way back to Nicholas, she couldn't resist slipping into the gift shop to look at the postcards. It took her a moment to see what Nicholas had not wanted her to see. There, on the bottom of a rack, was a postcard of a portrait of the notorious Lady Arabella. Douglas took one. As she was paying, Douglas asked the cashier if there was anything in any of the books for sale about Nicholas Stafford. The woman smiled in a patronizing way. "All the young ladies ask after him. We usually have cards of his portrait, but we're out right now." "There's nothing written about him? About his accomplishments other than with women?" Douglas asked. Again there was that little smirk. "I don't believe Lord Nicholas accomplished anything. The only thing of importance that he did was to raise an army against the Queen, and he was sentenced to be executed for that. If he hadn't died beforehand, he would have been beheaded. He was quite a scoundrel of a young man. Douglas took the single postcard and started to leave, but she turned back. What happened to Lord Nicholas's mother after he died? The woman brightened. Lady Margaret? Now there was a grand lady. Let me see. I believe she married again. What was his name? Oh, yes. Harwood. She married Lord Richard Harwood. Do you know if she left any papers behind? Oh, my, no, I have no idea of that. All the Stafford papers are at Goshawk Hall, came a voice from the door. It was the guide whose tour she and Nicholas had so rudely interrupted. Where is Goshawk Hall? Douglas asked, feeling embarrassed. Near the village of Thornwick, the woman said. Thornwick, Douglas said, and nearly gave a whoop of joy, but caught herself. It was all she could do to thank the women before she ran from the shop into the garden. Nicholas lay stretched out on the cloth, sipping tea and finishing the scones. Your mother married Richard, Harwood, she said breathlessly. And all the papers are at... She couldn't remember the name. Goshawk Hall? He asked. Yes, that's it. It's near Thornwick. He turned away from her. My mother married Harwood? Douglas watched the back of him. If he died accused of treason, had his mother, in her poverty, been forced to marry some despicable despot? Had his old, frail mother been forced to endure some man who treated her as no more than property? When Nicholas's shoulders began to shake, Douglas put her hand on his arm. Nicholas, it's not your fault. You were dead. You couldn't help her. What am I saying? She thought. But when Nicholas turned around, she saw that he was laughing. I should have known she would land on her feet, he said. Harwood! She married Dickie Harwood! He could hardly speak for laughing so hard. Tell me everything, Douglas urged, eyes alight. Dickie Harwood is a tardy-gated, unhaired padjock. Douglas frowned, not understanding. An ass, madam, Nicholas explained, but a rich one. Aye, he's very rich. He leaned back, smiling. It is good to know she was not left one trunk inheriting. Still smiling, he poured Douglas a cup of tea, and as she took it, he picked up her little paper bag and opened it. No, she began, but he was already looking at the postcard of Lady Arabella's portrait. He looked up at her with such a knowing look that she wanted to dump the tea over his head. Did they not have a picture of the table too? He mocked. I have no idea what you mean, she said, haughtily, not looking at his face as she snatched the card out of his hands and put it back into the bag. The picture is for research. It might help us. For the life of her, she couldn't think what a picture of the mother of Nicholas's illegitimate child could possibly help them find out. Did you eat all the scones? You really can be a pig sometimes. Nicholas gave a snort of laughter. After a moment he said, What say you we stay in this town this night? On the morrow I shall purchase Armant and Rafe. It took Douglas a moment to understand what he meant, but then she remembered the American magazines he'd seen. Giorgio Armani and Ralph Lauren? She asked. Aye, he said. Clothing of your time. When I return to my house in Thornwick, I will not be one trunk inheriting either. Douglas bit into a little sandwich. Unless she found Robert and got her suitcases back soon, she was going to have to buy more clothes too. She looked at Nicholas, his hands behind his head. Tomorrow they'd go shopping. Then the next day they'd go to Thornwick, where they'd try to find out who had betrayed him to the Queen. But tonight, she thought, tonight they'd once again spend alone in a hotel room. 8. Douglas sat in the back of the big black taxi, luggage all around her. This is where I came in, she thought, remembering being in the back of Robert's rental car and trying to get comfortable around Gloria's luggage. But now, sprawled beside her, his long legs stretched out, was Nicholas. He was absorbed in a battery-powered video game that they'd purchased this morning. Putting her head back, Douglas closed her eyes and thought about the last several hours. After tea at Bellwood yesterday, she'd called a taxi and asked to be taken to a nice hotel in Bath. The driver had taken them to a lovely 18th-century building, where she was able to get a double room for the night. Neither she nor Nicholas mentioned asking for separate rooms. It was a beautiful room done in yellow chintz and flowered wallpaper, with white bedspreads piped in yellow on the 2 beds. Nicholas ran his hand over the wallpaper and vowed that when he got home he was going to have someone paint the walls of his house with lilies and roses. After they checked in, they went walking to look in the windows of the wonderful shops in Bath. It was near dinner time when Douglas saw a movie house called the American Cinema. "We could always go to a movie and eat hot dogs and popcorn for dinner," she said, making a joke. But Nicholas had been so intrigued that he'd started asking questions. So Douglas bought tickets. She thought it was a bit ironic that an American cinema was playing an English movie, Room with a View, but they did have American hot dogs, popcorn, Cokes, and Reese's peanut butter cups. Knowing Nicholas's appetite, Douglas bought so much of everything that they could hardly waddle down the aisle for the load they were carrying. Nicholas loved the popcorn, choked on the Coke, thought the hot dog had possibilities, and nearly cried in delight over the peanut butter and chocolate. Before the movie started, Douglas tried to explain what a movie was and how very large the people would look, but Nicholas was too interested in what was going on in his mouth to listen very carefully. He was fascinated when the lights went down, then nearly jumped out of his seat when the music came on. At the first sight of the enormous people, the expression on his face became so horrified that Douglas nearly dropped her popcorn. Throughout the film, watching Nicholas was much more interesting than watching the movie, which Douglas had already seen twice before anyway. As they walked back to the hotel after the film was over, he was full of questions. He'd been so enamored with the technical aspect of the movie that he could hardly follow the story. Also, he couldn't understand the clothes. It took some explaining to make him understand that Edwardian was old. In the hotel, they shared the toiletries Douglas had in her handbag, and what was in the little basket in the hotel. Douglas meant to sleep in her underwear, so, after a shower, she wrapped herself in the robes supplied by the hotel. She'd planned to go straight to bed, but Nicholas wanted her to read to him, so she took her Agatha Christie from her bag, sat on a chair by him, and read until he fell asleep. Before she turned out the light, she stood over him for a moment, looking down at his soft black hair against the crisp white sheets. On impulse, she lightly kissed his forehead. "Good night, my prince," she whispered. Without opening his eyes, Nicholas clasped her fingers. "I am but a mere earl," he said softly, not opening his eyes. "But my thankings for the tribute." Embarrassed, but smiling, she pulled away from him and went to her own bed. But, tired as she was, she lay awake for a long while, listening carefully for any sounds from him, wondering if he'd have bad dreams as he had the night before. But when he was silent, she at last drifted off. When she awoke, it was morning and he was already up and in the bathroom. Her first feeling was one of disappointment that she'd not slept cuddled in his arms, but she reprimanded herself. She was in love with Robert, wasn't she? She couldn't be so frivolous as to have fallen out of love in just a few days, could she? Not over one argument. And she couldn't possibly imagine herself to be in love with a man who was not and never could be hers. Could she? She could never love a man who at any minute could go up in a puff of smoke and leave as quickly as he had arrived. Could she? Nicholas came out of the bathroom, barefoot and bare-chested, wearing only his trousers and toweling his wet hair. There were much worse sights in the morning than the broad, nude chest of a beautiful man, she thought. Douglas lay back against the pillows and sighed. At her sigh, Nicholas looked at her and frowned. "Do you waste the day? We must find me a barber to shave this," he said as he ran his hand over the growing whiskers. "It's quite fashionable now to have black stubble. Movie stars go to formal ceremonies with 5 o'clock shadow," she said. But Nicholas didn't like that idea. He said it was a beard or bear, and naught between. In the end, she used the razor and tiny can of lather furnished by the hotel to show him how to shave. Unfortunately, before she could stop him, he ran his fingertips over the blade of the razor and sliced them. He laughed at Douglas for the to-do she made over such a little cut. Later, dressed, fortified with a hearty English breakfast, they went shopping. Douglas was becoming accustomed to helping Nicholas do the most ordinary of things, but this time, when he shopped for clothes, he knew exactly what he wanted. Douglas was amazed at how much he'd learned from an evening of looking at fashion magazines. This time, in an exclusive shop, Nicholas the Earl took over, while Douglas merely stood in the background and watched. The English clerks seemed to recognize that they were dealing with aristocracy because it was "Yes, sir," and "No, sir," to him right and left. Now, in the taxi, around Douglas's feet were piled shopping bags filled with shirts, trousers, socks, belts, a marvellous coat of waxed cloth, caps, 2 Italian silk jackets, a luscious leather jacket, ties, and even a full set of evening clothes. It was as they were leaving the 5th store that Douglas had begun making moans of fatigue, especially now that they had several heavy bags to carry. Nicholas had given her a look of disdain, as though she were a real wimp. A moment later he gave a piercing whistle, and a taxi stopped. He learns quickly, Douglas thought. Without her help, Nicholas arranged for the taxi to follow them for the rest of the morning as he purchased more clothes. Douglas paid for them while the driver hauled the bags out to the taxi. At 1 o'clock she was wilted and ready to suggest lunch when he stopped before a lovely window display of women's clothes. He looked at the display, then at Douglas, then half shoved her into the shop ahead of him. It was truly amazing how her energy revived. Nicholas was as generous as he was good at choosing clothing. He sent 3 young women clerks scurrying as he demanded that he be shown the best they had to offer. Douglas spent an hour and a half in the dressing room in her underwear, pulling clothes on and off. When they left, 3 bags full of new clothes for her were added to what Nicholas had bought for himself. Finally, the only clothing he still needed was shoes. Nicholas had come to enjoy the comfort of modern clothes, but he hated the hard leather of modern shoes. The shoes he liked best were soft leather bedroom slippers. After 3 stores, Douglas persuaded him to purchase 2 pairs of Italian shoes that were frightfully expensive. He told Douglas she must buy new shoes also, but when he pulled 4 pair, dress boots, pumps, walking shoes, and loafers, off the shelves, she said he'd already spent too much on her. Nicholas threatened to wear the terry cloth bedroom slippers from the hotel unless she purchased all 4. Laughing, she agreed. They made one last stop to buy luggage to pack everything into. Nicholas wanted leather luggage, but as there was little money left, Douglas talked him into some blue canvas bags with belting leather trim. By the time they were done shopping, it was 3 p.m., and all the lunch shops were closed. They purchased bread and cheese, meat pies, and a bottle of wine, then ate in the back of the taxi as it drove them back to the bed and breakfast in Ashburton. And since eating while travelling went against Nicholas's aristocratic ideas of etiquette, she'd had to talk him into it. But she couldn't move him about the train. Douglas had said they should take the train back, as it was much cheaper than a taxi. But Nicholas had scoffed at her idea that he handle luggage, so they were being driven all the way back to the hotel. On the return trip, Nicholas got his first sight of the 6-lane English motorways. She didn't know how he felt about the speed of the cars around him, but it terrified her. The slow lane travelled at 70 miles per hour, so she couldn't imagine what the fast outside lane was doing. After a while, Nicholas stopped staring at the trucks and asking questions about everything he saw, and settled back against the seat to play with the little video game she'd run into Boots and bought for him. As she watched him, she thought of all the many things in the world there were for him to see and do yet. There were VCRs, TVs, Ferris wheels, airplanes, space rockets. There was all of America, Maine with its boats, the South, which would have to be experienced to be believed, the Southwest with its cowboy heritage and the Native Americans, and there was California with... Smiling, she thought of Hollywood and Venice Beach. She could take him to the Pacific Northwest for salmon, to ski in Colorado, to a roundup in Texas. She could... They arrived back at their little bed and breakfast before she could think of all the things she'd like to show him, and before she reminded herself that he was only temporarily with her. But if he really was her knight in shining armour, maybe he wouldn't return. Nicholas directed the taxi driver in removing the many bags from the vehicle and setting them in the entryway, while Douglas started to pay the driver with the last of the money from the sale of the coins. While she was figuring out the tip, the landlady came hurrying down the steps.
"He's been here all day, miss,"
Mrs. Beasley said excitedly.
"He came this morning and hasn't left since. He's in an awful mood, and he said some terrible things. I thought you and Mr. Stafford were married," she said, reproach in her voice. Douglas knew, of course, who he was. Besides Nicholas, there was only one he in England who knew where she was, or where she'd been left, that is. So now was her chance to sort out things with Robert. This is what she wanted. Why, then, was her stomach starting to hurt? She suddenly remembered the pills the doctor had prescribed for her stomach. She hadn't needed any in days. "Who is here?" she asked softly, biding for time. "Robert Whitley," the landlady said.
"Alone?"
"No, there's a young lady with him."
Douglas nodded and, with her stomach hurting more with each step, she went up the stairs to the entryway. Nicholas was busy ordering the taxi driver about, but he stopped when he saw Douglas's face. Calmly, she paid the driver, saying not a word. Then she went into the parlour, where Robert and Gloria were waiting for her. Gloria was seated on a chair, her face angry, but Douglas ignored the girl. Instead, she looked at Robert, who was standing in front of the window. She couldn't see any remorse on his face. "At last," Robert said when Douglas entered. "We have been waiting the entire day. Where is it?" She knew what he meant, but she refused to let him know she did. Hadn't he missed her at all?
Where is what? The bracelet you stole, Gloria said. That's why you pushed me down in that graveyard, so you could take my bracelet. I did no such thing, Douglas said. You fell against the...
Moving to stand beside her, Robert put his arm around Douglas.
Look,
he said as he smiled at her.
We didn't come here to quarrel.
Gloria and I have missed you. He gave a little laugh. Oh, you should see us. We get lost every few minutes. Neither one of us is good with a road map, and we can't figure out the hotels at all. You were always so good at figuring out schedules and whether a hotel had room service or not. Douglas wasn't sure whether to feel elated or dejected. He wanted her, but only to read the road maps and to order room service for the two of them. Robert gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. I know you didn't steal the bracelet. That was something that was said in the heat of the moment, but it was certainly lucky that you found it. When Gloria started to speak, Robert gave her a look to be quiet, and that look made Douglas feel better. Maybe he was going to force his daughter to show her some respect. Maybe... Please, Lessa, Robert said, nuzzling her ear. Please come back with us. You can sit in the front half the time, and Gloria half the time. That's fair, isn't it? She wasn't sure what to do. Robert was being so nice, and it was wonderful to hear his apology and to think that he needed her. Well, madam, Nicholas said, striding into the room, do you mean to unkiss our bargain? Robert jumped away from Douglas, and immediately she was aware of hatred coming from him, a hatred that was directed toward Nicholas. Was Robert jealous? She wondered. Never before had he shown any signs of jealousy, and as for Nicholas, he was staring at Robert with wide eyes, as though he were staring at an apparition. It took both men a few minutes to recover themselves. Who is this? Robert asked. Well, madam? Nicholas asked. As Douglas looked from one man to the other, she felt like running from the room and never seeing either of them again. Who is this? Robert demanded. Have you obtained a lover in the few days since you left us? Left you? Douglas said. You left me, and you took my handbag with you. You left me without money or credit cards or... Robert waved his hand in dismissal. That was all a mistake. Gloria picked up your bag for you. She thought she was helping you. Neither of us had any idea that you'd decide to remain here, or that you'd refuse to travel with us. Isn't that right, sweetheart? Helping me? Douglas gasped, so overwhelmed with his twisting of the truth that she could hardly speak. I decided to remain here. Douglas, Robert said, do we have to discuss our private problems in front of this stranger? We have your luggage in the car, so I suggest that we leave here now. Firmly taking her arm, he started to lead her away. But Nicholas stood in the doorway, blocking their way. Do you mean to leave me? He asked, as he looked down at Douglas, anger in his voice. Do you mean to go with this man who wants you for the service you do him? I, Douglas said, feeling confused. On the one hand, Robert was being a jerk, but at least he was real. For all the romance that surrounded this Nicholas Stafford, if he found what he was looking for, he'd be gone in a second. Besides, both men wanted her for what she could do for them. Robert wanted her to read road maps. Nicholas wanted her to help him research. Douglas didn't know what she should do. Nicholas decided for her. "This woman has been hired by me," he said. "Until I have done with her services, she will remain with me." At that, he clamped his hand on Robert's shoulder and pushed him toward the door. "Get your hands off of me!" Robert shouted. "You can't treat me like this! I'll have the police on you! Gloria, call the police! Douglas, either you come with me now, or you'll never get a marriage proposal out of me! You'll never—" His last words were cut off as Nicholas shut the door behind him. Douglas sat on the nearest chair, her head down. When Nicholas returned, he took one look at Gloria and said, "Out!" Gloria ran for the doorway, then pounded down the front stairs. Nicholas went to the window and looked out. "They are gone now, but they have left your cap cases on the ground. We are well rid of them." Douglas didn't look up. How did she get herself in these messes? She couldn't even go away on a vacation without something awful happening to her. Why couldn't she have a normal, ordinary relationship with a man? She'd meet a man in a classroom somewhere. He'd ask her out. Then they'd go on simple dates to movies or to play miniature golf. After a few dates, he'd propose marriage over a bottle of wine. They'd have a nice wedding, a nice house, 2 nice kids. Her whole life would be simple and ordinary. Instead, she met guys who had been in jail or were about to be taken off to jail, guys who were ruled by their obnoxious daughters, or men who were from the 16th century. Honestly, she didn't know any other woman who'd ever had as much trouble with men as she'd had. "What is wrong with me?" she whispered, burying her face in her hands. Kneeling before her, Nicholas pulled her hands away from her face. "I find I am most tired. Mayhap you will come upstairs and read to me so I may rest." Like a dumb animal, she let Nicholas take her hand and lead her upstairs. But once upstairs, he didn't expect her to read to him. Instead, he told her to stretch out on the bed, which she did, while he sat beside her on the bed and began to sing to her. He sang a soft, sweet lullaby that she doubted anyone else in this century had ever heard before. Gradually, she drifted off into sleep. 9. When she was asleep, Nicholas leaned back against the headboard and stroked her hair. God, but how much he wanted to touch her. He wanted to put his hands in her thick hair of that glorious dark red. He wanted to run his hands over her pale skin, wanted to feel those legs of hers wrapped around him. He wanted to kiss away her tears, then kiss her mouth. He wanted to kiss her all over until she smiled and laughed and was happy. She slept bonelessly, like a child, but there was a catch in her breathing as though she'd been weeping. He'd never seen a woman cry as often as she did, he thought. But then he'd never seen any woman who was like her. She wanted love so very much. He had asked her about marriage in this strange new world, and the answers did not please him. In his mind, marriage should be a contract, something made as an alliance, made to breed a suitable heir. But it seemed that in this new century, marriage partners chose each other for love. Love, Nicholas thought. The emotion was a waste of a man's energy. Too many times he had seen men who'd lost all because of the love of some woman. He touched Douglas's temple, stroked the soft hair there, and looked down at her beautiful body of full breasts and slim legs. Look what this girl had suffered for love, he thought. With a smile, Nicholas thought of what his mother would have said to the idea of marrying for love. Lady Margaret Stafford had had 4 husbands, and she'd never considered loving any of them. But as Nicholas looked down at this modern woman, he felt a softness inside him that he'd never felt before. She wore her heart on the outside of her body, ready to give it to anyone who was kind to her. As far as he could tell, she had no ulterior motives for the help she gave, for the warmth she gave. She didn't ask for money, nor did she try to take advantage of his constant confusion in this century. No, she gave help because someone needed her help. He put his hand to her cheek, and in her sleep she snuggled her face against his hand. What bond had brought them together? And what bond held them? He had not told her, as she did not seem to experience it, but he could feel her pain. From the first day, when she felt pain, so did he. That first day outside the church, she had made what he now knew was a telephone call to her sister. He'd had no idea what she was doing, but he'd sensed that she was hurt. Today, he'd been directing the driver with the bags when, suddenly, he had sensed a feeling of great despair, and he knew it was coming from her. His first sight of the lover who had abandoned her was such a shock to him that he'd had difficulty understanding the words. At first, his only thought had been that Douglas was going to leave him. How would he find the key to returning if she left him? But more than that, what would he do without her? Without her smiles and teasings, without her innocence and her laughter? It was still difficult for him to understand the modern speech, but he understood that her ex-lover wanted her to go with him, and he could see that Douglas was having difficulty deciding what to do. When Nicholas threw the man out, he had reacted out of a primitive instinct. How could Douglas consider leaving with a man who gave his daughter precedence over a woman? If for no other reason, Douglas deserved respect because she was older. What manner of country was this that worshipped children to the extent that they were treated as royalty? Now, as she lay beside him, Nicholas touched her shoulder, then ran his hand down Douglas's arm. 3 days, he thought. 3 days ago he had never seen her before, but now he found himself doing whatever he could to make her smile. She was so easy to please. All it took was a kind word, a gift, or even a smile. Leaning over her, he softly kissed her hair. The woman needed caring for, he thought. She needed someone to watch over her. She was like a rosebud that needed a little sunshine to make it open into a full blossom. She needed... Abruptly, Nicholas pulled away from her, then got off the bed and went to stand by the window. Her needs were not his concern, he told himself. Even if he could somehow take her back with him, he could do no more than make her his mistress. He gave a one-sided smile. He did not think the soft Douglas would make a very good mistress. She would never ask her master for a thing, and what she had she'd give to any child who had no shoes. Nicholas ran his hand over his eyes as though to clear his vision. There was more in this 20th century that he did not understand than machines that produced light and pictures. He did not understand their philosophy. Yesterday he had seen an outrageous thing called a movie. It had taken him some time to be able to see it, as the people were so large, and the concept of flat giants who looked so round was difficult for him to understand. Douglas had told him the people were normal size, but, like a person could be drawn small, one could be photographed large. After he got over his horror of the pictures themselves, he found that he did not understand the story. A young girl was to marry a perfectly suitable man of means, but she had thrown him over for a penniless young man who had nothing more than a fine pair of legs. Afterward, Douglas had told him she thought the story wonderful and romantic. He did not understand this philosophy. If his mother had had a daughter, and that daughter had refused to honour a good marriage contract, Lady Margaret would have beaten the girl until her arm grew tired. Then his mother would have directed the strongest groom to beat the girl some more. But in this age it seemed that disobedience in children was to be encouraged. He looked back at her, asleep on the bed, her knees tucked up, her hand under her face. If he remained in this age, he thought, then perhaps he could remain with her. It would be pleasant to live with such a soft female, a woman who put his needs before her own, a woman who held him when his dreams were bad, a woman who did not want him because he was an earl or because he had money. Yes, life with her could be pleasant. No, he thought, then turned away from her to look out the window. He thought back to that hideous beldame at Belwood, that hag who had laughed at the memory of Nicholas Stafford. If he remained in this time with Douglas, he would never change how he was remembered. The woman at Belwood had said that after Nicholas's death, Queen Elizabeth had taken the Stafford estates, and later most of them had been destroyed in the Civil War. Only 4 of his many estates now remained, and none of them belonged to a Stafford. Honour, Nicholas thought. People of this age seemed to think little of honour. Douglas did not really understand what he meant by honour. She thought the story of Lady Arabella was amusing. Even the idea of what a man's execution for treason did to his family did not bother her. It was so long ago, she'd said. Who remembers what happened so many years ago? But it wasn't long ago to Nicholas. To him, just 3 days ago he had been in the White Tower, trying to save his family's honour and his own head as well. This changing of time had happened to him for a reason. He was sure that God was giving him a second chance. He was convinced that somewhere in this century was the answer to who had hated him enough to want him killed, who had benefited by his death, and who so had the Queen's ear that she would believe this person completely. Nothing had come out at his trial. The facts were that he had raised an army, but he had not sought the Queen's permission. Men had come from his estates in Wales to swear that they had requested the troops, but the judges would not listen to the men. The judges swore they had secret evidence. They said that they knew that Nicholas Stafford had been planning to overthrow the young Queen Elizabeth and return England to the Catholic religion. When Nicholas had been condemned to death, he had believed that would be his fate. But his mother had sent a message saying that she had found new evidence, and soon the truth would be known. Soon Nicholas would be a free man. But before he could find out what the evidence was, he'd died. At least that is what history wrote of him. An ignoble death, to be sure, he thought. He'd been found slumped over an unfinished letter. Why hadn't his mother brought the evidence forth after his death and cleared his name? Instead, she had relinquished all control over the Stafford estates and married a fat brain like Dickie Harwood. Why? For money? Had she been left without even the estates she had inherited from her mother? There were so many questions to be answered, and so much injustice to correct, and there was so much honour at stake. All Nicholas felt he knew for sure was that he had been called forward to this time to discover what he needed to know, and, for some fortuitous reason, he had been given this lovely young woman to assist him. Looking back at her, he smiled. Would he have been as generous as she if she had come to him and told him she was from the future? He thought not. He might have ordered the lighting of the fires that burned her as a witch. But she had devoted all her time to him, reluctantly at first, but he had soon discovered that it was not in her nature to be ungenerous. And now, he thought with a sigh, she was falling in love with him. He could see it in her eyes. In his time, when a woman started to love him, he left her. Women who loved you were an annoyance. He much preferred women like Arabella, who liked jewels or a fine piece of silk. He and Arabella understood each other. There was only sex between them. But that was not the way with this Douglas. She would be one to give love, and to love with all her being. That man Robert had had some of her love, but, obviously, he was too stupid to know what to do with it. Nicholas could see that the man used Douglas, played with her love, and enjoyed his control over her. Nicholas took a step toward her. If he, Nicholas, had her love, he would know what to do with it. He would... "No!" he told himself, then looked away. No, he could not let her love him. When he left this modern world, she would be overcome with grief. Nicholas would not like to return and think of her here alone, think of her loving a man who'd been dead over 400 years. Therefore, he had to find a way to make her stop loving him. He couldn't feign anger and send her away because he needed her knowledge of this foreign world. But at the same time, he couldn't bear to think of leaving her behind in misery. He had to find a way to stop her love, and it had to be a way she could understand, a way that related to her world, not his. Smiling at the absurdity of the idea, Nicholas thought that perhaps he could tell her he was in love with another woman. That usually set women off in any century. But who? Arabella? He almost laughed aloud when he thought of the postcard Douglas had bought. Perhaps a woman she'd not heard of would be better. Alice? Elizabeth? Jane? Ah, dear little Jane. He stopped smiling. What about Lettice? In love with his wife? Nicholas hadn't thought of that cold-eyed bitch in weeks. When he had been arrested for treason, Lettice had started looking for a new husband. Could he make Douglas believe he was in love with his wife? That movie had shown people marrying for love. Perhaps if he told Douglas he wanted to go back because he loved his wife so much. He could not believe Douglas would consider love more important than honor, but this age was very strange to him. Now all he had to do was find a place and time to tell her. He had made his decision, but it didn't make him feel better. Quietly, he left the room. He'd go to the coin dealer and see about selling more of the coins. Tomorrow, they would go to Thornwick Castle and start finding the answers to his questions. With one last look at Douglas, he left the room. Douglas awoke with a start, and when she saw she was alone, a sense of panic gripped her, but she calmed herself. Then the scene with Robert came back to her. Had she done the right thing? Should she have gone with him? After all, Robert did apologize, sort of. He'd explained why he'd left her. He thought she was refusing to travel with him, and maybe Gloria had picked up her handbag innocently. Douglas put her hands to her head. Everything was so confusing. What did she mean to Robert? To Nicholas? What did these men mean to her? Why had Nicholas come to her? Why not to someone else? Why not to someone who wasn't confused about everything in her life? The door opened, and Nicholas came in smiling. "I have sold but a few of the coins, and we are rich," he said. Smiling back at him, she remembered the way he'd pushed Robert out the door. Was this man her knight in shining armour? Had he been sent to her because she just plain needed him so much? Her look seemed to annoy Nicholas, for he turned away, frowning. "Shall we have supper?" he asked. As they walked through the village on their way to an Indian restaurant their landlady had recommended, they were both quiet, each thinking hard on their own thoughts. Once they were at the restaurant, Nicholas gave himself over to the food. He loved the flavors of the cumin, coriander, garam masala, and cinnamon all mixed together. As he ate, Douglas saw envious looks directed toward them from several women at nearby tables. Out of interest, and partly to keep him from looking at the women, she asked him what food they ate in 1564, and was it very different from food in the 20th century? He talked, but Douglas didn't really listen. Instead, she looked at his eyes and his hair, and watched the way his hands moved. He wasn't going to leave this century, she thought. She'd wished him forward, and he'd come to her. She knew enough about him to know that he was the man she'd always wanted. Kind, thoughtful, funny, strong. A man who knew what he wanted. By the end of dinner, Nicholas had grown quiet, and something seemed to be worrying him. They were silent as they walked back to the bed and breakfast. Nor did he want to talk once they were in their room. He didn't even want Douglas to read to him. When he went to bed, he turned away from her without so much as a good night. Douglas lay awake for a long time, trying to puzzle out what had happened to her in the last few days. She had cried and begged for a knight in shining armour, and Nicholas had come to her. That one fact seemed to prove that he was hers, and she was meant to keep him. Near midnight, just as she was finally dozing, she was startled by sounds from Nicholas. She smiled, knowing he was again having a bad dream. Still smiling, she went to him and climbed into bed beside him. At once he clasped her in his arms and immediately fell into a peaceful sleep. Douglas snuggled close, her cheek on his furred chest, and contentedly went to sleep. Let what is to be happen, she thought. When Nicholas awoke, it was daylight, and when he realized Douglas was in his arms, he knew his dreams had come true. She fit his body as though they were carved from one piece of earth. What was the word she used? Telepathy. There was a feeling between them. A deep bond that he'd never come close to feeling with another woman. Putting his face in her hair, he breathed deeply, and his hands began to caress her. He'd never felt such lust as he felt for her, never even known such lust existed. Give me strength, he prayed. Strength to do what I must, and forgive me, he whispered. He hoped he could do what he had to do, but first he wanted to taste her. Just this once, this one and only time. Then never again would he allow himself to touch her. He kissed her hair, her neck, his tongue on her smooth skin. His hand ran up her arm, then covered her breast. Nicholas's heart was in his ears. Waking, Douglas turned in his arms to kiss him. A kiss such as she'd never experienced before. The other half of me, she thought. What I have been missing all my life is this man. He's the other half of me. Lettice, Nicholas murmured near her ear. Their legs were entwined, their arms clasping one another. Douglas smiled, her head back as Nicholas placed hot kisses on her neck and throat. I've been called Carrot, she said, breathless, for my hair, but never lettuce. Lettice is... He was kissing down her throat, lower and lower. Lettice is my wife. Douglas murmured, as his hand caressed her breast and his lips went lower. What he'd said hit her suddenly. She pushed away to look at him.
"Wife?"
she asked. Nicholas pulled her back to him. "We care naught for her now." She pushed away from him again.
"You seem to care about her enough to say her name when you're kissing me."
"A mere slip," he said, pulling her toward him. Douglas shoved at him hard, then got out of bed and straightened her unbuttoned gown.
"Why don't you explain to me about this wife of yours?" she demanded angrily. "And why haven't I heard of her before? I know you had a child, but you said the mother died."
Nicholas sat up in bed, the sheet to his waist. "There was no reason to tell of my wife. Her beauty, her talents, and my love for her are private to me." He picked up Douglas's watch off the table. "Perhaps today we will purchase me such as this."
"Put that down!"
Douglas snapped.
"This is serious. I think you owe me an explanation."
"Explain to you?" Nicholas said, getting out of bed, wearing only a pair of tiny briefs. He pulled on his trousers, then turned to her as he fastened them. "Pray, madam, who are you? Are you a duke's daughter? An earl's? Even a baron's? I am the Earl of Thornwick, and you are my servant. You work for me. In return, I feed you and clothe you, and perhaps, if you are worth it, I will mayhap give you a small stipend. I have no obligation to tell you of my own life." Douglas sat down hard on the bed.
"But you never mentioned a wife," she said softly. "Not once have you referred to her."
"I would be a poor husband to profane my beloved's name to my servant."
"Servant?"
Douglas whispered.
"Do you love her very much?"
Nicholas snorted. "She is the true reason I must return. I must find the truth, then return to my loving wife's arms." Douglas was having difficulty understanding what she was hearing. Robert yesterday, and today finding that Nicholas had a wife he loved madly, was more than she could handle.
"I don't understand,"
she said, burying her face in her hands.
"I wished you here. I prayed for you. Why did you come to me if you love someone else?"
"You prayed on my tomb. Perhaps if anyone had done that, man or woman, I would have come forth. Perhaps God knew I would need a servant and you needed work. I do not know. All I do know is that I must return."
"To your wife?"
"Aye, to my wife." She turned to look at him.
"And what of this?"
she asked, motioning to the bed. "Madam, you placed yourself in my bed. I am but a man, therefore I am weak." As understanding came to Douglas, she began to feel deeply embarrassed. Was there any woman on earth who was a bigger fool than she was? Was there any man on earth she hadn't fallen in love with? Let her spend 3 days with a man and she began to imagine a life together. If Attila the Hun or Genghis Khan had come forward, she'd no doubt have fallen in love with him. With her luck, she'd be in love with Jack the Ripper in 2 days. She stood up.
"Look, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. Of course you have a wife. A beautiful wife and 3 lovely kids. I don't know what I was thinking of. You're on death row and married. I'm used to guys with only one major strike against them. I just seem to get luckier and luckier. I'll get my things and get out of here. You go back to Mrs. Stafford and have a swell life."
He blocked the entrance to the bathroom. "You mean to unkiss the bargain?"
"Unkiss?" she asked, voice rising. "Again with the unkiss. Yes, I mean to unkiss unhug, and whatever else it needs. You don't need me, not when you have lovely Lettice and Arabella on the table."
When Nicholas moved toward her, his voice lowered seductively. "If our interrupted love play annoys you, we may return to the bed."
"Not on your life, Buster," she said, eyes blazing. "Put one hand on me and you draw back a bloody nub."
Nicholas put his hand over his jaw to hide a smile. "I see no cause for your anger. I have represented myself truly. I need help in searching for the person who betrayed me. I want to find the information and return to my home. I have never been false with you." Douglas turned away. He was right. He'd never been secretive in any way. She was the one who'd imagined castles in the sky and their living happily ever after. "Idiot, idiot, idiot," she told herself. She turned back to him.
"I'm sorry about all this. Maybe you should get someone else to help you. I've got my passport now, and my plane ticket, so I think I'd better go home."
"Ah, yes," he said. "I see. You are a coward."
"I am no such thing. It's just—"
"You have fallen in love with me," he said with a sigh of resignation. "All the women do. It is a curse that plagues me much. I cannot spend 3 days with a woman and not have her come to my bed. Think not on it. I do not blame you."
"You don't blame me?"
Anger was beginning to replace Douglas's self-pity.
"Listen, mister. You overrate your charms by a long shot. You don't know what women are like today. Any liberated woman could live in the same house with you and not fall for you. We don't like conceited, puffed-up peacocks like you."
"Oh," he said, one eyebrow raised. "It is just you who is different. In just 3 days' time, you are in my bed."
"For your information, I was trying to settle you down after a nightmare. I thought I was comforting you, like a mother and child."
Nicholas smiled. "Comfort? You may comfort me any morn you wish."
"Save it for your wife. Now will you get out of the way? I need to get dressed and get out of here."
He put his hand on her arm. "You are angry at me that I kissed you?"
"I'm angry at you because—"
She turned away. Why was she angry at him? He'd awakened and found her in his bed, and he'd started kissing her. Before today, he hadn't made a pass at her. He hadn't been anything but a gentleman. Never once had he even hinted that they were more than employer and employee. It was she who'd made everything up. Out of his teasings, out of the laughter they'd shared, and, especially, out of her hurt over Robert, she'd imagined more between them than there was.
"I'm not angry at you at all," she said. "I'm mad at myself. I guess I was on the rebound."
"Rebound?"
"Sometimes when you get jilted, or abandoned as I was, you want to jump right back on the train."
He still looked puzzled.
"I thought maybe you could replace Robert. Or maybe I just wanted to go home with a ring on my finger. If I went home engaged, maybe I wouldn't have too many questions asked about the man I left America with and what happened to him."
She looked up at him.
"I'm sorry for what I thought. Maybe you better get someone else to help you."
"I understand. You could not resist me. It is as the guide said, no woman can withstand me." Douglas groaned.
"I could withstand you all right. Now that I know the true extent of your enormous ego, I could live with you and not fall for you."
"You could not."
"I could, and I'll prove it. I'll find your secret for you, and even if it takes years,
I won't even be tempted by you." She narrowed her eyes.
"You have any more bad dreams and wake me up, I'll throw a pillow at you. Now, will you let me in the bathroom?"
Nicholas stepped aside, and she angrily closed the door behind her. But he couldn't help grinning at the door. "Ah, Douglas," he thought. "My sweet, sweet Douglas. You may be able to resist me, but how will I resist you? A year together? A year without touching you? I will go mad." He turned away to finish dressing. 10. The long black car made its way south through the beautiful English countryside. In the back seat, Nicholas looked across at Douglas. She was sitting stiffly upright. Her lovely thick auburn hair was pulled tightly back to the nape of her neck and put in what she told him was called a bun. Since this morning she had not smiled or laughed or made any comment except, "Yes, sir," or "No, sir." "Douglas," he said, She cut him off.
"I believe, Lord Stafford, we have already discussed this. I am Miss Montgomery, not Mistress Montgomery, your secretary, no more, no less. If you will remember that, sir, it will prevent people from thinking that I'm more to you than I am."
Turning away, he sighed. He could think of nothing to say to her, and actually he knew this attitude was the better way, but already he missed her. Moments later, his attention was caught by the tower of Thornwick Castle, and he found his heart beginning to beat a little faster. He had designed this place. He had taken what he knew and loved of every house he'd ever seen, improved on every idea, and created this beautiful house. It had taken 4 years to cut the stone and to ship the marble from Italy. Among his many ideas, in the inner courtyard he had built towers with curved glass in them. Thornwick Castle had been only half finished when he was arrested, but the half that was completed had been as beautiful as any building in the land. Nicholas frowned as the driver turned into the drive. Now his house looked so old. Just a month ago he had been here, and then it had been new and perfect. Now the chimney pots were crumbling, there were broken places along the roof, and some of his windows had been bricked in.
"It's beautiful,"
Douglas whispered, then straightened.
"Sir."
"It is crumbling," Nicholas said in anger. "And were the western towers never completed? I drew the plans. Did no one see them?" When the car stopped, Nicholas got out and looked around. To his mind, it was a sad place, the unfinished half in ruins, the other half looking hundreds of years old, which it was, he thought with dismay. When he turned back, Douglas had already entered the hotel lobby, 2 boys behind her carrying their luggage.
"Lord Stafford will want early tea at 8 a.m.,
she was telling the desk clerk.
"And he takes luncheon promptly at noon, but I must be given a menu beforehand."
She turned to him.
"Would you like to sign the register, my lord, or should I?"
Nicholas gave her a quelling look, warning her with his eyes to stop her pompous behaviour. He'd seen enough of the modern world to know that she was acting strangely. But Douglas turned away, acting as though she hadn't seen his look. Nicholas quickly signed the guest book in an unreadable scrawl, then the clerk led them to their suite. The room was beautiful, with dark rose-coloured wallpaper and a 4-poster bed hung with rose and yellow chintz. A little couch in yellow and pale green sat at the foot of the bed on a rose-coloured carpet. Through an arched-top doorway was a small sitting room decorated in shades of rose and pale green.
"I will need a cot put in here,"
Douglas said, indicating the sitting room.
"A cot?" the clerk asked. "Of course, for me to sleep on. You did not think that I would sleep in his lordship's chamber, did you?"
Nicholas rolled his eyes. Even in his own time, this behaviour would be strange.
"Yes, miss," the clerk said. "I will have a cot sent up."
He left them alone.
"Douglas," Nicholas began. "Miss Montgomery," she said in a cold voice.
"Miss Montgomery," he said just as coolly. "See that my cap cases are sent up. I plan to look at my house."
"Shall I accompany you?"
"Nay, I want no hellkite with me," he said angrily as he left the room. Douglas saw that the suitcases were brought up, then asked the clerk where the local library was. Feeling very efficient, she set off through the little village, notebook and pens in hand, but as she neared the library, her steps slowed.
"Don't think about your life," she told herself. Being dropped by one man and immediately finding another one, a good one, was all a dream, an impossible, unreachable dream. Cold, she thought. I have to remain cold. Think of Antarctica, Siberia. Do your job and remain cool to him. He belongs to another woman and to another time.
It was easy finding what the librarian called the Stafford collection.
Many of the visitors to our village ask after the Staffords, especially the guests staying at Thornwick Castle, the librarian said. I'm especially interested in the last Earl, Nicholas Stafford. Oh, yes, poor man, condemned to be beheaded, then dying before the execution. It's believed he was poisoned. Poisoned by whom? Douglas asked eagerly as she followed the woman into the stacks. By the person who accused him of treason, of course, she said, looking at Douglas as though she didn't understand even simple things. It's believed that Lord Nicholas built Thornwick Castle. A local historian says that he believes Lord Nicholas may have even designed it, but no one can prove it. No one has found drawings with his name on them. Well, here we are. All the books on this shelf have something in them about the Staffords. After the librarian left, Douglas took out each book, searched the index for any mention of Nicholas or his mother, and began reading. One of the first things she did was look for the name Nicholas had given her of the man he said had had a grudge against him. It was the name he had been writing to his mother when he'd heard Douglas crying. Land disputes, Nicholas had said, by way of explaining the grudge. But after only 10 minutes of searching, Douglas had found the man's name. He had died 6 months before Nicholas had been arrested, so he couldn't have been the one who told the Queen Nicholas was raising an army. What little she could find on Nicholas was told in a derogatory way. His older brother, Christopher, had been made Earl when he was 22, and the books raved about how Christopher had taken the failing Stafford fortunes and rebuilt them. Nicholas, only a year younger, was portrayed as frivolous, spending vast amounts on horses and women. He had been the Earl for only 4 years before he was tried for treason. He hasn't changed, Douglas said aloud, opening another book. This one was even more unflattering. It told at length the story of Lady Arabella and the table. It seems that 2 servants were in the room when Nicholas and Arabella entered, and they ducked into a closet when they heard the Lord and Lady. Later, the servants told everyone what they'd seen, and a clerk by the name of John Wilfrid had put the whole story down in his diary, a diary that had survived until the present. The third book was more serious. It told of Christopher's great accomplishments, then added that his wastrel of a younger brother had squandered everything on a foolhardy attempt to put Mary Queen of Scots on Elizabeth's throne. Douglas slammed the book shut and looked at her watch.
It was time for tea. She left the library and made her way to a pretty little tea shop. After she had been served tea and a plate of scones, she began reading her notes. "I have sought you most earnestly." She looked up to see Nicholas standing over her.
"Should I rise until you are seated, my lord?"
"No, Miss Montgomery. A mere kiss of my toes will be sufficient." Douglas almost smiled, but she didn't. He got himself a tray of tea, but Douglas had to pay for it, as he still carried no money. "What is it you read?" Coolly, she told him what she had found out, sparing him no details of what history had recorded about him. Except for a slight flush around his collar, he didn't seem to react. "There is no mention in your history books that I was chamberlain to my brother?"
"None. It says you bought horses and fooled around with women."
And she thought she could love such a man. But then it seemed that a lot of women had thought so. Nicholas ate a scone and drank his tea. "When I return, I will change your history books."
"You can't change history. History is fact. It's already made. And you certainly can't change what the history books say. They're already printed."
He didn't answer her. "What did your book say of my family after my death?"
"I didn't look that far. I only read about your brother and you."
He gave her a cool look. "You read only of the bad about me?"
"That's all there was."
"What of my design of Thornwick? When the Queen saw my plan, she hailed it as a monument of greatness."
"There is no record that you designed it. The librarian said some people believed you did, but there was no proof."
Nicholas put down his half-eaten scone. "Come," he said angrily. "I will show you what I did. I will show you the great work I left behind me." As he strode out of the tea room, the unfinished scone was testimony to how upset he was. He walked ahead of her with long, angry strides, and Douglas had difficulty keeping up with him as they went back to the hotel. To Douglas, the hotel was beautiful, but to Nicholas it was mostly ruins. To the left of the entrance were what she'd assumed were stone fences, but he showed her that they were walls to what would have been nearly half of the house. Now there was grass underfoot and vines growing down the walls. He told her of the beauty of these rooms if they had been built as he designed them. Panelling, stained glass, carved marble fireplaces. He pointed high on one wall to a stone face, worn by rain and time. "My brother," he said. "I had the likeness carved of him." As they walked down long avenues of roofless rooms and Nicholas talked, Douglas began to see what he had planned. She could almost hear the lutes in the music room. "And now it is this," he said at last. "A place for cows and goats and yeomen."
"And their daughters,"
Douglas said, including herself in his derogatory description. Turning, he looked at her with cool contempt. "You believe what these fools have written about me," he said. "You believe my life was naught but horses and women." "I didn't say that. The books did, my lord," she answered him in the same tone. "On the morrow we will begin to find what the books do not say." 11. In the morning they were both at the library when the door was unlocked. After spending 20 minutes explaining the free library system to Nicholas, Douglas got 5 of the books on the Staffords from the shelves and began to read. Nicholas sat across from her, staring at the pages of a book and frowning in consternation. After 30 minutes of watching him struggle, Douglas took pity on him.
"Perhaps, sir," she said softly, "in the evenings I might teach you to read."
"Teach me to read?" he asked. In America, I teach school, and I've had quite a bit of experience teaching children to read. I'm sure you could learn, she said gently. Could I? He asked, one eyebrow raised. He didn't say any more, but got up, went to the librarian, and asked her a few questions, which Douglas couldn't hear. Smiling, the librarian nodded, left the desk for a moment, then returned and handed him several books. Nicholas put the books on the table in front of Douglas and opened the top one. There, Miss Montgomery. Read that to me. On the page was an incomprehensible typeface of oddly shaped letters and strangely spelled words. She looked up at him. This is my printing. Picking the book up, he looked at the title page. It is a play by a man named William Shakespeare. You haven't heard of him? I thought Shakespeare was as Elizabethan as any man ever was. Nicholas, starting to read, took a seat across from her. Nay, I have no knowledge of him. Quickly he became absorbed in his reading as Douglas dug more into the history books. She could find very little about what happened after Nicholas's death. The estates had been taken over by the Queen. Neither Christopher nor Nicholas had children, so the Stafford title and line had died with them. Again and again she read of what a wastrel Nicholas had been and how he'd betrayed his entire family. At noon they went to a pub for lunch. After their first visit, Nicholas had not insisted upon a heavy midday meal. He was beginning to get used to the light lunches, but he continued to grumble. Foolish children, he said, moving his food about on his plate. If they had listened to their parents, they would have lived. Your world fosters such disobedience. What children? In the play. Juliet and... He paused, trying to remember. Romeo and Juliet. You've been reading Romeo and Juliet? Aye, and a more disobedient lot I have never seen. That play is a good lesson to children everywhere. I hope children today read it and learn from it. Douglas nearly screeched at him. Romeo and Juliet is about romance, and if the parents hadn't been so narrow-minded and uptight, they... Narrow-minded? They were good parents. They knew such a liaison could only end in tragedy, and it did, he said fiercely. Douglas's ideas of being cool fled her mind. The tragedy came because of the parents. They argued throughout the meal. Later, as they walked back to the library, Douglas asked him how his brother Christopher had died. Nicholas stopped walking and looked away. I was to go hunting with him that day, but I had cut my arm during sword practice. Douglas saw him rubbing his left forearm. I still bear the scar. After a moment, Nicholas turned to her, and she could see the pain in his eyes. Whatever she thought of Nicholas Stafford, she had no doubt of his love for his brother. He drowned. I was not the only brother who liked women. Kit saw a pretty girl swimming in a lake, and he told his men to leave him alone with her. After a few hours, the men returned to find my brother floating in the lake. And no one saw what happened? Nay. Perhaps the girl did, but we never found her. Douglas was thoughtful for a moment. How odd that your brother drowned with no witnesses to attest to what happened. Then a few years later, you were tried for treason. It's almost as though someone planned to take the Stafford estates. Nicholas's face changed. He looked at her with that expression men have when a woman says something they've not thought of, as though the impossible has happened. Who stood to inherit? Your dear, darling Lettice? Douglas snapped her lips together, wishing she'd kept the jealousy out of her voice. Nicholas didn't seem to notice. Lettice had her marriage property, but she lost all at my death. I inherited from Kit, but I can assure you I did not wish for his death.
Too much responsibility? Douglas asked. Being the boss carries a burden to it.
He gave her a look of anger. You believe your history books. Come, he said. You must read more. You must discover who betrayed me. Douglas read all afternoon while Nicholas laughed over The Merchant of Venice, but she could find out nothing more. In the evening, Nicholas wanted her to dine with him, but she refused. She knew she had to spend less time with him. Her heart was too newly broken, and she had come too close to caring more for him than was good for her. Looking like a sad little boy, he stuck his hands in his pockets and went downstairs to dinner, while Douglas asked for a bowl of soup and some bread to be brought up to her room. As she ate, she went over her notes, but could come up with no new ideas. No one seemed to gain anything by the deaths of Christopher and Nicholas. About 10 p.m., Nicholas had still not returned from dinner, so, curious, she went downstairs to look for him. He was in the beautiful stone-walled drawing-room, laughing with half a dozen guests. Douglas stood in the shadow of the doorway and watched, and anger, unreasonable, unjust anger, flooded her body. She had called him forward, but now 2 other women were drooling over him. Turning away, she left the hallway. He was exactly as the books said, she thought. No wonder someone had so easily betrayed him. When he should have been taking care of business, he was probably in bed with some woman. She went upstairs, put on her nightgown, and got into the little bed the hotel had brought up for her. But she didn't sleep. Instead, she lay there feeling angry and foolish. Maybe she should have left with Robert. Robert had a bit of a problem about sharing money, and he did love his daughter excessively, but he'd always been faithful to her. At about 11, she heard Nicholas open the bedroom door, and she saw light under the door between their rooms. When she heard him open her door, she tightly closed her eyes. "Douglas," he whispered, but she didn't answer. "I know you do not sleep, so answer me." She opened her eyes.
"Should I get my pad and paper? I'm afraid I don't take shorthand."
Sighing, Nicholas took a step toward her. "I felt something from you tonight. Anger? Douglas, I do not want us to be enemies."
"We're not enemies," she said sternly. "We are employer and employee. You are an earl, and I am a commoner."
"Douglas," he said, his voice pleading and all too seductive. "You are not common. I meant—"
"Yes?"
He backed away. "Forgive me. I have had too much to drink, and my tongue runs away from me. I meant what I said. On the morrow, you must discover more about my family. Good night, Miss Montgomery."
"Aye, aye, Captain,"
she said, mockingly. In the morning, she refused to eat breakfast with him. This is better, she told herself. Do not relax for even a moment. Remind yourself that he is as much a scoundrel now as he was then. She walked to the library alone, and when she looked out its windows, she saw Nicholas laughing with a pretty young woman. Douglas buried her nose in the book. Nicholas was still smiling when he came to sit across from her.
"A new friend?"
she asked, and immediately wished she hadn't. "She is an American, and she was telling me about baseball and football."
"You told her that you've never heard of those sports because last week you were in Elizabethan England?"
Douglas was aghast. Nicholas smiled. She believes me to be a man of learning, so I have had not time for such tilly-fally.
Learning?
Ha! Douglas muttered. Nicholas continued to smile. You are jealous?
Jealous? Most certainly not. I am your employee. I have no right to be jealous. Did you tell her about your wife?
Nicholas picked up one of the books of Shakespeare's plays the librarian had left out for him. You are frampolled this morning, he said, but he was smiling as though he was pleased. Douglas had no idea what he meant, so she wrote the word down and looked it up later. Disagreeable. So, he thought she was disagreeable, did he? She went back to her research. At 3 o'clock, she nearly jumped out of her chair.
Look, it's here!
Excitedly, she went around the table to take the chair next to Nicholas.
This paragraph, see?
He did, but he could read only phrases of it. She was holding a 2-month-old copy of a magazine on English history.
This article is on Gosh Hawk Hall that we heard about at Bellwood. It says that there's been a recent find at Gosh Hawk of papers of the Stafford family. And the papers date from the 16th century. The papers are now being studied by Dr. Hamilton J. Nolman, a young man with... There's an impressive list of his credentials. Then, it says that Dr. Nolman hopes to prove that Nicholas Stafford, who was accused of treason at the beginning of Elizabeth I's reign, was actually innocent.
When Douglas looked at Nicholas, the expression in his eyes was almost embarrassing.
This is why I have been sent here, he said softly.
Nothing could be proved until these papers were found. We must go to Goshawk.
We can't just go. First, we'll have to petition the owners to look at the papers.
She closed the magazine.
What size of house must it be to have misplaced a trunkload of papers for 400 years?
Goshawk Hall is not so large as 4 of my houses, Nicholas said, as though he were offended. Douglas leaned back in the chair and felt that at last they were getting somewhere. She had no doubt that these papers had belonged to Nicholas's mother, and they contained the information Nicholas needed to prove himself innocent.
Well, hello.
They looked up to see the pretty young woman who had explained baseball to Nicholas.
I thought that was you, she said,
then gave Douglas the once-over.
Is this your friend? I'm merely his secretary,
Douglas said, rising.
Will there be anything else, my lord? Lord?
The young woman gasped.
You're a lord?
Nicholas started to leave with Douglas, but the overexcited American, thrilled at meeting a lord, would not allow him to go. As Douglas went back to the hotel, she was trying her best to think of her letter to Goshawk Hall, but, actually, she was thinking mostly of Nicholas flirting with the pretty American. It didn't matter to her, of course. This was just a job. Soon she'd be home, teaching her 5th graders, dating now and then, visiting her family and telling them all about England, and explaining how she was ditched by one man and half fell in love with a man who was married and about 451 years old. The best Douglas story yet, she thought. By the time she got to the hotel, she was slamming things about. Damn all men, she thought. Damn the good ones as well as the bad. They broke your heart over and over again. I see your temper has not improved, Nicholas said from behind her.
My temper is not your concern, she snapped. I was hired to do a job, and I'm doing it. I'm going to write Goshawk Hall and see when we can look at the papers.
Nicholas was beginning to get angry himself. The animosity you bemeet to me has not foundation.
I have no animosity toward you, she said with fury. I'm doing my best to help you so you can get back to your loving wife and to your own time. Her head came up. I just realized that there's no need for you to be here. I can do the research alone. You can't read modern books anyway. Why don't you go to the French Riviera or somewhere? I can do this by myself.
You would that I leave? He asked softly.
Sure, why not? You could go to London and party. You could meet all the beautiful women of this century. We have lots of tables nowadays.
Nicholas stiffened. You want away from me?
Yes, yes, and yes, she said. My research would go much better without you. You're just getting in my way. You know nothing about my world, so you can't help me. You can barely dress yourself. You still eat with your hands half the time. You can't read or write our language, and I have to explain the simplest things to you. It would be 1,000 times better if you left me alone.
Her hands were gripping the chair back so hard, her knuckles appeared to be about to come through the skin. When she glanced up at him, the naked pain on his face was more than she could bear. He had to leave, she thought. He had to let her piece her mind and body back together before she yet again humiliated herself with tears. She turned and left the room. Once she was in her own sleeping alcove, she leaned against the door and cried deeply. Just to get this over, she thought, to send him away, to go back home and never even look at another man again. That's what she needed. She fell down on her bed, buried her face in her pillow, and cried silently. She cried for a long time, until the worst of it was over and she began to feel better. And once her tears were shed, she began to think more clearly. How stupid she'd been acting. What had Nicholas done wrong? She visualized him sitting in a dungeon awaiting execution for a crime he didn't commit. Then the next minute he's floating through the air and he's in the 20th century. She sat up and blew her nose. And how well he'd handled everything. He'd adjusted to automobiles, paper money, a strange language, strange food, and a weepy woman suffering from the rejection of another man. Yet, through it all, Nicholas had been generous with his money, his laughter, and his knowledge. And what had Douglas done? She'd been furious with him because he dared marry another woman some 400 years ago. When she looked at it that way, it was almost humorous. She glanced up at the door. Her room was dark, but there was light coming under the door. The things she'd said to him. Awful, terrible things. She practically ran to the door and flung it open.
Nicholas,
The room was empty. She opened the door into the hall and looked out, but the hallway was also empty. When she turned back into the room, she saw the note on the floor, where he must have slipped it under her door. Quickly she looked at the note. Douglas had no idea what the words said, but to her eyes the paper looked like an Elizabethan runaway note. His clothes were still in the closet, and so were his suitcases, she corrected herself. She had to find him and apologize. Tell him he shouldn't leave. Tell him that she did need his help. Her head seemed to ring with all the rotten, terrible things she'd said to him in the last 2 days. He could read, and he had lovely table manners. Damn, she thought, as she tore down the stairs and ran out of the hotel into the rain. She clasped her hands about her upper arms, put her head down, and started running. She had to find him. He probably had no idea what an umbrella was or a raincoat. He'd catch his death. Or he'd be fighting the rain so hard he'd walk in front of a bus or a train. Would he know a train track from a sidewalk? What if he got on a train by himself? He wouldn't know where to get off, or how to get back to her if he did get off. She ran to the train station, but it was closed. Good, she thought, pushing cold, wet hair out of her face so she could see. She tried to read the dial on her watch, but the rain was hitting her in the face too hard to see clearly. It looked to be after 11, so she must have been crying for hours. She shivered, thinking what could have happened to him in all those hours. There was a shadow in a gutter, and Douglas ran to it, knowing it was Nicholas lying dead in a heap. But it was only a shadow. Blinking, trying to keep her eyes open against the rain, sneezing twice, she looked at the dark windows of the village. Maybe he had just started walking. How far could a person walk in? She didn't even know how long he'd been gone. Which direction had he gone? She started running toward the end of the street, cold water splashing up the back of her legs and under her skirt. There seemed to be no lights on anywhere. Then, as she rounded a corner, she saw a light in a window. A pub, she thought. She'd ask there and see if anyone had seen him. When she walked in, the warmth and light of the pub hit her so strongly that for a moment she couldn't see. Freezing, shivering, dripping, she stood still to allow her eyes to adjust to the light. Then she heard a laugh that had become familiar to her. Nicholas, she thought, as she ran through the smoke-filled room. What she saw was like a painting advertising the 7 sins. Nicholas, his shirt unbuttoned to the waist, a cigar clamped between his strong teeth, sat behind a table that looked as though it might break under the weight of the food on it. There was a pretty woman on either side of him, and there was lipstick on his cheeks and his shirt. "Douglas!" he said in delight. "Come, join us." She stood there, feeling like a wet cat, her hair plastered against her head, her clothes sticking to her, a gallon of water in each shoe, a puddle at her feet that could sail a 3-masted schooner. "Get up from there and come with me," she said, in the voice she used to settle down unruly school children. "Aye, aye, Captain," Nicholas said, smiling and mocking her at the same time. He's drunk, she thought. He kissed each woman on the mouth, then leaped onto the seat, bounded over the table, and swooped Douglas into his arms. "Put me down," she hissed, but he carried her through the pub and outside. "It's raining," she said, her lips tight and her arms folded over her chest. "Nay, madam, it is a clear night." Still holding her, he began to nuzzle her neck. "Oh, no, you don't," she said. "You're not going to start that again. Put me down at once." He put her down, but he did so in such a way that her body slid down his. "You're drunk," she said, pushing him away. "Oh, I am that," he said happily. "The ale here pleases me, and the women please me," he said as he caught her about the waist. Douglas again pushed him away. "I was worried about you, and here you were boozing it up with a couple of floozies and—" "Too fast," he cried. "Too many words. Here, my pretty Douglas, look at the stars." "In case you haven't noticed, I happen to be very wet and I'm also freezing." As though to emphasize the fact, she sneezed. Once again he lifted her into his arms. "Put me down." "You are cold, I am warm," he said, as though that settled the matter. "You feared for me?" Was it possible to stay angry at this man for very long? She was willing to admit defeat as she snuggled against him. He was indeed warm. "I said some awful things to you, and I'm very sorry." You aren't really a burden." He smiled down at her. "Is this the cause of your fear? That perhaps I was angered?"
"No. When you were gone, I thought maybe you'd walked in front of a bus or a train. I was afraid of your being hurt."
"Do I appear to have no pia mater?"
"Huh?"
"Brain. Do I seem stupid to you?"
"No, of course not. You just don't know how our modern world works, that's all."
"Oh. Who is wet and who is dry?"
"Both of us are wet, since you continue carrying me," she said smugly.
"For all your knowledge, I have found what we need to know, and tomorrow we ride to Goshawk."
"How did you find out anything, and from whom? Those women in there. Did you kiss it out of them?"
"Are you jealous, Montgomery?"
"No, Stafford, I am not."
That statement proved that the Pinocchio theory was false. Her nose didn't grow at all. She checked to make sure.
"What did you find out?"
"Dickie Harwood owns Goshawk."
"But didn't he marry your mother? Is he as old as you?"
"Beware, or I will show you how old I am." He shifted her in his arms. "Am I feeding you too much?"
"It's more likely you're weak from flirting with all the women. It saps a man's strength, you know."
"Mine has not been impaired. Now, I was telling you—"
"That Dickie Harwood still owns Goshawk."
"Yes. On the morrow I shall see him."
"What is a weekend?" "It's the end of the work week, when everyone gets off, and you can't just go riding up to some lord's house. I hope you're not thinking of inviting yourself for the weekend."
"The workers get off. But no one seems to work at all. I see no farmers in the fields, no one ploughing. People now shop and drive cars."
"We have a 40-hour work week and tractors. Nicholas, you're not answering me. What are you planning to do? You really can't tell this man Harwood you're from the 16th century. You can't tell anyone that, even women in bars."
She tugged at his collar.
"You've ruined that shirt. Lipstick never comes out."
Grinning, he shifted her again. "You have on none of this lipstick." She moved her head away from him.
"Don't start that again. Now, tell me about Goshawk Hall."
"The Harwood family owns it still. They come for the
weekend."
"Aye, the weekend, and—" He gave Douglas a sideways look. "Arabella is there."
"Arabella? What does the 20th century Arabella have to do with anything?"
"My Arabella was Dickie Harwood's daughter, and there seems to be a Dickie Harwood again at Goshawk Hall, and he again has a daughter named Arabella who is the same age as my Arabella was when we—"
"Spare me,"
Douglas said, then looked at him in silence for a moment. "The papers recently found another Arabella and another Dickie." It was almost as though history were repeating itself. How odd, she thought. 12. Douglas watched Nicholas atop the stallion and held her breath. She'd heard of people riding horses like this one, but she'd never seen it. Every employee and every visitor at the riding stables had stopped to watch as Nicholas brought the high-strung, angry, mean-tempered animal under control. Last night they'd stayed up until after 1 a.m., while Douglas made him tell her all about his relationship to the Harwoods. They'd had estates near one another. Dickie was old enough to be Nicholas's father, and he'd had a daughter, Arabella, who'd married Lord Robert Sidney. She and her husband had hated each other. So after she'd given him an heir, they'd lived apart, although Arabella had given birth to 3 more children.
"One of them yours?"
Douglas had said, taking notes. Nicholas's face softened. There is no reason to think ill of her. She and the child died in that childbirth.
"I'm sorry,"
Douglas said with a grimace, and knew that the woman could easily have died from something as simple as the midwife's not washing her hands. Douglas tried to think of a way to get invited to the Harwood estates as quickly as possible, but she had no credentials as a scholar, and although Nicholas was an earl, his title had been taken from him when he was condemned for treason. He couldn't even claim to be his own aristocratic descendant. She thought until she couldn't stay awake any longer. Then she'd bid Nicholas good night and gone to her own bed.
"This is better,"
she thought as she drifted into sleep. She had her emotions under control. She was getting over Robert, and she was no longer thinking she was falling for a married man. She'd help Nicholas get back to his wife, help him clear his name, then she'd go home feeling good about herself. For once in her life, she was not going to fall for an unsuitable man. Nicholas woke her early the next morning by throwing open the sitting-room door. "Can you ride a horse?" "Can anyone today ride a horse?" Douglas assured him she could ride, courtesy of her Colorado cousins. After breakfast, she'd found nearby riding stables. It was 4 miles to the stables, and Nicholas insisted they walk. "Your machines have made you lazy," he said, slapping her on the back as he set off at a brisk pace. At the stables, as Douglas sat on a bench fanning herself, Nicholas had turned up his nose at all the horses for rent, but his eyes had lit up at the sight of an enormous black horse in a field. The animal was prancing about and tossing its head as though it dared anyone to come near it. As though in a trance, Nicholas had walked toward the creature. When the horse ran toward him, Douglas sat up and bit her knuckles in fear. "This one," Nicholas said to the stableman. Douglas hurried to him.
"You can't really think of riding that horse. There are lots of horses here. Why don't you pick one of them?"
But nothing anyone could say would change Nicholas's mind. The owner of the stables came into the yard, and he seemed to think it would be a great joke to see Nicholas break his neck. Douglas knew that in America there'd be talk of insurance, but not in England. A groom got a rope around the stallion's neck, then led it into a stall, where another groom saddled it. Finally, the horse was led into a cobbled courtyard, and the reins were gleefully handed to Nicholas.
"I never seen nobody ride like that,"
one of the grooms said as soon as Nicholas had mounted and pulled the horse under control.
"He ride a lot?"
"Always," Douglas answered.
"He'll get on a horse before he'll get in a car. In fact, he spent much more of his life on a horse than in a car."
"Must have," the groom mumbled, watching Nicholas with awe. "You are ready?" Nicholas asked Douglas. She mounted her sedate mare and followed him as he took off. Never had she seen a happier man, and it struck Douglas afresh how different the modern world must be from what he knew. He and the horse fit together as one being, as though he'd become a centaur. Rural England is full of footpaths and horse trails, and Nicholas went galloping down one of them as though he'd been down it 1,000 times, which he probably had, Douglas thought. She called out to him that maybe he should ask directions, but then she doubted if someone had moved Goshawk Hall in the last few 100 years. She had trouble keeping up with him, lost him repeatedly, and once he returned for her. She had stopped at a crossroads and was looking at the ground for his tracks. When he saw her, he was very interested in what she was doing. Douglas, trying her best to control her mare, who was reacting to the aggressive nearness of Nicholas's stallion, told him she'd buy him some Louis L'Amour books and read to him about tracking. Laughing, He pointed the way to her, then left in a flurry of mud and leaves. At last she reached an open gate with a small brass plaque that read, Goshawk Hall. She rode down the drive to see an enormous rectangular fortress of a house set amid acres of beautiful rolling gardens. Douglas felt a bit embarrassed to be riding up to this house uninvited, but Nicholas was there, already off his horse and walking toward a tall, grubby-looking man on his hands and knees in a bed of petunias. Gratefully dismounting, Douglas took her horse's reins and ran after him.
"Don't you think we should knock on the front door first?"
Douglas asked when she reached him.
"Why don't you ask for Mr. Harwood and tell him we'd like to see the papers?"
You are on my ground now, he said over his shoulder as he walked toward the gardener.
"Nicholas?"
she hissed at him. "Harwood?" Nicholas said to the man on his knees in the flower bed. Turning, the tall man looked up at Nicholas. He had blue eyes and blonde hair that was now turning grey, and his face had the smooth pink complexion of a baby's. He also didn't look especially intelligent.
"Ah, yes. Do I know you?"
"Nicholas Stafford of Thornwick."
The
man said as he stood up, not bothering to dust off his dirty old trousers.
"Not the Staffords with that rogue son who got himself tried for treason?"
Douglas thought the man could have been speaking of something that happened last year. "The same," Nicholas said, his back straight. Harwood looked from him to his horse. Nicholas was wearing a very expensive riding outfit with tall, shiny black boots, and Douglas suddenly felt grubby in her Levi's, cotton shirt, and Nikes.
"You ride that?"
Harwood asked. "I did. I hear you have some papers on my family."
"Oh, yes. We found them when a wall fell down," he said, smiling. "Looks like somebody hid them. Come in and we'll have some tea and see if we can find the papers. I think Arabella has them."
Douglas started to follow them, but Nicholas, without looking at her, dropped the reins of his horse into her hand, then calmly strode off with Lord Harwood.
"Just a minute,"
she said as she started after the men, leading the horses behind her. But when Nicholas's stallion started prancing, Douglas looked back at the animal. It was looking at her with a wild-eyed expression, as though it meant to do something bad. Douglas had had enough of men. Any kind of man. "Just try it," she warned, and the horse stopped prancing. Now what do I do? She wondered. If she was supposed to be Nicholas's secretary, and she was supposed to find out what secrets may or may not be in the papers, why was she standing here holding the horses? "Should I rub them down, your lordship?" she muttered, as she started walking toward the back of the house. Maybe there were stables where she could get rid of the animals. There were 6 buildings in the back of the house, so Douglas headed toward one that looked as though it might be a stable. She was nearly there when a horse and rider came tearing past her. The horse was as large and as mean-looking as Nicholas's stallion. It was probably a stallion too, but Douglas always thought it was rude to look. And on top of it was a stunning woman. She looked like what all women wanted to grow up to look like. Tall, slim-hipped, long legs, an aristocratic face, big breasts, a straight-backed carriage that would make a piece of steel envious. She had on English riding breeches that could have been painted on, and her dark hair was pulled back in a severe bun, but that only emphasized the striking features of her beautiful face. The woman halted her horse, then jerked on the reins and turned it around. "Whose horse is that?" she demanded in a voice that Douglas knew men would love, deep, throaty, husky, and powerful. Let me guess, Douglas thought. This is the great, etc. granddaughter of Arabella on the table. Just my luck.
Nicholas Stafford's,
Douglas said. The woman's face turned pale, which made her lips redder and her eyes even darker. "Was that meant to amuse me?" she asked, glaring down at Douglas.
He's a descendant of the Nicholas Stafford, if that's what you mean,
Douglas answered. Douglas tried to imagine how an American family would react if someone mentioned the name of an Elizabethan-era ancestor. They'd have no idea whom she was talking about. But these people acted as though Nicholas had been gone only a couple of years. The woman dismounted beautifully, then tossed Douglas the reins.
"Rub him down,"
she said, as she started toward the house.
"I wouldn't hold my breath,"
Douglas muttered. She now held 3 horses, 2 of whom looked as though they liked to kill small females before breakfast. She didn't dare look at the horses, but kept walking toward the stables. An older man sitting in the sun, drinking a mug of tea and reading a newspaper, did a double take when he saw her. Slowly, cautiously, he rose.
"Just be quiet, miss," he said. "Stand very still, and I'll take both of 'em."
Douglas didn't dare move, as the man was moving toward her with the stealth that one would use when approaching a wounded tiger. Slowly, he stuck out his hand, not wanting to get too near, and took the reins to one of the stallions. Cautiously, he led the horse away from her and toward the stables. Moments later, he repeated his performance as he took Nicholas's stallion away. When the man returned, he removed his cap and wiped the sweat from his brow.
"How did you get Lady Arabella's horse and Sugar together?"
"Sugar?"
"The stud from the Dennison stables."
"Sugar. Great joke. He should be named Enemy of the People. So that was Lady Arabella?"
she asked as she looked back at the house and pretended she hadn't guessed who the woman was.
"So how do I get into the house? I'm supposed to be helping."
When the man looked Douglas up and down, she knew her American clothes and her accent were about 4 strikes against her.
"That door there's the kitchen entrance."
Douglas handed him the reins to her docile mare, thanked him, and went off muttering.
"The kitchen entrance. Should I bob a curtsy to the cook and ask for employment as a scullery maid? Wait until I see Nicholas. We'll settle a few things right away. I am not his horse tender."
When she knocked on the back door, a man answered, and when she asked for Nicholas, he led her into the kitchen. It was an enormous room, fitted out with new appliances, but in the center of the room was a vast table that had probably been there since William the Conqueror arrived. All 5 of the people in the kitchen stopped working and stared at her.
"Just passing through," she said. "My, employer, he, needs me."
She smiled weakly. Too bad I'm going to kill him, she thought, and imagined the lecture she was going to give him on modern equality. The man she was following, who didn't speak to her, led her through several storage rooms for the kitchen, with everyone she saw stopping and staring at her. Nicholas is going to look forward to his execution when I finish with him, Douglas thought. The man didn't stop until they were at the entrance hall, a big round room with magnificent staircases going up both sides, portraits hanging everywhere. Lord Harwood, Nicholas, and the dashing Lady Arabella were standing close together, looking as though they were old friends. Arabella, if possible, looked even better now than she had when Douglas had first seen her, and her beautiful eyes were practically eating up Nicholas. "You have joined us," Nicholas said when he saw Douglas, acting as though she'd been out taking the air. "My secretary must stay with me," With you? Arabella said, as she looked down her nose at Douglas. Douglas knew how a grape must feel when it was being made into a raisin. A place must be made for her, Nicholas clarified, smiling. I think we can find room, Arabella said. Where? In the trash compactor? Douglas said under her breath. Nicholas clamped down on her shoulder painfully. American, he said, as though that explained everything. We will be here for tea, he said. Then before Douglas could say another word, he pushed her out the front door before him. He seemed to know exactly where the stables were, because he headed toward them. Douglas had to hurry to keep up with his long strides. There were sometimes disadvantages to being 5 feet 3 inches tall. What have you done now? She asked. Are we staying here for the weekend? You didn't tell them you were from the 16th century, did you? And where do you get off calling me an American in that tone? He stopped on the gravel path. What do you have to wear to dinner? They dress for dinner. What's wrong with what I have on? She said with a smirk. Turning, he started walking again. Think Arabella will dress? Something with a cleavage to the floor, I'll bet. Nicholas glanced over his shoulder, a smile on his face. What is a trash compactor? She filled in, then explained it to him. His laugh floated back to her. At the stables, 2 grooms stayed well back while Nicholas mounted Sugar. Had I grooms that cowardly, I would have flogged them, Nicholas mumbled. Douglas couldn't get a word of information out of Nicholas as they rode back to the rental stables. Thankfully, a man at the stables gave them a ride back to Thornwick Castle, but he and Nicholas talked non-stop about horses, so Douglas couldn't ask about what Nicholas had found out. It was lunchtime at the hotel when they returned, and Nicholas, still sweaty, went straight into the dining room, where he ordered 3 entrees and a bottle of wine. Only when the wine had been poured did he speak. What would you know of me? He asked, his eyes twinkling. Obviously, he'd been well aware that she was drowning in curiosity. Her first thought was to not give him the satisfaction of asking him anything. Instead, she'd blast him about the way he'd treated her. But, in the end, her curiosity won. Who? How? What? When? He laughed. A woman without guile. As the food began to arrive, he told her how Dickie Harwood was the same, not too bright, wanting only to hunt and tend to his gardens. His gardens are not near as good as mine, Nicholas said. Stop bragging and go on. She dug into her plate of roast beef. English beef was one of the great wonders of the earth, tender, succulent, cooked perfectly. 2 months ago, workmen were repairing the roof of Goshawk Hall, and it seemed their hammering had knocked out a piece of a wall. They do not build today as well as they should, Nicholas said. In my houses. He broke off at a look from Douglas. Inside the wall was a trunk full of papers, and when they were examined, they were found to be the letters of Lady Margaret Stafford. Douglas leaned back against her chair. That's wonderful. And now we're invited to their house to read them. Oh, Colin, you are beautiful. Nicholas's eyes widened at the name she'd called him, but he did not comment. There are problems. What sort of problems? No, let me guess. In exchange, Lady Arabella wants you served on a platter to her every morning with her orange juice. Nicholas nearly choked on his wine. Your language, madam, he said primly. Am I right or wrong? Incorrect. Lady Arabella is authoring a book on... When he turned away, Douglas wasn't sure, but she thought his face was turning pink.
On you?
She gasped. He looked back at his food, but not at her. It concerns the man she believes to be my ancestor. She has, heard the stories of
you two on the table,
Douglas grimaced.
Great. Now she wants to repeat history. Is she going to let you see the documents or not?
She cannot. She has signed a contract with a physician. Douglas had to figure that one out. A physician? Was she ill? No, a doctor.
Not the doctor in the magazine. What was his name? Dr. something Hamilton. No, Hamilton something. That guy?
Nicholas nodded. He arrived but yesterday. He hopes to gain something by clearing my name, but I do not know what. Arabella says the book will take years. I do not believe I can wait that long. Your world costs too much. Douglas knew from her father's career how important it was to get published. To the outside world, it might not seem important to solve an Elizabethan mystery, but to a scholar, especially a young man just starting out, a book with new information could mean the difference between tenure or not, or between getting a teaching position at a large, well-paid school or at a small community college.
So, she said, Dr. Whatever is there, and he's sworn your Arabella to secrecy, so you're not going to be given access to the papers. Yet it seems that we're invited as house guests anyway.
Nicholas smiled over his wineglass. I have persuaded Arabella to tell me what she knows of me. I hope I can persuade her to tell me all. And you, he fixed Douglas with a look, you are to talk to this physician.
He's a Ph.D., not a physician, and... What? Wait a minute. Are you saying what I think you are? I am not, under any circumstances, going to play up to some history nut to help you out. I signed on as a secretary, not as a... What are you doing?
Nicholas had taken her hand in both of his and was kissing her fingertips one by one.
Stop that! People are looking.
Douglas's shoes came off her feet. Nicholas's lips travelled up her arm until they reached the sensitive little spot on her inner elbow. Douglas was sinking down in the chair.
All right, she said. You win. Stop that.
He looked up at her through his lashes. You will help me?
Yes,
she said, as he kissed her arm again. Good, he said, then dropped her arm so that it landed in her dirty plate. Now we must pack. Douglas, grimacing, mopped up her arm and ran after him.
Is that how you're going to persuade Arabella?
She called after him, then stopped as she saw the other diners staring at her. Douglas gave a crooked smile of apology and ran from the room. In their suite, Douglas saw a different Nicholas. He was very concerned that his clothes weren't correct. He held up a gorgeous linen shirt and said, "It needs pluming up." Douglas looked at her own meagre wardrobe and felt like crying. A weekend at an English lord's estate, where they dress for dinner, and she had nothing but serviceable wool. She wished she had her mother's white gown, the one with the pearls, or the red one with... Halting, she thought for a moment. Then she smiled. And the next minute, she was on the phone to her sister Elizabeth in Maine.
You want me to send you 2 of Mother's best gowns? Elizabeth said. She will kill both of us. Elizabeth, Douglas said firmly, I take full responsibility. Just send them now. Overnight mail. Got a pencil?
She gave Elizabeth the address at Goshawk Hall.
Douglas, what's going on? First I get a frantic-sounding call from you where you won't tell me anything, And now you want me to ransack Mother's closet. Nothing much. How's your paper coming? It's making me crazy. And if that weren't bad enough, I have stopped up drains. A plumber is coming today. Douglas, are you sure you're all right? I'm fine. Good luck with your paper and your plumber. Bye.
Douglas packed her suitcase, then Nicholas's. It was one of those things he wouldn't consider doing for himself. Then she called a taxi. There was no suitcase large enough to hold his armour, so it was put into the biggest shopping bag. When they arrived at Goshawk Hall, Arabella literally met Nicholas with open arms. "Come inside, darling," she purred, her hands all over him. "I feel we already know one another. After all, our ancestors were very friendly. Who are we to be any different?" She ushered him inside, leaving Douglas with a half-dozen or so suitcases at her feet. "Who are we to be any different?" she mocked in a falsetto voice as she paid the cab driver. It didn't take Douglas 5 minutes to learn that she was not considered a house guest, but a servant, and not a very welcome one at that. A man ushered her, Douglas carrying her own suitcases, to a small, barren, cold room not far from the kitchen. Feeling like a governess in a Gothic, neither servant nor family, she unpacked and hung her clothes in a grubby little wardrobe. Looking about the ugly little room, she felt martyred. Here she was doing this to help some guy save his life and his family name, and she was never even going to be able to tell anyone about it. She left the room and went into the kitchen to find the big room empty, but tea for two had been set up at one end of the work table. "There you are," said a large woman with greying hair. Minutes later, Douglas was sitting at the table having tea with the woman. Mrs. Anderson was the cook and the most wonderful gossip Douglas had ever met. There wasn't a thing the woman didn't know or was unwilling to tell. She wanted to know why Douglas was there and who Lord Stafford was, and in return she wanted to tell Douglas everything. Douglas obliged with a complicated web of lies that she prayed she'd be able to remember. An hour later, the other servants began filtering back into the kitchen, and Douglas could see they wanted her to leave, so Mrs. Anderson could tell them all the juicy news. Upon leaving the kitchen, Douglas went in search of Nicholas. She found him outside with Arabella under a grape arbour. The two of them cozied up like nesting birds. "My lord," Douglas said loudly, "you wanted to dictate letters?" "His lordship is busy at the moment," Arabella said, glaring. "He will attend to business on Monday. In the library are notes of mine that you may type." "His lordship is—" Douglas had intended to say, "My employer, not you," but Nicholas interrupted her. "Yes, Miss Montgomery. Perhaps you can help Lady Arabella." Douglas started to tell him what she thought of him, but his eyes were pleading with her to be obedient. In spite of what she knew she should do, that is, tell them both what she thought of them, she turned and went back into the house. It wasn't any of her business, she thought. It didn't matter to her what he did with other women. Of course, she might point out to him that his foolishness with Arabella in the past had left generations of people laughing at him, and now it looked as though he was about to repeat himself. Yes, she might bring herself to point out that one small fact to him. And also, if he was so madly in love with his wife, why was he snuggling up with the over-endowed Arabella? It took Douglas a while to find the library, and when she did, she was pleased to see that it looked just as she thought a library in one of these big, grand houses should look. Leather-bound books, leather chairs, dark green walls, oak doors. She was looking around the room so intently that she didn't at first see the man standing in front of the bookcases, reading a book. She saw him before he saw her, and instantly she knew who he was. Only a man like her father, a man who had dedicated his life to learning, could be so absorbed in a book that he was oblivious of all else. He was young, blonde, broad-shouldered, slim-hipped, and he looked as though he worked out often. Even with his face tipped down, Douglas could see that he was very good-looking. Not divine, as Nicholas was, but good enough to set a few hearts to beating quickly. She also took in the fact that he was only about 5 feet 6 inches tall. However, it had been Douglas's experience that short, handsome men were as vain as bantam roosters, and they loved short, pretty females such as Douglas.
"Hello,"
she said. The man glanced up from his book, down, then up again, and ended by staring at her with unabashed interest. He put his book away and came forward with his hand outstretched. "Hi, I'm Hamilton Nolan." Douglas took his hand. Blue eyes, perfect teeth. What a very interesting man, she thought.
"I'm Dougless Montgomery, and you are an American."
"The same as you," he said, and there was an immediate bond between them. He stepped closer. "Can you believe this place?" he said as he glanced around the room.
"Never. Or the people. Lady Arabella sent me in here to type, and I don't even work for her."
Hamilton laughed. "She'll have you scrubbing toilets before long. She doesn't allow pretty women near her. All the maids working here are dogs."
"I hadn't noticed."
She looked at him.
"Aren't you the doctor who's working on the Stafford papers? The ones that fell out of the wall?"
"That I am."
"That must have been exciting,"
Douglas said, wide-eyed, trying to look as young and innocent and as dumb as possible.
"I heard the papers contained secret information. Is that true, Dr. Nolan?"
He chuckled in a fatherly way. "Please, call me Lee. It has been rather exciting, although I'm just now getting into the papers."
"They're all about some man who was about to be beheaded, aren't they?
She lowered her eyes and her voice.
"You wouldn't possibly tell me about the papers, would you?"
She watched him puff out his chest in pride. The next minute they were seated, and he was telling her about how he'd come to have the job and what had happened since he'd arrived. In spite of the fact that he seemed a tiny bit too full of himself, she found herself liking him. Wouldn't her father love having a son-in-law who was interested in medieval history?
"Wait a minute, Douglas," she cautioned herself. "You're swearing off men, remember?"
She was listening so intently to Lee that she didn't hear Nicholas enter the room. "Miss Montgomery," Nicholas said so loudly that her arm fell out from under her chin and she nearly fell off the chair. "Are my letters typed?"
"Typing?" she asked. "Oh, Your Lordship, I'd like you to meet Dr. Hamilton Nolan. He's—"
Arrogantly, Nicholas walked past Dr. Nolan, ignoring the doctor's outstretched hand, as he went to the window. "Leave us," Nicholas said over his shoulder. Lee wiggled his eyebrows at Douglas, picked up his books, and left the room, shutting the heavy doors behind him.
"Just who do you think you are?" Douglas asked. "You're no longer some 16th-century lord and master now. You can't just dismiss people like that. And besides, what do you know about typing?"
When Nicholas turned to look at her, she could tell by his expression that he had no idea what she was talking about. "You were very close to that small man."
"I was—"
Douglas trailed off. Was that jealousy in his voice? She walked over to the big oak desk.
He's very good-looking, isn't he? And a scholar at his age, imagine. How's Arabella doing? Told her about your wife yet?
What conversation did you have with that man?
The usual,
she said, running her finger along the desk.
He told me I was pretty, that sort of thing.
When she looked back at Nicholas, she saw his face had an expression of controlled rage. Her heart swelled with happiness. Revenge, she thought, can be sweet.
I did find out some things, though. Lee, that's Dr. Nolman, hasn't really read much of the papers yet. It seems that your Arabella took her time in choosing from the many scholars who asked to look at the papers. From what I gather, she chose the best-looking man from the photographs she insisted that the applicants send. Sort of a male beauty contest. I hear she threw away the women's photos. Pure heterosexual, our lovely Arabella is. Lee said she was awfully disappointed that he turned out to be shorter than she is. He said Arabella took one look at him and said, "I thought all Americans were tall." Lee, thankfully, seems to have his ego intact, because he just laughed. He pretty much thinks Arabella is a jerk. Oh, sorry, I'm forgetting how much you adore her.
Nicholas's face was still enraged, and Douglas gave him her biggest smile.
How is Arabella?
She asked sweetly. Nicholas glared at her for a moment, then his eyes changed. Turning, he pointed at an old oak table standing against a wall. "That, madam, is the true table." With a smug little smile, he left the room. With her fists clenched, Douglas went over to the table and gave it a good hard kick. Hobbling about, holding her toe, she cursed all men. 13. Dinner was to be served at 8, and as Douglas dressed in her museum visiting clothes, she hoped Elizabeth would send the gowns to her as soon as possible. But as 8 drew near and no one summoned her to dinner, she wondered what was going on. She knew the servants had eaten earlier, and she hadn't been invited to eat with them, so she assumed she was to eat with the family. Sitting in her room, she waited. At 8:15, a man came to her and told her to follow him. She was led through the maze of rooms to a narrow dining room with a big fireplace and a table long enough to use for skateboarding. Arabella, her father, Nicholas, and Lee were already seated. Arabella, as Douglas had expected, was wearing a dress so low-cut it pretty much left her bare from the waist up. She was showing more than Douglas even possessed. As unobtrusively as possible, Douglas slipped into a chair next to Lee that a servant held out for her. "Your boss wouldn't eat until you were here," Lee whispered as the first course was served. "What's going on between you two? Is he a descendant of the Nicholas Stafford? The one that was almost beheaded?" Douglas gave Lee the same story she had given the cook, a story she was sure that by now every servant probably knew, that Nicholas was indeed a descendant, and he very much wanted to clear his ancestor's name. "I'm glad I had old Arabella sign a contract," Lee said, "because if he'd asked first, I think she would have given him exclusive access to the papers. Look at the two of them. With the way she's looking at him, they just might go to it on the table. Again." Douglas choked on her salmon so badly she had to drink half a glass of water to clear her throat. "What is this boss to you? You two aren't, you know." "No, of course not," Douglas said, as she watched Nicholas lean over Arabella, his eyes looking down her dress. Looking down to see what? Douglas thought. There weren't but a couple of inches that she wasn't exposing for everyone in the house to see. When Nicholas glanced up at her, Douglas moved a little nearer Lee. "I was thinking, Lee, since my boss seems to be so busy, maybe you need a secretary for the weekend. My father is a professor of medieval history, so I've had some experience with helping him research." "Montgomery," Lee said slowly. Then his eyes lit up. "Not Adam Montgomery?" "That's my dad." "I once heard him present a brilliant paper on 13th-century economics. So, he's your father. Maybe I could use a little help." Douglas could almost read his mind. Adam Montgomery would be in a position to help a struggling young professor. But Douglas didn't mind. Wasn't ambition good? Besides, she would let Lee believe whatever he wanted if it helped her find out what secret Nicholas's mother knew. "The trunk is in my room," Lee was saying, and his glances were decidedly warmer since finding out who her father was. "Maybe after dinner you'd like to, visit?" "Sure," Douglas said, as she envisioned an evening spent running around a table trying to escape his advances. At the thought of a table, she glanced at Nicholas and saw he was glaring at her. Smiling, she lifted her wineglass to him in salute, then took a deep drink. Nicholas turned away, glowering. After dinner, Douglas went back to her room to get her notebook and a few supplies, as well as her handbag. She thought she might as well be prepared for a long night spent rummaging through 400-year-old documents. Twice she got lost in the house as she turned wrong corners in her search for Lee's room. She halted outside an open door when she heard Arabella's seductive voice coming from inside. "But, darling, I get so frightened when I'm alone at night." "Truly," Douglas heard Nicholas say, "I would have thought you passed such childish fears." Douglas rolled her eyes skyward. "Here, let me refill your glass," Arabella said. "And then I'd like to show you something." Her voice lowered. "In my room." Douglas grimaced. Stupid man. According to the cook, Arabella showed everything in her room to every male who visited Goshawk Hall. With a malicious little smile, Douglas began looking through her handbag. Smiling brightly, she walked into the parlour. Every light except one dim one was off. Arabella was pouring a water glass full of bourbon, and Nicholas sat on the sofa with his shirt half open. "Oh, your lordship," Douglas said briskly as she began going about the room turning on every light. "Here's the calculator you wanted, but I'm afraid the only one I have is solar. It will only work in a brightly lit room." Nicholas stared with interest at the small calculator she handed him, and when she began to demonstrate it, his eyes turned to saucers. "One may add?" "And subtract and multiply and divide. See, here's your answer. Say you wanted to subtract this year, 1988, from 1564, the year your ancestor was accused of treason and lost his family's fortune forever. You'd get a minus 424 years. 424 years in which to right a wrong and keep your descendants from laughing at you. At him, I mean." "You," Arabella said, so angry she could barely speak. "Leave this room at once." Oh, Douglas said innocently. "Was I disturbing the two of you? I'm so awfully sorry. I didn't mean to. I was just doing my job." She started backing toward the door.
Please, carry on with what you were doing.
Douglas left the room, walked down the hall a few feet, then tiptoed back to stand outside the door. She saw the shadows from the room darken. "I need light," Nicholas said. "The machine does not work without light."
Nicholas, for God's sake, it's only a calculator. Put it away.
"It is a most wondrous machine. What is this mark?"
It's a % sign, but I can't see what it matters now.
"Demonstrate its function." Douglas could hear Arabella's sigh through the walls. Smiling, quite pleased with herself, Douglas continued her search for Lee's room. He greeted her wearing, of all things, a silk smoking jacket. Douglas refrained from giggling. One look at his face and at the martini glass he held, and Douglas knew that he had no intention of talking to her about anything except why she should jump into bed with him. She took the martini he offered her, sipped it, then made a face. She hated martinis, dry or otherwise. Lee started by telling her how beautiful her hair was, how surprised he was to find such a stunning woman in this mouldy old house, what a great dresser she was, and how little her feet were. Douglas could have yawned. Instead, when he refilled her glass, she surreptitiously took 2 of her stomach tranquilizers from her bag, opened the capsules, and poured them into Lee's drink.
"Bottoms up,"
she said cheerfully. While she was waiting for the pills to take effect, she showed Lee the note Nicholas had slipped under her door the night before.
"What does this say?"
He glanced at it.
"I think I should write the translation."
He took a pen and paper and wrote, "I think myself mock bowden unto Yao. I am desiring your assistance no further."
Desiring?
Deserving. She had come close to guessing what Nicholas had written last night when he'd left her, before she'd found him in a tavern. Yawning, Lee rubbed his hand over his eyes.
"I feel a little—"
He yawned again. With many apologies, he stood up, then went to the bed and stretched out for just a minute. He was asleep instantly, and Douglas quickly went to the little wooden chest on the table near the fireplace. The papers inside were old, yellow, and brittle. But the writing was clear, the ink not faded as modern inks faded in a mere year or two. Douglas eagerly grabbed the papers, but her heart sank as she looked at them. They were in the same kind of handwriting as the note Nicholas had slipped under her door, and she couldn't read a word. She was bent over the papers, trying to decipher a word here and there, when suddenly the door burst open. "Aha!" Nicholas said, his sword in his hand as he charged into the room. When Douglas's heart settled back in place from the fright he'd given her, she smiled at him.
"Arabella finish with you?"
Nicholas looked from Lee asleep on the bed to Douglas bending over the papers, and began to look embarrassed. "She was off to bed," he said.
"Alone?"
Nicholas walked to the table and picked up a letter. "My mother's hand," he said. At the tone in his voice, Douglas forgot her jealousy.
"I can't read them."
"Oh?" he said, lifting one eyebrow. "I might teach you to read. In the evenings. I believe you could learn." Douglas laughed.
"Okay, you've made your point. Now sit down and read."
"And him?" Nicholas pointed with his sword at the sleeping Lee.
"He's out of it for the night."
Nicholas put his sword across the table and began to read the letter. Since Douglas could be of no help, she sat quietly and watched him. If he was so in love with his wife, Why was he jealous when another man looked at her, Douglas? And why was he fooling around with Arabella?
Nicholas,
she said softly,
have you ever considered what would happen if you didn't return to your time?
No, he answered, scanning a letter. I must return.
But what if you don't? What if you stay here forever?
I have been sent here to find answers. A wrong has been done my family as well as me. I have been sent here to right that wrong. Douglas was playing with the hilt of his sword, rolling it so the jewels reflected in the table lamp.
But what if you were sent here for another reason? A reason that had nothing to do with your being accused of treason?
And what would be that reason?
I don't know,
she said, but she thought, love. He looked at her. For this love you speak of? He asked, almost reading her mind. Perhaps God thinks as a woman and cares more for love than for honor. He was making fun of her.
For your information, there are many people who believe God is a woman.
Nicholas gave her a look that let her know how absurd he thought that idea was.
No, really,
Douglas said.
What if you don't go back? What if you find out what you need to know, but you still stay here? Like, say, for a year or more.
I will not, Nicholas said, but he looked up at Douglas. 400 years had not changed Arabella, he thought. She was the same. She still wanted one man after another in her bed, still had a heart of stone. But this girl who made him laugh, who helped him, who looked at him with big eyes that showed everything she felt, this woman could almost make him want to stay. I must return, he said sternly, then looked back at the letters.
I know that what happened to your family is fiercely important, but then it did happen a long time ago, and all in all, everything seems to have worked out all right. Your mother married a rich man and lived out her days in luxury. It wasn't as though she were tossed out in the snow, and I know your family lost the Stafford estates, but really, who was left to inherit them? You said you had no children, and your brother died childless, so who did you deprive? The estates went to Queen Elizabeth, and she built England into a great country. So maybe your money helped your country. Maybe—
Cease, Nicholas said angrily. You do not understand honor. My memory is ridiculed. Arabella says she has read about me, and your world remembers only what a clerk recorded. I know that man. He was ugly, and no woman would have him.
So, he wrote about you. Nicholas, I'm sorry, but it really is done. It's over. Maybe history can't be changed. I was just wondering what you'd do if you had to stay, if you weren't called back.
Nicholas didn't want to think about that. Would he tell Douglas that he'd marry her and run with her to bed? He didn't want to tell her that Arabella, once so very, very appealing, was now a bore to him. Montgomery, do you fall in love with me again? He asked, smiling at her. Come, we will take these letters to my bedchamber. I will let you make love to me.
Drop dead,
Douglas said, rising.
Stay here and read. I don't care what happens to you. Whether you stay in the 20th century or go back to the 16th century, or to the 8th, for all I care.
She left the room, shutting the door so hard Lee stirred on the bed. Falling in love with him, indeed, she thought, as she made her way back to her dreadful little room. She might as well fall in love with a ghost. He had about as much substance as a ghost, and besides, If he did stay in the 20th century, he'd be a great nuisance. Always she'd have to explain things to him. Imagine trying to teach him to drive a car. Horrendous thought. And if he did stay, what would he do? What could he do? All he seemed capable of was riding mean horses, handling a sword, and making love to women, she thought. He seemed to be awfully good at that. As she made her way downstairs to her dreary little room, she told herself she'd be quite glad to get rid of him. His poor wife. She had a great deal to put up with. Arabella was the only one of his women Douglas knew about. There were probably hundreds of women the poor, ugly little clerk had known nothing about, so the 20th century knew nothing about all those women. Yes, Douglas thought as she put on her nightgown, she would be well rid of him when the time came. But as she climbed into bed, she couldn't imagine not seeing Nicholas every day, not watching his delight over things she took for granted. She couldn't imagine not seeing his smile or having him tease her. It took her a long time before she slept, and when she did, she slept fitfully. In the morning, feeling absolutely rotten, Douglas went into the kitchen and found Mrs. Anderson and another woman staring at the work table. It was covered with opened tin cans, somewhere between 20 and 30 of them. "What happened?" Douglas asked. "I'm not sure," the cook said. "I opened a tin of pineapple, then left the room for a moment. When I returned, someone had opened all these tins." Douglas stood frowning for a moment, then looked at Mrs. Anderson. "Did anyone see you open the can of pineapple?" "Now that you mention it, there was someone here. Lord Nicholas came through to go to the stables. He stopped and spoke to me. Very nice man, that." Douglas tried to hide her smile. Nicholas had no doubt seen the marvel of a can opener and decided to try it out. At that moment, a maid came running into the kitchen, carrying a vacuum cleaner hose. "I need a broom handle," the maid said, sounding as though she were about to cry. "Lord Nicholas asked me to show him how the hoover worked, and he sucked up all of Lady Arabella's jewellery. I'll be discharged when she finds out." Douglas left the kitchen, feeling a great deal better than she had when she got up that morning. She didn't know where she was supposed to eat breakfast, but she wandered into the empty dining room and found a sideboard covered with silver chafing dishes. Feeling a little defiant, she filled a plate and sat down. "Good morning," Lee said, entering the room. He filled a plate and sat across from her. Sorry about last night," he said. "I guess I sort of passed out. Did you see the letters?" "I did, but I couldn't read them," she said honestly, then leaned forward. "Have you read enough to find out who betrayed Nicholas Stafford to the Queen?" "Oh, heavens, yes. I found that out the first time I opened the trunk, and I have that letter hidden." "Who?" she asked under her breath. Lee opened his mouth to speak, but then Nicholas entered the room and Lee shut up. "Montgomery," Nicholas said sternly, "I would see you in the library." He turned and left the room. Lee grunted. What's wrong with him? Get out on the wrong side of Arabella's bed? Douglas threw down her napkin, glared at Lee, then went to the library. She closed the door behind her. "Do you know what you just did? Lee was about to tell me who betrayed you when you walked in and stopped him." Nicholas had circles under his eyes, but instead of making him look bad, they made him look even more darkly romantic, rather like Heathcliff. "I read the letters," he said, as he sat down in a leather-upholstered chair and stared out the window. There is no naming of who betrayed me. Something was making him sad. Douglas went to him and put her hand on his shoulder.
What is it? Did the letters upset you?
The letters tell, he said softly, of what my mother suffered after my death. She tells of... He stopped, took her hand, and held on to her fingers. She tells of the ridicule of the Stafford name. Douglas couldn't bear the pain in his voice. Moving to the front of the chair, she knelt before him and put her hands on his knees.
We'll find out who lied about you, Douglas said. If Lee knows, I'll find out. And when we do find out, you can return and change things. Your being here means you're being given a second chance.
He looked at her for a long moment, then cupped her face in his big hands. Do you always give hope? Do you never believe there is no hope? She smiled.
I'm almost always optimistic. That's why I keep falling in love with thugs and hoping one of them will turn into my knight in shining... Oh, Colin, she said, and started to pull away. But Nicholas pulled her up from the floor and into his arms, and he kissed her. He'd kissed her before, but then he'd merely desired her. Now he wanted more from her. Now he wanted her sweetness and her loving heart. He wanted the way she looked at him, the way she was so eager to please. Douglas, he whispered, holding her, kissing her neck. It was when the thought crossed his mind that he didn't want to leave, that he shoved her from him. Go, he murmured, in the tone of a man under great stress. Douglas stood up, but anger filled her. I don't understand you. You kiss any woman who can reach your face. You never push any of them away. But with me, you act like I have some contagious disease. What is it? Do I have terminal bad breath? I'm too short for you? My hair isn't the right color?
When Nicholas looked at her, all his desire for her, all his longing was flaming in his eyes. Douglas stepped back from him, as a person might step back from a fire that was too hot. She put her hand to her throat, and for a long moment they just looked at each other. The door flew open, and Arabella burst into the room. She was wearing what was obviously a designer-made English outdoor outfit.
Nicholas, where have you been?
She looked from Nicholas to Douglas and back again, and she didn't seem to like what she saw. Douglas turned away, for she could no longer bear to look in Nicholas's eyes.
Nicholas, Arabella demanded, we are waiting. The guns are loaded. Guns?
Douglas asked, turning around, trying to compose herself. Arabella looked Douglas up and down, and obviously found her wanting. Tall women often seemed to feel like that about small women, Douglas thought, and was awfully glad men didn't feel the same way. We hunt duck, Nicholas said, but he wasn't looking at Douglas. Dickie has promised to show me what a shotgun is.
Great, Douglas said. Go shoot pretty little ducks. I'll manage.
Hurrying past Arabella, she ran out the door. Later, from an upstairs window, she looked down on the courtyard as Nicholas got into a Land Rover and Arabella drove him away. Turning away, Douglas realized that she had nothing to do. She didn't feel free to explore Arabella's house, and she didn't want to walk in Arabella's gardens. She asked a passing servant where Lee was, but was told that he was locked in his room with the letters and had left instructions that he was not to be disturbed.
But he left a book for you in the library, the servant said.
Douglas went back to the library, and there, on the desk, was a small volume with a note attached. thought you might enjoy this, Lee," the note read. She picked up the book. At first sight, she knew what it was. It was the diary of John Wilfrid, the ugly little clerk who wrote of Nicholas and Arabella on the table. The foreword said the book had been found hidden in a cubbyhole behind a wall when one of Nicholas's houses had been torn down in the 1950s. Douglas took the book and settled down on a big sofa to read it. Within 20 pages, she knew it was the diary of a lovesick young man, and he loved Nicholas's wife, Lettice. According to John Wilfrid, his mistress could do no wrong and his master no right. Pages that listed Nicholas's shortcomings were followed by pages listing Lettice's glories. According to this drooling clerk, Lettice was beautiful beyond pearls, wise, virtuous, kind, talented. On and on he went until Douglas wanted to throw up. The clerk had nothing good to say about Nicholas. According to the book, Nicholas spent his time fornicating, blaspheming, and making the lives of everyone around him hell. Other than the snide, spiteful story about Arabella and the table, there were no specific stories about what Nicholas had done to deserve the animosity of all, if Wilfrid was to be believed, his household. When Douglas finished the book, she slammed it shut. Because of the false accusation of treason against Nicholas, his estates had been destroyed, and with them the true story of his life. Lost to the future was the true story of how he'd managed the estates owned by his brother, and how he'd designed a beautiful mansion. All that was left of him were the spiteful yearnings of a whining man. Yet people today believed this. She stood up, her anger making her fists clench. Nicholas was right. He had to return to his own time to right the wrong done him. She'd tell him about the book, and when he returned to the 16th century, he could kick old John Wilfrid out of his house. Or, Douglas thought, smiling, he could send the ugly little clerk off with the perfect Lettice. Taking the book, Douglas left the library and asked a servant where Lord Nicholas's room was. She thought she'd leave the book for him to see. He was beginning to be able to read modern print now, and she was sure he'd have enough interest to read this book. His room was next to one that a maid said was Lady Arabella's. It would be, Douglas thought angrily. Once in his room, her anger left her. It was done in shades of blue, with a four-poster bed draped with rich blue silk. In the bathroom were Nicholas's toiletries, all the things she'd chosen for him. Putting out her hand, she touched the shaving cream, the toothpaste, and his razor. Quite suddenly, it hit her how much she missed him. Since he'd appeared, they'd been together almost constantly. They'd shared a bedroom and a bathroom. They'd shared meals and jokes. Turning, she looked at the tub, saw that there was no shower head above it, and wondered how he was dealing with the lack of a shower. Were there other things in his room that he didn't understand, yet had no one to ask about? As she walked back into the bedroom, she smiled as she remembered the way he would come out of the bathroom wearing nothing but a towel, his hair clean and wet. Before they'd come to Goshawk Hall, they'd been intimate in such a pleasant way. She'd shared meals with him, kissed him on the forehead good-night, and even washed out his underwear in the basin. They'd laughed together, talked together, shared together. There was a Time magazine on the bedside table, and on impulse she pulled open the table drawer. Inside was a little pencil sharpener and 3 pencils, 2 of which were now only an inch long, and a stapler and 2 pieces of paper with about 50 staples in them. There was a toy friction car on top of a coloured brochure for Aston Martin cars, and beneath that was the current issue of Playboy magazine. Smiling, she closed the drawer. She walked toward the window and looked out across the rolling lawns to the trees beyond. It was odd how she had lived with Robert for over a year and had believed herself to be madly in love with him. But when she thought of her life with him, she wondered if she'd ever been as intimate with Robert as she had with Nicholas. She'd spent a lot of her time making an effort to please Robert, but Nicholas was so easy to be with. He never complained when she squeezed the toothpaste tube in the middle. He never whined about how she hadn't made everything absolutely perfect. In fact, Nicholas seemed to like her just as she was. In fact, he seemed to accept what was, whether in people or things, and he found joy in them. Douglas thought of all the dates she'd been on with modern men and how they'd complained about everything. The wine wasn't right. The service was slow. The movie had no deeper meaning. But Nicholas, faced with insurmountable problems, found joy in things like a can opener. She wondered how Robert would react if he'd suddenly found himself in the 16th century. No doubt he'd start demanding this and demanding that, and whining when it wasn't given to him. She wondered if Elizabethan men were like the cowboys of old and hanged men who were particularly bothersome. She leaned her head against the cool glass. When would Nicholas leave this century? When he found out who had betrayed him? If Lee mentioned the name at dinner, would Nicholas instantly disappear in a puff of smoke? It's almost over, she thought, and suddenly felt her heart yearning for him. How would she deal with never seeing him again? She could barely stand not seeing him for one whole day, so how was she to live the rest of her life without him? Please come back, she thought. We have so little time left. Tomorrow you might be gone, and I don't want to miss this time with you. Don't spend this little bit of time we have left with Arabella. Closing her eyes, she tightened her whole body as she wished for him to return. If you'll come back, she whispered, I'll make you an American lunch. Fried chicken, potato salad, deviled eggs, and a chocolate cake. While I'm cooking, you can, she thought. You can look at plastic wrap and aluminum foil and Tupperware, if they have it in England. Please, please, please return, Nicholas. 14. Nicholas's head came up. Arabella's arms were about his neck, her abundant breasts pressed against his bare chest. They were in a private glade where he and a past Arabella had spent an energetic afternoon. But today, Nicholas had little interest in the woman. She had told him she wanted to discuss what she'd found out about his ancestor. She'd said she had new information, facts that had never been published before. Her words were a lure to him, and to find out what she knew, he'd pay any price. So he'd followed her to the secluded spot. Arabella pulled Nicholas's head back down. "Do you hear it?" Nicholas asked. "There's nothing, darling," Arabella whispered. "I hear only you." Nicholas pulled away from her. "I must go." Seeing anger flood her haughty face, Nicholas knew he did not want to enrage her. "Someone comes," he said, "and you are too lovely to share with the prying eyes of anyone. I would keep your beauties to myself." This seemed to mollify her enough that she began fastening her clothes. "I've never met a man who was more of a gentleman than you. Tonight, then." "Tonight," he said, then left her. For the most part, the hunters had driven Land Rovers, but there were a half-dozen horses tied near the cars. Nicholas took the best one, rode it back to the house, then mounted the stairs 2 at a time. He flung open the door to his bedroom. Douglas wasn't surprised, really, when Nicholas appeared in the doorway. For a moment, he stood there staring at her. Her face and her body showed her wanting of him. It was the most difficult thing Nicholas had ever done, but he looked away. He could not, would not touch her. If he did, he was not sure he would want to return to his own time. "What do you want of me?" he asked harshly.
"I want of you?"
she asked, angry. She'd seen the way he'd turned away from her.
"It looks as though someone else wanted you, not me."
Nicholas looked up at the mirror in the wardrobe door and saw that his shirt was buttoned wrong. "The guns are good," he said, refastening his shirt. "With those, we could beat the Spanish."
"England beats everyone, and without modern guns. Next thing you'll be telling me you want bombs to take back with you. Did the guns unbutton your shirt?"
He looked at her in the mirror. "Your jealousy brightens your eyes." Douglas's anger dissolved.
"Cat," she said, "did it ever occur to you that you're making a fool of yourself a second time around? History has loved the story of you and Arabella, and now here you are doing it again."
"She knows what I do not."
"I'll bet she does," Douglas muttered. "Probably more experienced."
Nicholas chucked her under the chin. "I doubt so. Is that food I smell? I am hungry." Douglas smiled.
"I promised you an American lunch. Come on, let's go see Mrs. Anderson."
They walked arm in arm to the kitchen. The hunters had taken lunch with them in baskets. So the kitchen was not being used now, except for a pudding steaming on the back burner of the Aga. After getting Mrs. Anderson's permission, Douglas set to work, putting potatoes and eggs on to boil, then starting on the cake, but she decided on chewy, pecan-filled brownies instead. Nicholas sat at the big table and experimented with plastic wrap and aluminium foil, and opened and closed plastic containers until Douglas said the whooshing sound was driving her crazy. So she gave him eggs and potatoes to peel. He wouldn't chop onions, though.
"Did you help Lettice cook?"
she asked, trying to sound innocent. Nicholas's laugh was the only answer he would give. When the food was ready, Douglas cleaned the kitchen. Nicholas refused to help, and packed everything in a big basket along with a thermos of lemonade. Nicholas carried it for her out to a little walled garden where they sat under elm trees and ate. She told him about reading the diary that morning, and as he ate his 5th piece of chicken, she asked him about his wife.
"You never mention her. You talk about your mother and your brother who died. You've even mentioned your favorite horse. But you never say anything about your wife."
"You would have me tell of her?" he said, in a tone that was almost warning.
"Is she as beautiful as Arabella?"
Nicholas thought of Lettice. She seemed farther away than a mere 400 years. Arabella was stupid. A man could never have a moment's conversation with her. But she had passion. Lettice had no passion, but she had brains. Brains enough to always determine what was best for her. "No, she is not like Arabella."
"Is she like me?"
Douglas asked. Nicholas looked at her and thought of Lettice cooking a meal. "She is not like you. What is this?"
"Sliced tomatoes,"
she said absently, then started to ask Nicholas more questions, but he interrupted her. The man who abandoned you, you said you loved him. Why? He asked. Douglas immediately felt defensive and started to say that Robert was great husband material, but before she spoke, her shoulders slumped.
Ego, she said. My own overblown sense of how powerful I was. Robert told me no one had ever loved him very much. He said his mother was cold to him and his wife had been frigid. I don't know why I thought this, but I truly believed that I could give him all the love he'd ever need. So I tried. I gave to him, and when that wasn't enough, I gave some more. I honestly tried to do everything he wanted me to do, but...
Halting, she looked up at the sky for a moment.
I guess I thought that someday he'd be like those men in the movies, and turn to me and say, "You're the best woman in the world. You give me all that I ask for." But he didn't. Robert kept saying, "You never give me anything." So, dumb me, I try even harder to give him more, but...
Yes? Nicholas asked softly. Douglas tried to smile.
But in the end, he gave his daughter a diamond bracelet, and me half of the bills.
She looked away from him, but then she saw he was holding out a ring to her. He'd stopped wearing his big rings when he astutely saw that no other men wore such rings. This ring had an emerald the size of a beach pebble.
What is this for?
Had I access to what is mine, I would shower you with jewels. She smiled at him.
You've already given me the pin.
She held her hand to her heart. She wore the pin inside her bra, afraid to wear it outside because its age and uniqueness might cause questions.
You've given me too much already. You've bought me clothes. You've been kind to me.
She smiled.
Nicholas, the time since I met you has been the happiest of my life. I hope you never go back.
She clamped her hand over her mouth.
I didn't mean that. Of course you need to go back. You need to go back to your beautiful wife. You need to make some heirs to inherit those wonderful estates you'll not have to forfeit to the Queen. But did you realize that if Dr. Nolan tells us who betrayed you, you might return at that moment, immediately? Lee says the name and you disappear. Poof. Gone. Just like that.
Nicholas, who had been rummaging in the basket, stopped. I will know tomorrow. Whether he wishes to tell me or no, on the morrow I will find out.
Tomorrow,
Douglas said, and looked at him as though trying to memorize his features. She looked down at his body, at the shirt stretched across his wide shoulders, at his flat belly and his muscular legs. Fine legs, he'd said, and she remembered him wrapped in a towel.
Nicholas,
she whispered, leaning toward him. What is this? He asked sharply, holding up a big square of chocolate between their faces.
A brownie,
she said, feeling like a fool. Who was she kidding? He'd kissed her a few times, but only when she'd thrown herself at him. Yet he'd returned from a morning with Arabella with his shirt misbuttoned.
Food,
she muttered. She seemed able to please him only with food and plastic wrap. She so much wanted to touch him that her fingertips ached. But he seemed to have no such feeling toward her.
I guess we better go,
she said flatly.
Arabella will be back soon and she'll want you.
She started to get up, but Nicholas caught her arm. I would rather an hour with you than a life with Arabella. Swallowing, Douglas didn't dare look at him, but she sat back down. Was he telling the truth, or just trying to make her feel better. "Sing me a song while I eat these," he said.
"I can't sing and I don't know any songs. How about a story?"
Was all he said, his mouth full of chocolate. Douglas realized how many stories were new to him, stories that were part of her culture, but he knew nothing of. She told him of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. "I have a cousin like that," he said. He finished off the plate of brownies, then, to her surprise, turned and put his head on her lap.
"You're going to get fat if you keep eating like you do."
"You think me fat?" he asked, looking up at her in a way that made Douglas's heart beat faster. He seemed to know exactly what he did to her and laughed at her for it, but he remained unaffected by her. Only when she was near another man did he show any interest in her.
"Close your eyes and behave," she said,
then stroked his hair, that thick, soft, curling mass, while she told him story after story until he fell asleep. It was nearly sundown when he opened his eyes again. Lying still, he looked up at her for a long while. "We must go."
"Yes," she said softly. "Tonight I will try to find out from Lee who betrayed you."
He moved so that he was kneeling before her, and he put one hand on her cheek. Douglas held her breath, as she thought he was going to kiss her again. "When I return to my time," he said, "I will think of you."
"And I, you,"
she said, putting her hand on his. Moving away, he picked up the emerald ring from where it was sitting on the basket lid and put it in her hand, then closed her fingers over the ring.
"Nicholas, I can't take this. You've given me so much already."
When his eyes locked with hers, there was a faraway sadness in them. "I would give more than this to..."
"To?"
she encouraged. "To take you back with me." Douglas drew her breath in sharply. Nicholas cursed himself. He should not have said that. He should not make her hope. He did not want to hurt her, but the thought of leaving her behind was becoming an almost unbearable pain. Soon he would find out what he needed to know. Then he knew he'd go back. One night more, he thought. At the most, he'd have one more night with her. Perhaps tonight he'd take her to his bed. Their last night spent in love and ecstasy. "No," he told himself, looking into her eyes, falling into them. He could not do that to her. He could not leave her behind weeping harder than when he'd first seen her. Hell, he thought, he could not do it to himself. To go back to his cold wife, to the emptiness of women like Arabella. No, it was better to leave her untouched. "I," he said, grinning, "to cook for me."
"Cook?"
Douglas asked.
"You want me to cook for you? Why, you overbearing, insufferable, vain—"
"Pillicock?" he asked.
"That sounds perfect. You pillicock. If you think I'm going back to a time of no running water, no doctors, where the dentists yank out your teeth and break your jaw doing it, just to cook for you, then—"
He leaned forward, nuzzled his face under her hair, then licked her earlobe. "I will let you visit my bed." Pushing him away, Douglas started to describe his vanity, but abruptly her expression changed. She could give it out too.
"Okay, I'll do it. I'll go back with you and cook for you, and Sunday afternoons we'll stay in bed together, or on the tables, whichever."
Nicholas rocked back on his heels, and his face seemed to drain of colour. He began tossing scraps into the basket. It horrified him to think of her in his age. If she were his lover, Lettice would chop her into little pieces.
"Nicholas,"
Douglas said.
"I was just teasing."
He didn't look at her.
"Here, I'll take the ring if it will make you happy."
He stopped shoving things into the basket and looked at her. "You do not know what you say. Do not wish for what should not be. When last I was home, I was to face the blade. If I went back and you came with me, you would be alone. My age is not like yours. Lone women do not fare well. If I were not there to fend for you, you—" She put her hand on his arm.
"I was only teasing. I won't go back. I have no secrets to find out. You came here to find out something, remember?"
"You are right," he said, then lifted her hand and kissed it. He stood, and Douglas could see he planned to leave the basket where it was. He'd probably cleaned up only because he was upset. But what in the world had upset him? She wondered. She carried the basket back to the house, following behind him, neither of them speaking. 15. When they got back to the house, Nicholas barely nodded to her as he went through the kitchen and up to his room. Douglas, more puzzled than anything else, went to her room. On her bed was a large box bearing the name of an express company. Douglas tore into it, throwing tape and paper everywhere. Inside were two of her mother's beautiful designer gowns.
Thank you, Elizabeth,"
she breathed, holding a gown up to her body. Maybe tonight Nicholas would notice someone besides the stately Arabella, she thought, smiling broadly. When Douglas walked into the sitting room where the Harwood family was serving cocktails, she knew the 2.5 hours she'd taken to dress had been worth it. Lee paused with his drink halfway to his mouth, and Lady Arabella, for once, looked away from Nicholas. Lord Harwood even stopped talking about guns and dogs and his roses. But Nicholas, Douglas thought, his reaction made all the effort worthwhile. When he first saw her, his eyes lit up. Then they grew hot as he stepped toward her. But he halted before he reached her and stood there scowling at her. Her mother's white dress was one piece of clingy fabric that had one long sleeve but left her other shoulder and arm bare. It was covered with tiny beads, and when she moved, they showed off every curve she had. She had fastened Gloria's diamond bracelet about her bare left wrist.
"Good evening,"
she said. "Wow," Lee said, looking her up and down. "Wow." Douglas smiled at him rather regally.
"Is that a drink? Could you possibly get me a gin and tonic?"
Lee went off as obediently as a schoolboy. It was amazing what clothes could do for a woman, Douglas thought. Last night she'd wanted to cower under the table in Arabella's presence, but tonight Arabella's red low-cut gown looked cheap and tasteless. "What do you do?" Nicholas asked, hovering over her.
"I have no idea what you're talking about," she said, blinking innocently up at him.
"You are exposed," he sounded shocked.
"A lot less than your Arabella is,"
she snapped, then smiled.
"Do you like this dress? I had my sister ship it to me."
Nicholas's back was straighter than usual. "Do you mean to see that physician after supper?"
"Of course," she said sweetly. "Remember that you told me you wanted me to find out what he knew." "Nicholas," Arabella called. "Dinner!"
"You must not wear that gown."
I'll wear anything I please, and you better go. Arabella is rattling your table legs.
Here you are, Lee said, handing Douglas a drink. Good evening, your lordship. Dinner was a wonderful experience for Douglas. Nicholas couldn't keep his eyes off her, much to the lovely Lady Arabella's fury. Lee hovered over her so closely that at one point his coat sleeve dangled in Douglas's soup bowl. After dinner they went to the drawing room and, like a scene out of a Jane Austen novel, Nicholas played the piano and sang. He had a rich, deep voice that she loved. He invited Douglas to sing with him, but she knew she had no voice. But she had to sit on a hard little chair and watch jealously as Arabella and Nicholas sang a duet, their heads together, their voices entwined. At 10 o'clock, Douglas excused herself and went to her room. She had no desire to spend the evening with Lee, alone in his room. The secret of who betrayed Nicholas would have to wait another day. But at midnight, Douglas knew she wasn't going to be able to sleep. She kept seeing Nicholas singing with Arabella, kept remembering the way he'd returned from the fields with his shirt misbuttoned. She got out of bed, put on her robe, fluffed up her hair, and made her way through the big house to Nicholas's room. There was no light from under his door, but there was light, the sound of glasses clinking, and Arabella's seductive laugh coming from under her door. Douglas didn't think about what she was doing. She gave a brisk single knock, and at the same time she put her hand on the doorknob, turned it, and walked into Arabella's bedroom.
Hi, I was wondering if I could borrow a pen. I seem to have broken a strap, a very important strap, if you know what I mean.
Nicholas was stretched out on Arabella's bed, his shirt open and hanging out of his trousers. Arabella was wearing a filmy black peignoir that didn't cover much of her skin, and what little fabric there was transparent.
You,
Arabella sputtered.
Oh, hello, my lord. Did I interrupt something?
Nicholas was looking at her with great amusement.
Look at this, Douglas said. A Bang & Olufsen TV. I've never seen one before. I hope you don't mind, but I really wanted to see the late news. Ah, here's the remote control.
She sat on the edge of the bed, turned on the big colour TV, then began flipping channels. Behind her, she felt Nicholas sit up. A movie, he whispered.
Nah, just TV.
She handed him the remote control.
See, here's the on and off. This is volume, and these are channels. Look at that. It's an old movie about Queen Elizabeth.
She flipped off the TV, put the remote control on the bedside table near Nicholas, yawned, then stood up.
I just remembered that I do have some pins after all. Thanks, though, Lady Arabella. Hope I didn't disturb you too much.
Douglas had to run to the door because Arabella was coming after her, her hands made into claws. Douglas barely made it out the door before it slammed on her heels. Standing outside, she listened to what went on inside the room. After a moment, she heard the unmistakable sounds of a TV western. Then Arabella screeched, "Turn that off!" But the next sound was Betty Davis's voice in her role as Queen Elizabeth I. Clever man, Douglas thought, smiling. He had found the channel. Still smiling, Douglas went back to her room, and this time she had no trouble going to sleep. In the morning, Lee met her for breakfast. "I thought you were going to come by my room last night," he said. "I was going to read the letters to you."
Planning to tell me who betrayed Nicholas Stafford?
Was all Lee would say. So after breakfast, Douglas followed him up the stairs. If he told her the name, would Nicholas immediately return to the 16th century? But she saw right away that getting Lee to tell her anything was going to be a problem. "I was trying to remember. Wasn't your father on the board of directors at Yale? Maybe he'd be interested in reading my findings." "I'd sure be glad to tell him about them. I'd especially like to tell him who betrayed Lord Nicholas," she said. Lee stepped very close to her. "I'd tell you if perhaps you made a little call. My father's staying in the wilds of Maine right now and can't be reached." "Oh," he said, turning away. "Then I guess I can't tell you." "You little extortionist," Douglas seethed before she thought. "You're playing with a career, but the name of this traitor means a man's life." He turned to her with a look of astonishment. "How can some 16th-century papers mean someone's life?" There was no way she could explain to him. "I'll talk to my father. In fact, I'll write him a letter today. I'll even let you see the letter, and I'll make sure that he gets it the minute he returns home." Lee looked at her, frowning. "Why do you want this name so much? There's something fishy about all this. Who is Lord Stafford, anyway? You two don't act much like secretary and boss. You act more like—" It was at that moment that the door flew open and Nicholas entered the dining room. He was wearing his Elizabethan clothes, his legs showing all their muscularity in the tight hose, his silver and gold armor flashing in the sunlight. He held his sword straight out and pointed it at Lee's throat. "Just what is this?" Lee demanded. He pushed the sword away, then gasped when the sharp blade cut the side of his hand. Nicholas advanced on him, the tip of the lethal weapon at Lee's throat. "Douglas, go get some help," Lee said, backing up. "He's gone mad." When Lee was pinned against the wall, Nicholas spoke. "Who betrayed me to the Queen?" "Betrayed you? You're crazy. Douglas, get some help before this lunatic does something we'll both regret." "Say his name," Nicholas said, pushing the sword tip deeper into Lee's throat. "All right," Lee said, exasperated. "It was a man named—" "Wait!" Douglas cried, as she looked at Nicholas. "If he tells, you might go. Oh, Nicholas, I might never see you again." Still holding the sword at Lee's throat, Nicholas held his arm out to Douglas, and she ran to him, her mouth to his before their bodies touched. She kissed him with all the longing, all the pent-up desire she felt. Her hands clutched his hair, pulling his head down as she kissed him. For all that Douglas thought he didn't desire her, the passion she felt coming from Nicholas made her feet come off the floor as he lifted her with one arm. He broke away first. "Go," he ordered her. Tears were blurring Douglas's eyes, but she could swear there were tears forming in Nicholas's eyes too. "Go," he said again. "Stand away from me." Obediently, too limp to disobey, Douglas walked a few feet away, then stood in silence, looking at him. Never to see him again, she thought. Never to hold him, never to hear him laugh, never... "The name!" Nicholas demanded, his eyes never leaving Douglas's. When he left this world, he wanted his last sight to be of her. Lee was bewildered by all that was going on. "The man was named—" Everything happened at once. Douglas, unable to bear the thought of Nicholas's leaving, made a flying leap at him. If he was going, she was going too. "Robert Sidney," Lee said as Nicholas and Douglas went sprawling on the floor at his feet. He looked down at them,